Yo, what is good, everyone? Welcome to MomoCon 2025 for Splatoon 3. My name is Asti. I'm joined here by Nox, and this is the 20th anniversary for MomoCon. We couldn't be happier to be making a return for Splatoon 3. Nox, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. So excited to get into this. So excited to get to see these teams. Splatoon's always a great time. So fast-paced, so exciting.
Yep. So many teams coming up to this. We have over 80 players coming in for all of the brackets for today. So over 20 teams going to be competing for that prize pool. $1,000 prize pool altogether. First place going to nail about 60% of that.
Yes.
So that's a lot of cash to take home for the Splatooners.
Absolutely. Definitely players should be excited about this. A lot of people fly down for this. And a lot of people, I know there are a few people here that it's the first LAN they're making it out to.
Yes, well, it's a big one too, right? Because
It is.
MomoCon's not just video game tournaments, it's all sorts of stuff. A lot of peripheral for you to be able to just check out, right? They got anime, they got video games, nerd culture in general, but right here, we got the Splatoon. Looks like we're gonna get our players ready to go here. They've been waiting a little bit just to get set up. But that first match is going to be happening. How is this going to be able to shake out, by the way? This is going to be pools. We are into trying to get to the silver part of the pools and also the redemption into the top 16. So much work to happen today to figure out how that's going to work out.
Absolutely. There will be so much to figure out, so much to do, and it should be very exciting to get into here.
Yep. So right now for the pools, it's going to be Swiss.
It will be.
Yeah, all weapons allowed, obviously. 8 teams in each pool. So it's going to be 4 and 4 to be able to play against each other to try to get your rounded out score. And the people who end up getting into the higher points will be able to move on to the top 16, into the silver, into the redemption. We kind of place those players out wherever they're going to go. And everything's going to be best of 3 for today.
Yes.
Okay, I heard the bell, Nox. That means we're going to start up this match. We're going to be starting off with Rainmaker, our pre-selected maps.
Yes.
One of those teams we're going to be seeing here is 13 Days. The team I've been eyeing a little bit, right? It's going to be consisting of Snivo, Keto, Flemings, and Joe. Has a lot of results underneath them. Keto specifically has been getting second place at Proving Grounds 18, which is nothing to sneeze at.
Absolutely not. Proving Grounds was a tournament that was running for a while that was pretty prestigious. We're going to be getting into Scorch Gorge here, which is a map that is notorious for not being able to get knockouts on due to the long ramp that you have to try and push up at the end. We are seeing a heavy edit come out here, one of the common tacticaler weapons, along with that end zap. So we should be seeing plenty of fast play thanks to those tacticoolers.
Already got a huge splat coming out from Keto. Gonna get them a very nice turn into that first checkpoint. So how this game mode works, by the way, is you want to be able to break open that first checkpoint by climbing it all the way up to the top.
Yes, and right now, neither team has quite managed that, although we are seeing 13 Days pull it off right now. 13 Days going to be looking to move forward quickly here, already getting the Rainmaker pop, but there is a Crab Tank and a heavy edit trying to get them out of there. Yeah.
Meanwhile, just a prank bro on the orange team, or you're going to be able to try to get these splats, play defense as much as possible, manage to catch that Rainmaker to try to stop that approach, but they need to get some splats here, and ASAP, a lot of messes going on here as we continue to throw out some bombs on top of another splat coming out from Fleming, looking for a double, gets caught off guard from that, and just a prank bro is down. That is a wipeout.
13 Days doing an excellent job of keeping Just a Prank Bro locked into their base, not allowing them to move forward, and getting ridiculously close to a knockout considering this map. Still in their base, still looking to try and keep control. Keto up here looking to cause damage with that wiper, distracting so that the rest of their teammates can start moving forward. Looks like they're going to be able to try and grab the Rainmaker before it resets, thanks to Flemmy and Keto being there, and that is the KO, something you almost never see on Scorch Gorge.
At the very end, too, you saw Keto acting like the last samurai, just continuously getting splat after splat at the very end before getting that first knockout. That's going to be 13 Days, getting the first point on the board in this race to 2 to start off the tournament.
Yeah, 13 Days did such an excellent job of just locking them down into their base, and even once Just a Prank Bro had managed to grab the Rainmaker, they didn't let that Rainmaker drop, which would have taken so much time off the timer and allowed them to get that knockout even faster.
Yep, so that's going to be that first mode, Rainmaker. We got 3 other modes to be able to jump into. It looks like Splat Zone's going to be up next. And again, for those that are a little bit newer to Splatoon, Splat Zone's one of those modes that's like, think of King of the Hill, right?
Yeah.
It's just one zone. You want to paint it with all of your ink.
Sometimes it's 2 zones.
Sometimes it's 2 zones.
This time it's 1 zone, though.
Yeah, Mako Mart. They call this the classic. One of the
final destination of Splatoon.
Yes. Hopefully not anymore.
Well, it is still close.
And you know what, MomoCon's always going to be here to stay. But again, it's going to be one of those guys that's pretty favored by teams in general. In general,
it is.
Teams like being able to play on splat zones just because it's just one of those zones you just run in, you try to like build up your meter, go in, take the zone, try to take the fight afterwards, and you hold the defense, you hunker down right afterwards.
Zones only is definitely a very popular tournament mode. We see zones. You will never see a tournament without zones. Is the best way to explain.
That'd be a weird tournament, man.
It would be. I'm sure there's been a gimmick tournament run like that, but you will never see a major. You will never see a weekly run without zones. You will often see them run with only zones. MomoCon, you really want to play around those stacks on the right and left side of the map. Those are what you really care about controlling, especially if you have weapons like that C-Jet we saw last game or the heavy edit.
Yeah.
They're really good at taking those spaces and controlling them. This is a map we would usually expect to see some sort of slosher, which are buckets on, but neither of these teams seem to like running those.
Yeah, no buckets here today. Gonna have to go to KFC for that one. We're gonna jump right into the second game. Again, what's going to happen is you're going to see some players kind of split off a little bit and just try to build up meter, putting Ink down there. Keto already going for some splats here right in the back. Good, fantastic fight coming out from Keto. This is going to continue on with that push. Samuk holding back down the downgrade here as we only got one more left to go. Keto with another splat underneath their belt. Going to put them into a significant lead here for 13 days.
Yeah, 13 days is running a really fast, really aggressive comp that will allow them to move forward super quickly. C-Jet is a ridiculously flexible anchor that will allow them to move anywhere with its Mist and Rain kit. Also, it allows them to control a ton of space. And now we're seeing a Reef Slider coming out, something we see a lot on Mako's zones to help try and cap the zone, but not quite able to there.
SC going for the Booyah Bomb just to clear out people, just displace the other team. But right now, we have less than 40 points for 13 days on that first zone. They're going to have to do something, try to reclaim this, have to build up some meter here. Unfortunately, they already got one splat down there. There's only 3 left in this farm 3, and they're cleaning up shop mark. Going for another one, a big triple. Coming out for 13 days, things are not looking good for Just a Break. Bro, it's just a break, bro. You can chill. You can chill.
And it does seem like we are going to have seen a 100-0 hold, not something we see very often. What a dominant performance there out of 13 days.
Fantastic performance. 13 days going to go with that next win there in that race to 3. As far I think they're done. Are they playing another game out here? They look like they're not getting up out of the seats.
There is a world where they are up next. We don't quite know.
Okay.
That's
fine. Hey, you know what? We need another game. We need another game. 13 days up 2-0 here against Just a Prank Bro. We're going to see what things are going to shake up here. It could be a thing where they're playing all 3 games out all together.
It does seem like we're best of.
Yes,
but you never know.
So they might be just be playing all 3 games just for like points, right?
It's
just
possible.
To get those points for the round robin, and they're going to see what that next map's gonna be here for the pools. Again, every point matters when you're trying to get into the pools, to be able to climb your way into that top 16, into the silver, into that redemption.
Yeah, and getting into that redemption bracket is so huge. Getting into that silver bracket is so huge. They both give you those opportunities to try and get wins. They both give you opportunities to try and accomplish so much. And winning silver is still a feat in and of itself.
Dude, silver is that's like a hard bracket.
Yeah.
Like you said, like just there's a lot of good teams here, a lot of good players just being able to shake things up for the bracket. And I gotta say, I want to shake things up over in that arcade later, right next to this. So for those that don't know, there's literally an arcade right next to
There's also a whole little pinball area. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to get my hands on that pinball
I'm trying to play some DDR right afterwards. I'm gonna keep it on standard mode because I gotta protect.
You gotta keep your energy up.
I can't handle it, dude. You go to heavy, they're stepping too fast, bro. I'm not one of those people that can like grab the thing behind me. I'm like jumping all over the place trying to get every single arrow, and I just like eventually slip over, just cause a mess, break the machine. I'm not trying to do that.
No, not worth it.
MomoCon. But hey, they keep those arcades in tip-top shape.
They really do.
There's so many arcades out there.
It's incredible. And we're also right near Artist Alley, so there's so many incredible vendors to go look at, so much incredible art to go see. There's also like a bunch of really cool cars in there. There's a Ferrari.
There's a Ferrari?
There's a Ferrari.
I haven't seen it.
There's also a Sanrio themed Porsche.
Is that Hello Kitty? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Okay, I knew that. I knew that. I see. I'm learning the ways of the culture. We're gonna jump here into game number 3, coming up to the lineup here. Coming down to 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Oh, and we are on another classic Inkblot Tower Control, a map that we have seen time and time again since Splatoon 2. It has been in every tournament for forever. It's standard. You want to control the stacks, and then you want to move up to that upper left side and really control the upper area. It's all about height here.
Absolutely. Already got that juice down there ready to go, trying to pick it up. Gil's going to get a splat on top of that. Some more coming in, taking the tower in the process from the center. They got a 4v2. You always want to wait till you get some splats before trying to dive in there. Fantastic coverage.
Oh, wow.
Coming out from 13 days.
S-Blast has become a very popular weapon lately. It can put out a lot of damage. It has a great hit with that Burst Bomb and Booyah Bomb that allow you to really take a ton of space and control it. Sneebu's going to ride the tower here. I imagine the Splash and Zap will switch off on who is doing that quite frequently. It seems right now that Just a Prank Bro is looking to get some specials online to try and defend this checkpoint. But right now it looks like they're not going to be able to.
Oh, another double coming out. This is starting to look a little huge. Keto playing out of their mind, showing that they have different weapons underneath their roster that they can play with. Crab tank, crab battle coming out from Flemmy, putting out the ink there in the front. There's so much pressure. Got himself a flank, managed to catch it, not being able to get that spot. A little greedy coming out.
And it seems like we might be seeing another 100-0 push. The crab tank coming out to try and prevent it. The heavy edit rushing the tower, but not going to be in time. Just incredible play there out of 13 days. So aggressive, so fast, and no hesitation in the space they take.
Yeah, so again, this is a team we're keeping a pretty huge eye on for the rest of the tournament, right? 13 days was a team that we could see in top 16 later on, and that's actually the nature of Splatoon. So with Splatoon in general, a lot of the tournaments tend to be online specifically.
Yes.
It's like there's the top level, there's the mid level, there's the low level, right? And the reason we do that is because in a team-based game like this, when their skill level is even slightly off,
it changes it so much.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of 100-0s, right? Because one of the teams is just way
more experienced usually.
Yes, they're more experienced, right? So sometimes, and especially in a live tournament at a LAN like this, a lot of the early matches are going to look like this.
But later on, especially once we're into silver bracket, especially once we're into redemption,
yes,
it's going to get so tight. This tournament, by the end, will have incredibly close matches where these teams will be sweating buckets.
Yeah, and we focused on Snivo a lot for that match. That's because Homie's got a lot of tournament results underneath their belt. They've been on at least 7 teams over like so many, like the history of being able to do that. They're the flex, or the aggressive player with the wiper. So many different things they can be able to bring towards the table. And we saw the Cam getting doubles, constant doubles, constant triples, and being able to just finish it off with a blast. It's going to put their team into a very good spot for the next wave of pools.
It absolutely will. It will also... We also really saw them using that cooler to enable Snivo to make plays like that. It allowed them to rush forward. It allowed them to take that space. Tacticooler is a special that essentially gives you really fast respawn times, ups your movement speed, ups your ink resistance, because when you're in an enemy team's ink, it drastically slows you down.
So when you're already an aggro player, it allows you just to be more aggro. Like, I want to get into your face. I'm trying to splat you before you even get the ability to recover, right? And that's
absolutely.
That's the thing that happens in these games, man. Like, cause you're in the back, you're chilling. Like, I'm in this safe zone. You can't reach me. It's like, no,
get my special.
I'm in your lane, bro. Like, I'm not letting you recuperate. I'm trying to stagger you, and that makes it even worse afterwards.
Yeah, in Splatoon 3, it is all about space control. In Splatoon 2, it was about team coordination. In Splatoon 1, it was who can get the most picks. Who can take the most people off the map? In Splatoon 3, it is all about who holds the most space, who can use that momentum to keep carrying you forward. Splatoon has always been a momentum game, but Splatoon 3 has taken that to an extreme.
Yes. And speaking of taking things to an extreme, MomoCon has taken their entire convention to an extreme. And they have this is the 20th anniversary, and I saw one of those things out there that was showing, like, hey, here's all of our past MomoCons that we did. They're humble beginnings, man.
So
in
cool.
2005, they had 700 attendees.
And it's grown to what?
Over 55,000.
So many people.
55,000, bro. More than that. It could be 60,000. They haven't got the final numbers yet, but it's like up there. So compared to the 20 years ago, 700, that's such a cool thing to see it grow so much. And MomoCon's always been a fun event to be able to come to, whether you're here for the anime, the video games, the nerd culture, the comics, the panels. So we got a little degenerate last night, right? So it's like, oh, the MomoCon's open till 4 in the morning? Okay.
Might as well take advantage.
So, you know, we went to, what was it? The Daddies panel? The Daddies Are Us panels? I forget what it was called. It was one of those late night panels, followed by the Baddies panel.
Oh.
So it went from the Daddies to the Baddies. So it was just, the panels were just like yay or nay when it shows like a character up on the screen. You hear the crowd just cheer. It's very funny. This con is an incredibly, again, the 24/7 arcade too. So
it's just an absolutely incredible vibe. It's so back and forth.
Back and forth again and again. And so we got our next set coming up here. Coming up for game number 2, for our set number 2. And by the way, one of our sponsors, huge sponsor, coming out from MomoCat.
Yes.
I love MomoCat, man, because like they made their first video game 4 years ago, 5 years ago? I think it was 5 years ago. It was Amori.
Wow.
The RPG, really fun, sad game. Play that game when you're in a good space, but I think it's a very beautiful game. But they also are a clothing line. They started off as a clothing line, so
Oh, incredible.
yeah. So they do like a lot of like shipments every year for clothes. I always get the emails from them 'cause I'm signed up for it, and I do. Oh, they're gonna be at MomoCon. Not only are they here, they're a big sponsor of it for like the video game section. They actually have like a booth like somewhere over near the Smash section. So
Oh, wow.
shout out to MomoCon for being one of our big sponsors for them. I'm a big fan of their clothing and game.
I'll need to check that out later.
Yeah.
Always looking for new fun clothes to check out.
Yeah. And again, Amori, very sick game. I was a big fan of that. I remember they just kind of like dropped out of nowhere. They were working on that game for a very long time. I think it was in development for like 7 years or something.
Wow, that's when you know it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, right. And then it just dropped, like on Christmas of 2020. And I remember playing. I was like, oh wow, I forgot about this game. I forgot I kickstarted this game in 2013 or whatever.
Wow.
And so like, okay, well I guess I have it now. So I played it. And it was incredible experience. Cannot suggest it enough. If you're like into like sprite RPGs, if you're into games like like Undertale or Lisa or something like that, like this will scratch that itch, 100%.
And RPGs are always such an incredible experience. You can get so invested in them, and there's usually so much replay value too.
I'm trying to lose my world. I'm trying to lose my life in a world, Like,
Absolutely.
I want to enter the realm where I can put on a VR headset and I'm just like,
Well, there's one of those right over there.
Oh, I can immerse myself right now?
There's a VR station very close to us.
Oh, can't wait to get pink eye. So, coming up for this next set, I think, is that 13 days staying on the...
I
on the
do
left, I'm
believe
pretty
so.
sure. Yeah, so we're going to be having them play up against other people in this pool. We'll figure out what that next team is going to be coming. But some other sponsors we got coming up here. We got a lot of sponsors, actually.
Yes.
I know Mario Kart is here, so that's
Mario
another
Kart
cool
is
thing.
here.
All the Nintendo games. Everyone is here.
I think there's even a Mario Party tournament.
There's a Mario Party tournament?
There's a Mario Party
I'm entering
tournament.
that. Dude, my luck is through the roof. You cannot compete with my dice rolls. You feel me?
Absolutely. Well, out on the note of dice rolls, there's D&D Adventurers League also happening here.
That's sick.
That is sick.
What, is it just like a one-shot? Or?
I think it's a lot of one-shots being run.
Okay.
I think there are also some pretty notable DMs from podcasts here that are helping run some stuff.
Oh,
I
cool.
could have that a little wrong, but I believe I saw that.
I saw a guy that had a sign that said 30-second adventure, and he was holding it up, and someone had a big D20, so I guess you just go up to him and you play a 30-second adventure right afterwards. But we got an adventure of our own here for our next set. 13 days playing off against Go in our second round of first pools. Let's see how it's going to be able to shake things up as we get right into it, Nox.
And we have the pencil coming out here against the heavy edit. The two main anchors we see right now. We have a 52 gal, and we have a 10. That should be a very defensive comp coming out of 13 days, creating a lot of space. Not 13 days, sorry, Go. Creating a lot of space for themselves to take. It should be very controlling. And this is Robo Roman we're on. And as you can see, you're fighting in the bowl. And there's actually a giant ramen bowl above the map.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even see it up there because too bad. Focusing on Swish, being able to jump right down to be able to avoid, terror, using that shield from the umbrella, be able to just kind of give yourself some defensive state, like you said, gonna be able to stop the shots. Meanwhile, 13 days here on the blue team, gonna get splat immediately by Swiss, jumping back in, trying to play the anchor there from Snivo, going with the long range, gonna play behind that wall so his teammates can be able to jump right behind him. Gonna have to run away from that specials.
Yeah, Pencil is a really unique anchor in how it works. It has 5 shots it shoots out. Each do about 60 damage, whereas most chargers in this game are one-shots. So Pencil fulfills the support and anchor role ridiculously well and allows your team to have a lot of pain and aggression. And Zuka, Zuka. Clearly you can tell what that does. Big AoE shot around the map that kills very quickly.
Darks is playing back and forth, waiting for that third shot, but they held it. We're going for the shot, and that's going to be another one, losing that control, taking it right back. Going to add on those penalty points. It's going to add on another 50 seconds to that timer. We got some specials here ready to rock from Go. See how many they'll be able to go this. Oh no, going to be able to lose that in the process.
Yeah, 13 days managing to get those penalty points on to Go is such a huge thing here. And now they're looking to come back in thanks to those tri-strikes. Just the 10 left up, and I think they're in spawn.
It's called Splatoon 3 for a reason. We got that tri-shots coming. Oh, are we sharking? Are we sharking? Oh, it didn't
but
work.
There was an ink mine.
Joe was so sneaky, right? Recognizing that the opponents did not know where they were. Went around the umbrella, but unfortunately get caught by the mine. It's going to stop the entire tracks. And here come the specials. It's a madhouse.
It absolutely is. Splatoon is a game where you need to be so on your toes and so aware of everything happening at all times. And now we have the Zipcaster out, swinging around the map, distracting the heavy edit, allowing them to claim some extra space. But that is going to be the end of 13 days push as Go is looking to move forward.
AJ looking for that next opportunity, trying to sweep by left to the right. Meanwhile, Joe gonna chill up here, look for that next opening, build up some special meters, right? Because all you need is that next push. You build up enough specials, that's gonna be 3 specials ready to rock. They're gonna need to set off one of them. Here comes the push, here comes the juice.
Oh wow, Swish using that 10th shield so wonderfully to just get in there, but Keto not caring at all, using that massive slash of the sword. But JJ using the Wiper to take care of them. And this should be the KO here, unless 13 Days is really able to rush it with their specials.
Ready, go. We got 5 seconds on the board. We need to make a move. It looks like it's not looking promising. Only 2 players alive. They try for a last-ditch effort with the special. Not going to be able to get it off in time. That's going to be Go taking away game number 1.
Go did such a good job of just knowing when to use their specials to regain control of the zone. They didn't overextend. They didn't try and make pushes that were too big for them. They just maintained their pushes and defense as well as they needed to just absolutely lock it down.
They're walking it down. I'm dancing it down. So some of these songs, the soundtrack, we were talking about this earlier.
Yes.
The soundtrack to this game matches the game so well. And because sometimes you just want to, like, you know, groove off to this, like, alternate soundtrack.
Yes.
That's a word, right? We call it alternate.
Yes.
Alt music.
It's alt music, but make it Squids.
Make it Squids. As kids or Squids. Speaking of these kids, we got Parks up here, one of the top players that was doing really well for the rest of that, coming out from the team.
Oh, wow, 3,000 as their X peak, as their X rank peak. That is ridiculously high.
That's Japanese levels.
That is Japanese levels. I think we are seeing somebody currently try to push for 5K out in Japan.
5,000. I mean, I saw it, right? Because, like, there's that one player that they win a game and they get 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
They lose a game, they drop 50.
Well, now it's a minimum 10 for wins. That was an update that happened admittedly quite a while ago.
Oh, okay. I
Right.
see. I see. So it's more than just the 2.
Yeah.
Because I remember back in the day, it was like...
Yeah, in Splatoon 2, it could
Spare
be
points,
you would get
please.
0.
Spare points. Points for your trouble.
Points for your troubles?
Please,
Any points, please?
I would like to maintain my X rank.
I lost 1 game. I've dropped 300 points.
I'm so deep in X rank, I've reached Y rank.
Yeah, I mean, you can. There's definitely a lot of different skill levels in Splatoon. I think there are some tournaments that run for people that haven't even reached X rank yet, that are still in that SS plus range.
Yeah.
Which is always exciting to see. One of the things I love about Splatoon is how many tournaments there are that help the lower level players have a safe entry point where they can go in and not just get immediately wiped.
I agree, because you always got to remember this is a team-based game. If you compare this to like a fighting game, for instance, like something like Super Smash Bros.
Yes.
It's like that's just open brackets, right? But that's because it's 1v1, so the variables are way bigger.
Yes.
So like a good player can have an off day.
Yes.
And there's no teammates to pick up their slack. So like
Splatoon?
there's a lot more upsets. Upsets don't really happen as much as Splatoon. When it happens, it's a
big deal.
gigantic deal.
Now, between these two teams, I don't actually think there is a super obvious winner. It maybe would be Go, but they could also just be much stronger on zones than 13 Days.
It was a competitive match.
That's
That's what I'll say. Like 30 Days struggled to like reclaim the point, but they did reclaim it at one time or another. We're gonna jump into the next game mode here. Here we go. Tower control up to bat.
And I think this is the first time you're seeing tower control here. The goal is to move the tower across the map. Pretty simple. A little
Easy.
capture the flag as.
Yes. Okay, Swish playing around the umbrella.
Swish.
Not going to be able to get too much out of it, though. Unfortunately, get called out by Keto, who is playing out of their mind right now, getting the 2 splats. It is a 2v1 right now, has to play a little bit defensive while the teammates come back into the middle of the match. We're going to kind of reset back to neutral.
Yeah, it's not uncommon in a Splatoon game to see the first minute just be an all-out brawl in mid with players going down on each side. A lot of trades, and now we see a trade with a special coming out. Go looking to start making a push with their heavy edit on the tower, fully aware that there is somebody over on that left side. They will also have that tactical we were talking about earlier soon to really keep this push maintained and going to clear this checkpoint.
Parks playing the Inko while Swish playing the aggro. Got that Trizuka, 2 splats in the process, trying to find another one on Joe while pushing up with the Umbrella one more time. Trying to apply some pressure towards Keto, gonna force him to have to pay attention to it, or also just get splat in the process. Joe finding himself in a sticky spot, gonna use the sponge to try to get out of there. Can't find a way to be able to hold down the fort while Parks is just letting that Splatling run like a crazy madman.
JJ going in there to help their Splatling be able to back out. JJ on that Wiper almost surely has quick respawn on, so they will be back up pretty quickly, whereas their Heavy Edit wants to stay alive, wants to keep getting their specials, so being able to enable your teammate to get out there is absolutely massive.
There comes the gigantic Booyah Bomb just to displace some people. Parks getting another splat. A little bit too close up there right as the anchor. It's a little bit tough when you're the last one alive, so maybe just wanted to try to get some splats for going right back towards the middle of the screen. Let me get out of dodge while Swish holding on to this point with the Umbrella once more.
Yeah, 28 points is actually a really solid push on this map too. Obviously, you always want to keep pushing. It keeps the momentum on your side. It keeps the objective on their side of the map. It slows them down. And they're just able to eat away at the timer right now while still trying to see if they can get some extra points on the board.
JJ getting a big splat. They're going to force them to be able to respawn there for the back of the line. JJ throwing a hammer, long shot, three-pointer into the splat, diving into a 1v2. How are you alive?
Hammer got a buff pretty recently that definitely allowed that hammer throw to go even better. Pushed all the way to 12, a lot of the way through that last checkpoint. All the way halfway through it, which buys him a lot of time if 13 Days manages to find a big push here, which with Keto on that blaster is definitely possible.
Things are going to slow down here for just a small little second, right, while we get that tower back towards the center. Here comes the action. Like I said, it's a small second. Here come all the specials. Keto trying to find that mark, going to low ground to high ground. Kind of a difficult match for both players, staying alive until finally Keto gets that first splat. Can't get the second one. Trey getting me able to get the knockdown. Good flank coming out from Flemmy.
Flemmy doing an excellent job here of knowing just when to go in and support their teammate, but still getting called out by Trey on that 52 gal, a two-shot weapon, notorious for its less than ideal accuracy.
And we got three players right now here, accurate or not. We're going to continue pushing that tower, try to get it towards the third. We still got that lead. Right now, 13 Days has to make a push. We got to get something going because less than 2 minutes here on the clock. Still in the Hail Mary. Flemmy just trying to get away from the war zone. That is all of these specials as Go just continuously painting after paint.
Go is able to play so aggressively here in large part because of that 10-52 gal Wiper comp. It allows them to have so much defense while the Wiper is just able to go forward, clear space. The 52 gal is getting those two shots, and the tent is causing chaos, as a tent loves to do.
Trying to get away from that 52 gal. JJ just letting that hammer rock. Can't get the splat on top of that, but still causing displacement. Going to force them to get away out of position, trying to break this final checkpoint. Not going to be able to do it. It's a very tough checkpoint to break.
It is. That checkpoint, if you cleared it, you might as well have knocked out. It is nearly the same thing. We are going to see 13 Days have a chance for another push here. They need to make sure they get their specials. They need to make sure they don't overextend, and they need to figure out where Swish is.
Yeah, right now they need some pain control, right? Because there's a lot of orange on that ground. You can literally look at that map and you'll see. Gonna get some knockout after knockout, see what the next one coming up. Tower going back towards the center. Joe hanging on to the side, being a little bit sneaky, but here comes a Tryzuka. Gonna have to be able to avoid it, but getting sandwiched by both players. Really tough situation to get out of.
It absolutely is. They do manage to take out the tent, but the Booyah Bomb doesn't get off. Joe gonna be forced so far back. They have just not been able to leave their spawn for essentially the entire match.
I mean, if they're gonna do it, they gotta do it now. 15 seconds on the clock. Go keeping this tower completely defense, disallowing 30 Days to be able to get anything started. They finally got one special, but that's all they've been able to do, right? Use the charge. Here comes the Booyah Bomb, gonna force them out. All the specials coming out all at once. That's two down, and they're not even close to that tower, as Go is gonna dominate that second game into a 2-0 lead for themselves.
Yeah, Go doing an absolutely incredible job of just, like we saw in the last game, taking 13 Days all the way into their spawn and just locking them there, not allowing them any space to move, and making sure enough of their players stay up that they can continuously keep getting jumps in and just keep the pressure up.
I like how you phrase that. You lock them into the corner, right? They can't get out of there. 13 Days is going to have to lock in to try to get towards that tower and keep pushing it towards it, because they didn't break a single checkpoint.
No, they didn't. They didn't get to move the tower. I think they maybe got 2 points.
Yes.
Which is not a lot of points.
It's better than a full knockout, but it was just, you can see like the war of attrition that was happening near the end.
Absolutely. And now I will say, since we're about to go into Clam Blitz, we might want to start the explanation ahead of time.
Okay, here's Clam Blitz. Get the clams, throw it in the hoop.
You got to get the clams. You got to make
throw it in the hoop.
You got to get the clams. You got to make the big clam.
You throw it in the hoop.
You need 8 clams to make the big clam to break the hoop to throw little clams in the hoop.
You break hoop? Who breaks hoop? I break hoop?
If you have the big clam.
Me big clam, they big hoop.
Yeah, and then that's worth 20 points, and then the little clams are worth 3 points, and you need to get 100 points. And then you can get penalty points, so it adds even more math.
Long story short, collect the clams, turn it into a big clam, break the hoop with it,
Yes.
and you want to score as many points afterwards as possible. There's more to it than just,
That's Birdo.
Birdo?
That's Birdo right there.
Birdo.
You always got to have Birdo.
Next appearance going to be in Mario Kart World Tour coming out 2 weeks from now, Switch 2.
Oh, so exciting.
Go ahead and
Can't
pre-order
wait to see
now.
that.
I didn't. I missed the pre-order window.
I also did.
I'm okay with it. I'm gonna wait a bit. You know, I have a lot of friends I gotta switch to. What is this?
Oh, I think we're seeing a Twitter promo. It might have been a Blue Sky promo.
Are we advertising here on Blue Sky? Is that what's going on?
Look, Splatoon is a big Blue Sky fan.
Yeah, no, I've noticed. Blue Sky always a cool site to be able to go to for the Splatoon. It's kind of natural that they like gravitate towards that
Yes.
website. Because I remember there's a time we tried to do the Splatoon boards.
Yeah, we did try to go back to
Squidboards.
Squidboards was a big thing during Splatoon 1. It's how a lot of people found people. It's how a lot of people started teams back in the day.
Yes.
Back in the Skype days.
One of my close friends actually created that website.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So like because he was really big into Splatoon 1. He fell off, but like, you know, he wanted to keep that site up there, and we tried to like revive that for a bit.
Yes.
But I think social media is just kind of like the way of 2025.
Sadly, it does seem to be the case.
Hey, you know, we'll see what 2030 brings to the table.
We've
We're gonna
got
see.
a normal umbrella coming out.
Okay, not the Tenta.
No, not often that you. Well, no, both.
Oh, they got what? Wait.
I guess you can do both.
Double Brella? Is that meta?
No. Now let's see if I remember Sorella Brella's kit, because I haven't seen one since Splatoon 2, and it's got a new kit since then.
Hey, we're playing for funsies out here. Maybe the perfect weapon for something like Clamplets, right? When
Yes.
you're trying to like charge towards the hoop.
Yes, it helps with space control. Tent helps you get up that ramp to get that power clam in. We are also back on Inkfly here. Obviously, different mode. But Inkfly back at it again, as we are just seeing an all-out brawl in mid. An absolute mess. Both teams just going back and forth as we see the first power clan go in for 13 days.
Oh, there we go. Another one going to be able to be built up. But you got to remember, if you're the first one to score, a pity clam comes right afterwards to the opponent's team because there's no clams afterwards. They might have hurt themselves. Might have shot themselves in the foot. Yeah.
I always say, after I heard it once from a different commentator back when I was first learning about clamlets, you always want to see a push of below 60 for your first push.
Yes.
And now we are seeing Go looking to get their first push going, and it seems like they might do the same thing. This is a very hard map to push on.
Yeah, it looks like the strategies right now seems to be revolving around trying to push that power clam into the hoop and not really thinking about having your backup clams afterwards right now just to like get points on the table. And because Go is the second one team to do it, they tied, they automatically get that 1 point because 13 Days is in the lead technically.
Yes, 13 Days is technically in the lead. One power clam changes lead no matter who it is, so all any team needs to do for that is score. And it seems like Go is set up well to get a lot of clams in. They can get easily 30 plus points here if they just manage to make it happen. And JJ using that umbrella to allow them to force a lot in.
Just like that, 2 power clams going in at 20 points. You don't even need the baby clams. We're only power clams only. Final destination. That's what we got going on here.
Oh, power clams. As you can tell, they're modeled after footballs, as we have 2 more power clams trying to make it over to the other side of the map. We see a Booyah Bomb coming out, allowing 13 Days to make it in, and they're going back to try and get some more little ones on the board.
Right now, it's looking like they just reached a first down with said football as Joe gonna get knocked out. Gucci Feds coming out from Go. They only managed to get 1 of said power clams in. That's gonna be another pity clam going over to the side of Go, giving them a pretty big advantage. Granted, we do have a power clam built right now, and Parks is on the mark for it. Another side note, by the way, when a power clam is built, everyone on the map knows where it is. So if you're holding it, they know where you are.
Yes, it is an automatic caller to where you are. But if you have a Brella, you care about that a little less. You've got a built-in shield. Brellas are something we see more of on land due to some online latency issues that are better than they used to be, but definitely still exist.
Big clam coming out there from Go. 31 points left on the docket. Can they be able to get another one in? No, the timer's going to be able to run out. Go, is going to be able to play a bit defensive to get another clam into that hoop. Can they be able to push this out? Another special coming out. Gets knocked out, and that's going to be the end of that push. 13 Days stopping it in his
No, they're not.
Wait, what, again?
The zap snuck through with a couple little clams. That's the advantage of the little clams when the basket's open. You're not automatically visible. 13 is an incredible push on this map. It is a hard map to get in on, so once you're in, if you're able to utilize your time that well, it does likely lead to a win.
13 plus 29, that is going to be 2 power clams and a handshake to be able to try to finish off this set. Can they pull this off, or is 13 Days still got some life left in them?
13 Days is definitely still putting up a fight.
Okay.
Finding a pick. specials coming out. A power clam going in. Another power clam at the ready, getting them down to potentially 38 here. 35, 22. They just need to get in 3 more clams.
They'll be able to push in this final clam. Anything, you're hearing the tune. There they go. They're tying up the score. One more clam. A singular clam for your troubles, Quito.
Oh, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get in with it, though, so they're going to make the smart choice here of keeping themselves alive to be able to get that one more push they need.
You still got a minute.
Yes, they need a power clam, maybe 2 power clams. We're seeing the fact that my master's degree is not in math.
In math. I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to be able to master this next match as Snevo trying to stop this power clam. You see Parks trying to ready up, trying to find that next opportunity. Switch can be able to ink them up, pave a trail for them to be able to push in there, put the power clam in. Literally 1 power clam right away from being able to finish this off. 3 clams, 1 clam, just 1 clam to finish it off. I think they're all down. Can Parks get up there in time? Trey runs in there, throws a singular clam right before getting knocked out, and that's going to be a 3-0 for Go at the very last buzzer.
13 Days definitely put up a way better fight in that last game, though. They found their rhythm more. They found what they needed to do more. They used their specials to break in, but Go just had their defense on lock and had their offense even more so.
Yeah, and again, even though the scoreboard says 3-0, it was a very intense last game. Like
It was.
1 point? There was a time where it could have been literally 1 point
definitely
away
could
from
have.
victory, but you saw him jump in there, throwing that final clam just to close it all out, and then they're able to. Oh, we got some dance coming up in this. Ooh.
Oh, we're doing some arms.
That is the Woomy.
That is the Woomy. That could be the Woomy.
No, this
I
is
think
Splatoon, not arms.
Well, that's true.
Yes.
I think that could actually be a victory emote in Splatoon 3, if I'm remembering
I
correctly.
mean, the way the arms are moving, like that
It's
is
possible.
That is a watery movement, which is very the theme of Splatoon.
It's not as popular anymore, but there is a dab in Splatoon that was in the first ever part of the game.
Yes,
and you can
and
still
saw
use
it everywhere.
Yes, it was used by top teams for quite a while there. I think it should come back. I think it is still the best emote.
See, I think you're incorrect. I think dabs should stay in the locked safe where they belong. You know, in the year 2025, people aren't dabbing anymore. You don't really see it.
Yeah, that's why it's funny.
Oh, because it's unpopular.
Yes.
So you do it.
You do it for the bit.
Oh, for the bit.
It's always for the bit.
I know nothing about bits. Can you explain a bit to me?
Yeah, you just keep
Is that
sticking with them
250?
until it's absolutely not fun anymore.
I thought a bit was like 350 or something.
It could be.
Or is that a loonie?
No, a loonie is $1 in Canada.
Wait, I thought a loonie was two. Is that a toonie?
That's a toonie.
A toonie is 2 and a loonie is 1.
Yes.
So Looney Tunes is 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
That's what I had to keep track of.
Yeah,
Okay.
Canada has a $3 coin.
They do?
No.
Is it called Looney Tunes?
That would be good.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. That's going to be Go taking a victory for their team in this pool. Remember, a lot of this, all these losses that you see or wins or whatever, the losses do not mean they're like in loser side of the bracket or they're in a bad spot. It just means there's going to be more matches in this Swiss bracket because every team in each pool is going to play against each other to get those final points to see who's going to make it into which part of the bracket. Obviously, the ultimate goal going to be that top 16 mark, but there is the silver side and there is the redemption side, which I am a huge fan
redemption
of.
allows you to get back into that top cut side of things.
I see. So that's why they call it that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm learning. I'm learning about the brackets. See, I come from a world where it's just double elimination. You lose twice, you're done.
In
Like,
Splatoon, we love to play with our formats. There are many formats used. We also love to make sure that our lower level teams get more playtime to give them more practice at every tournament we do, ideally. Obviously, we still do double elim. You can't not do double
oh yeah,
elim.
of course.
But it's not uncommon for big events like this, especially to have pools like we're having or groups, and then do a bunch of other brackets that just give teams more time to play and a chance to win a different bracket, a chance to give them more experience.
Yeah, at the end of the day, just being able to play more matches.
It's fun.
Yeah, dude, I'm just trying to play some Splatoon. I'm trying to get some scrims in.
Exactly.
Some tournament
We
matches.
had players starting to show up here at like 11 a.m. to just start playing.
Yeah, I asked them if I could join as a team, right? I was going to be one of the players to get up there. And
Just as yourself and no one
so
else,
I was gonna 1v4, right?
Yeah.
And
With your ink brush?
I asked. I don't know what weapon I was gonna use. I might use Octobrush. I might use
Whoa,
Inkbrush.
there's Paintbrush now. Have you heard about Paintbrush?
I have. It's too painful for me, so I didn't want to use it. But another weapon I wanted to use was Junior. Do you think a Junior could do well in the solo format? Like,
No, absolutely not.
Why?
It's a support weapon.
Okay, but you paint. I'm supporting myself.
Do you know, are you going to run double bomb, Junior?
Sure.
Okay, then maybe. If you're really good at rolling splat bombs and you keep getting quads off of that, maybe.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I treat it like it's a stealth mission, right? I don't paint the ground, so I'm just walking around.
But they've painted the whole map, and now you're walking through their ink and
No,
can't
because
swim.
I know the secret hiding spot. I'm really good at hide and seek.
Oh, you've been playing hide and seek? That's a very popular thing to do in casual Splatoon.
Yes. Is it?
It goes through phases, but yeah, there's definitely hide and seek. Teams will do hide and seek for fun in their off time.
They should have a tournament for that.
I think it has been done before. I think it's been a minute.
I'm not shocked.
In Splatoon, we love to be funny.
Yes, they like to have really fun games, modes, with whatever thing you want to be able to do. One thing I'm looking forward to is to see what the Switch 2 is going to be able to bring towards the table for Splatoon 3.
I'm so excited about it.
Because it's going to be, there's a lot of copies out there that's going to be able to get enhanced. I know one of the games I'm looking forward to personally is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Yes.
They're going to be able to raise the FPS on those games.
It'll be very great.
It's going to be really sick, but that's not the only game. There's so many other games that are going to get enhanced.
Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep. And it looks like, guys, by the way, we already talked about this earlier, but I just can't stop talking about it. We got to go over to MomoCon for the Amori merch that just dropped. This is the spring edition.
Oh, look at those mugs.
Yeah, dude, this is all of this is from the Amori game. So you see some of these images there over in the left side. You see that gingerbread man?
Oh,
that's like that's the main character, Amori, and or that's his alter ego, Amori.
Yes.
And then his real name is, you just name him. You name the character. On the left is that's the Basil Cup. So like that's like the
the
best friends.
I might have to go get one of those. I have a mug problem. I'm not supposed to buy more of them, but that one's so cute.
Pretend you do not see and look away, because there's also this pretty little basket with all the little stuffed dolls of the main cast.
So adorable. And that basket's so pretty. The ribbon is so gorgeous there. And that robe in the top right is so fun.
Yes. It's a very, very beautiful, like, looking cute game, right?
Yes.
Like, I would describe this game as like 90% of it is very cute, and then the other 10% is like you want to cry. Like it gets very dark.
And it's good and healthy to get a good cry in sometimes.
Yeah.
And a video game can be a healthy way to help you explore your emotions.
Exactly. And this game is one of those ones that lets you do it. You also got the backpack here on the bottom right, the
adorable.
purple shirt with the cat. That's like one of the opening. That's like Amori's home in the dream world. He likes that. That's where like he lives with like his friends. They come over and hang out and they play cards and stuff.
And I mean, wearing that and the matching sweater at the same time.
Yes.
That would be powerful.
So, God, I'm gonna have to buy some of that, because some of that merch was looking pretty snaggy.
So cute.
I bought one of their shirts a long time ago. It's a pink shirt with like all the characters just like laying like in that art style, and they're just like looking up. And I missed that shirt. I should have bought it.
Sounds so fun.
It's a really fun shirt. But yeah, if you guys want to check it out yourself, you can go head on over to the MomoCon shop online, or if you're here in person at MomoCon, they got a booth set up. So.
Yeah. Maybe I'll actually have to buy some clothes that have color. That would be pretty wild for me.
Black on black on black on black. Hey, that's the Amori. You literally go to the Amori section of that thing, because Amori is literally just like, because it's a world of color and Amori is black and white.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. That must be such an exciting game experience.
I'm so glad MomoCon is like the sponsor, because I can talk about them forever.
It seems very fun. I'll have to check it out when I get home.
Absolutely. Really good. I think it's like $20 on Steam.
Oh, that's
It goes on
nothing.
sale all the time.
Even if you put that in Canadian dollars, it's not bad.
It's a Looney Toonie. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a Looney
times, like, what is it, math? Like 7. 3 times 7, that's a Looney Toonie.
21 or something.
2020.
2020.
2020.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. And guys, while we wait for this next match to come up, we're just trying to get some teams up. We're just gonna go to a quick little break. Please don't go anywhere. We got some more Splatoon 3 action coming at you in a bit. Oh, hey guys, I didn't see you there. I was too busy over here opening up my packs of Pokemon Pocket. Let's see what we got today.
Oh?
What do we got here? Ooh, a
lit.
Litten. Come on.
Another.
Another Litten. Okay, this is, that was absolute trash. I'm sorry you had to watch that. That's just my luck. But guys, welcome back to MomoCon 2025 for Splatoon 3. We're still in the early stages of the pools right now, trying to figure out who's going to be placed where afterwards, and a lot of exciting matches coming your way. My name's Zosty.
I'm Nox, and we are going to be, and players right now are seeing whether they'll just go straight to Top Cut, have to fight their way to it in Redemption, or play through, or get another chance to have a different kind of win in Silver Bracket. Yeah. Everyone will get to go to some sort of bracket.
Everyone's going to be playing matches, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
But no matter what, Splatoon is going to be the name of the game. 3 variety here at MomoCon, 20th anniversary here for 2025 in the heart of Atlanta, Georgia, downtown.
Yes.
Really cool area to be around. I love this venue so much. You can walk in this venue for like 15 minutes.
It's incredible.
And you keep walking.
We've made so many announcements to players like, you have to leave so much earlier than you think. Please.
It took me 3 hours to walk here.
Yeah, genuinely.
From the airport.
Yeah.
Not at the hotel, though, it's a little.
Why didn't you take the MARTA?
There's a Marta?
There's a Marta. It's a transit system in Atlanta.
Oh, it's a transit. I see. Was that Kermit the Frog?
That's Kermit the Frog.
Oh, there he is.
We also have some sort of
Kermit.
Pikachu plush on there for Pika Dave.
Yep. Pika Dave. Oh, there they are. Yeah, we got a lot of familiar players here.
Yeah.
Got Cactus there with the Muppet.
We've got Fusion up there.
Fusion over there on the right side. Tons of other players.
Fusion, a very common commentator to see around, too.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And every time I see Cactus, I see a Kermit, the Kermit voice. Have you heard Cactus's Kermit voice? Have you heard it?
I don't think I have.
It literally sounds like the voice actor.
Maybe we'll have to get a live demonstration to put on Blue Sky later.
You're right. We can do that. That's something we can do. But that is going to be Waffle House Fight Club representing over there, which hopefully is not what's happening over at the Waffle House.
There is a nearby Waffle House.
I'm going there 3
open
times
late.
a day.
I mean, it's easy food.
Yep. Also on that team, we also got Bronze sitting over there waiting
Yes.
for that next match to come up, as well as, I believe, Pincher.
Yes, Pincher is a player that's also been around for quite a long time and got first at Genesis X. That's a quite impressive LAN result there.
So I actually didn't know. I just got fed this. I didn't even know this. Cactus hosts a Splatoon podcast.
I did know that. Glitch Cactus does have a Splatoon
I bet it's Kermit
podcast.
talking the whole time.
It is not. It is actually over on Dapple Productions, and they interview TOs, commentators, players. They kind of just interview anyone and everyone, and it's a great time.
Oh, wow. I'll have to check it. Where can we spot that? You know which is that just Cactus's Twitch?
It's on Dapple Productions Twitch.
Dapple Productions. Okay, gotcha. Cool.
The European version of IPL.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Where we are currently live.
You know what? I'll jump on that podcast if they get Kermit to interview me.
The Austin Kermit interview goes
I want to have an
crazy.
interview with Kermit the Frog. That's all I want.
And we also, a thing of note here is Fusion got second at MomoCon last year and Bronze got first. So we have quite a MomoCon team up happening here.
All right, some champions coming back here from last year. Going to see what they can bring towards the table for 2025. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, we have 3 of our 4 players from Yogurt.
Yes.
Going to have Pika, obviously, with the Pika, the little figurine stuffed doll right there.
Yes.
Balloon.
Who has been on quite a number of very strong teams like Fruit Smoothie, not as active lately, but has had some incredible results in the past.
Absolutely. Pika, getting first at Proving Grounds
Yes.
at one point, the second one, I believe. He's gone to many Riptides, always getting top 8s at LTCs.
Yeah, look at how many Swimmer Sinks Balloons won.
Balloon be entering every swimmer sink and be winning every swimmer sink.
Yes.
They be swimming.
And
Balloon is a
third in the
swimmer.
LAN Championship Series.
Oh, that was a really cool time.
It was so cool.
Yep.
Actually led by one of the commentators that was here, Falco.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Falco making
we've got
what is
something.
that? Oh, that's just a. Is that Blue Chara?
We've got Blue Chara there.
Is that Blue Chara? Why, dude? I was literally. So I live in New York City, right? And I went to Times Square and I just saw Blue Chara up there. I'm like, what is going on? Why is Blue Chara on this gigantic billboard of Times Square?
You can just buy those.
Yeah,
for some reason they'll just let
actually
you pay
not
for them.
too expensive. It's like $40 for like 15 seconds. Like,
yeah, not bad. Good. And also, if you've ever got a trip to New York planned, you can just cause some chaos.
Don't come to New York. Get out of my city. I don't want you here.
But New York's such a fun city. They could go see a show. They could go enter the Broadway lotteries and try and see a show.
You can go to enter the Broadway lotteries and not go see a show because you don't win the lottery.
That is also true.
It's one of my favorite experiences.
Yeah.
As someone who lives there, I enter the lottery almost every day, and I win once every 6 months.
And what shows have you gotten to see from that?
Book of Mormon.
Fun one. Great one.
Very fun show. I saw I forget what it's called. House of Rock or something with rock.
Yeah.
It was,
School of Rock, maybe?
No, it was not.
Oh, okay.
It was like an old 80s show.
Okay.
Very fun show as well. Had a lot of 80s music. Act 2 did not please me, but Act 1 was really, really fun. But yeah, there's also, I won Hamilton tickets.
Oh my God.
I could not see it. I was busy. I wanted to go see Hamilton so bad, and
Admittedly,
I could not.
I did get to see that at one point.
Well, okay.
It was my high school graduation gift.
I'm very happy for you. I haven't seen it yet. So. I'm just sitting over here wishing I could go see Hamilton.
Something Rotten's one of my favorite ones I've ever gotten to see.
Which one?
Something Rotten?
I haven't seen it.
I highly recommend it. I doubt it's on Broadway anymore, but it's incredible.
I wanted to go see the Phantom of the Opera because they had their final performance.
Yeah.
My partner got into the very final performance.
That's amazing. It ran for what, 15-something years?
Yeah, it'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, it will.
They say final performance, they get you to go, make a big deal, but they're just going on tour for a year.
Yeah, there'll be a revival. There's always a revival.
back.
Just like Splatoon players never really retire.
No. So here's the key for Splatoon players. This applies to all competitive video games. If they announce on social media that, hey, I'm retiring, I'm done, they're coming back in 6 months or less.
I do believe there's possibly people on that stage that have even done that.
Yes,
or at least
you can't say you retire. That's not how it works. You just retire. The ones that actually retire are the ones that just disappear.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that actually escape.
And it's quite impressive.
Like, that's the solution to the escape room. You know, if you ever do like one of those, have you ever done an escape room?
Not in a while. I have done one before.
They're very
I get
fun.
Frustrated by them.
Why?
Too complicated.
No,
Want to brute force.
you just gotta, you can't brute force life. Like
you can, you shouldn't,
Hey,
but you can.
That is the wisdom dog speaking right now. That's a good wisdom. All right, looks like our teams are looking like they're ready up here. You have to make sure, you know, there's 8 switches here. We got to make sure they're all going to be able to connect into it. Hopefully the Switch 2 doesn't, you know, throw a wrench in that
Yes.
for the future. I think
Well, maybe
I think
the
our
Switch
future,
2 makes it easier.
That would be a blessing.
Because right now Splatoon setups are a beast.
I mean, it's the nature that you have to get 8 consoles, right?
And you need team talk.
And I don't even want to think about Mario Kart. That sounds like
No.
that's like even more switches.
But at least for those, you get to keep the same Switch in the system the whole time. With Splatoon, our players have to bring their
true.
own consoles to put in to have everything they've unlocked
And
and
that's
made.
the beauty of the custom of the gear, right?
It
Just
is.
having all the gears customized.
Everyone gets to have their own special look.
Yeah.
And that's such a treat.
I get to have my backwards cap while wearing headphones. Oh, no, you can't wear a hat and headphones at the same time.
There's a couple hats that have them built in. But
Ooh.
also, I don't know if you know this, but at some point they actually changed the way, like you can press a button now to change the way your hat's facing. You can change whether your sunglasses are up or down. You can change whether your shirt's tight or oversized
We're
for some
in
of
the
them.
future now.
We are. For Splatoon, that's huge.
Yes. I mean, the cosmetics is very important on that.
Splatoon is such an aesthetics game. There
Yes.
are times where I'm like, oh, you guys are just doing a fashion show. You're not here to compete. You're here to do fashion.
If there was one thing I could describe Splatoon as, is aesthetics. I think
Yes.
the aesthetics of Splatoon is one of the most dominant things about the game.
Yes, and it's really cool to see how they've done it differently in all 3 games based off of like Splatoon 2 is way more like ska, way less punk, and Splatoon 3 is just all in on that rebellion
Yep.
punk lens because it was chaos versus order for the last Splatfest of Splatoon 2, and chaos won.
Somehow. I mean, human nature, right?
Human nature. And we got a whole fun DLC side order based off of the order side of it.
Ooh. Be able to
It's
see
a
how-
roguelite.
Yeah, I know. I played it.
It's
It
quite
was
impressive.
Really, really fun. And I know you and your roguelikes, you know.
I do have a roguelite problem.
Put Hades 2 in their hand and it's over.
I do play in excess. I do already have 350 hours in Hades 2.
That game, you can beat that game in 10 hours.
You sure can. I sure kept going. There's so much more you can do.
Oh, okay. After the credits roll, I gotcha.
Well, the credits can't roll yet. It's not finished.
Well, just like this game's about to not be finished,
Yes.
right? Roll them credits right now for see what weapons we got for the first game of this set. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just
You got a finger wag from
I
Fusion.
I was like, no. We are just testing stuff. So we're just going to make sure to be able to get into, see what's going on with the connections here. But hey, you know, Splatoon, speaking of the single-player modes, I remember one of my most favorite moments of Splatoon history is the one-player mode from Splatoon.
Yes.
The
The
first
story mode. The story mode is so
simple.
good.
It was so simple, and I loved holding that big Wii U gamepad, and I like look down and I look up, and like that's like the map's down here in your
In
hand.
Splatoon 1, you did always have the map up. In the other games, you've had to push a button. Maybe it was better to just always have the map. Maybe they were onto something with the Wii U gamepad.
I love it. I
loved it.
Because like I played Splatoon 1 a lot, never competitively. I didn't get into the competitive side until 2. But like in 1, I was playing very casually. I loved that. When I first started playing 2, I remember I never opened the map.
Oh,
Because
wow.
it didn't feel natural to me. I was like, oh yeah, I have to hit a button. Well,
It's
eventually.
so important, though.
Yes, and I eventually did learn how to do that. But when I had the Wii U gamepad, there's no button. It's just like, huh? Just look down.
Why do I need to press the X button? The X button used to be my jump button. What do you
Yeah.
mean? That's supposed to be my jump button. Now jump button's B?
You want to see my
Ridiculous.
You want to see my favorite button?
Absolutely.
I'm ripping up another pack. I'm ripping it up. Hold on.
As you gotta do.
Which pack should I do? Should I do a Sugaleo? I'm doing Sugaleo.
No, Lunalia.
I've opened so many Lunala
Well, I
packs.
haven't seen it.
Well, fine. You win. Okay, we're gonna open a Lunala
One of
pack.
each.
One of each. You're right. Here we go.
What do we get? What do we get?
My favorite thing about this game is like the spinning part of it,
It's
right?
so fun.
Which one? Which one should I open? Which one?
That one.
Wait, which one? This one?
Yes.
Okay. You want to do the honors? You want to rip it?
I can attempt.
Try it.
Nope.
I
I can't get it.
It's all in the.
Oh.
Oh, I almost had it. I thought that was it. I thought that was it. Come on, there's ain't no way.
It's
There
a
we
little
go.
chilly in this venue, and it might be that our hands are a little cold. Picky peck.
Okay, what do we got here? A bird. Some
guy.
Mimikyu. I can't believe I opened 2 packs on stream and they were both trash. That is insane behavior.
That's how it goes sometimes.
I am never opening a pack on stream ever again.
But those 2 packs were free to open.
No, they weren't. They cost my resources.
But you get them back every 12 hours.
Yeah, but it cost my time.
That's true.
I could have opened those off stream and they would have been significantly better.
that might be true.
If I opened that literally an hour from now,
but if you got a full art on stream,
it would have been a crown Lunala if I opened that off stream.
Absolutely.
I would have lost my mind if I caught that on stream. I was just like, yo, a crown!
Where's Splatoon? There's only Pokemon TCG now.
That's what Splatoon needs. Splatoon needs a TCG.
Well, there is a card game in Splatoon.
In game.
There is a table turf card game that you do pull packs for. I have gotten all the cards.
All I'm saying is that there's a reason Pokemon players like gacha, but Splatoon players like gacha too.
Oh, we have a gacha machine that you can spend $5,000 on every day, or it goes up to 30 after the first.
In-game currency.
Oh, only 30. Yeah, only in game. We don't have you. The only thing you can buy for Splatoon.
You said dollars. I was like, oh, no. Gold coins.
Whatever. There's no official name for the currency in Splatoon, to my knowledge.
Yeah, Splatoon, you just buy the game and you have it. And you buy the DLC afterwards. That's it. So.
Well, in a Nintendo Online.
And Nintendo Online.
You do need Nintendo Online to play online. But the story mode is also quite good. And for side order, you don't need online.
You don't. Honestly, I remember one of my favorite things I did was playing Splatoon on the plane.
Yes.
Doing the 1-player mode, trying to get some side order to rev it up. Okay, do we got the first match? Is this official?
It does not seem like it.
No, we're still messing around. That's okay. I wonder what's wrong with the connection, man. Looks like it's just being a little finicky.
It looks like it might be.
That's okay.
That's pretty
We're here
classic.
at MomoCon, right? The 20th anniversary again. Oh, wait.
No.
We're just looking? Green Chara.
Green Chara's
I didn't know there was a green Chara.
One?
Wait, okay, I only knew about blue Chara.
Green's new to me.
Is that a shiny?
That's a shiny.
I thought blue Chara was the shiny Chara.
Yeah, Chara's usually red, and now there's a blue one, and now there's a secret third green one.
I always wondered why there wasn't a second shiny in Pokemon.
Right? They could get people to waste so many more hours of their life.
Yeah. So
shiny hunting is sure something.
Speaking of shiny hunter, we got Shiny Hunter Zach with the notes, by the way. So we have all these notes here. This is all courtesy of Shiny Hunter.
And it's so great. It's so useful. You can see the list of when we're each on.
Yeah, right there. That's when we're on,
Yeah, it's super easy to read. Though. You don't need to read it.
Just know that it exists.
It's very
useful.
useful.
You, Zach. He just gave it to me. I used to make notes like this all the time. This weekend, I did not because I was on a vacation before this. But
yes.
In Splatoon, I never have to make notes because someone always does.
Splatoon
and they share the wealth.
Yeah, Splatoon people are very sharing. It is a very welcoming community.
Yes.
And you're somebody that does not usually commentate this game, so you can probably speak to that even better than me.
What are you talking about? Well, yeah, so Splatoon, when I first commentated Splatoon, it was really cool to see how welcoming the community really is. It's one of the reasons I stay in the community. It's because we
see new people get in and we get so excited because it's a new person for us.
Oh, a new person, yeah. And that's kind of just what happened with me. And then now here I am at MomoCon 2025. I wanted to come last year so bad.
It was so fun.
It wasn't in the cards, so I made a promise to everyone I will come next year.
And we're so glad you're here.
Same. I'm really happy. I'm having a really good time. I literally landed my plane last night, 5:30 p.m. Went through some nonsense, but managed to figure stuff out. And now, ever since then, it's been an absolute blast.
And there's a hot tub at the hotel.
There's a hot tub on the 7th floor of the roof of the hotel.
You get a great view. You get a hot tub.
Speaking of a great view, finally getting a fantastic view of this next match. Finally, Waffle House Fight Club.
Comps.
Oh yeah, that's how you know. We're playing to win now. Yogurt versus Waffle House Fight Club. Over on the blue side, it's going to be Yogurt. Over on the yellow side, orange side, it's going to be Waffle House Fight Club.
Yeah, and we do have Green Chara on the team. Not quite sure who Green Chara is.
I'm calling them Green Chara.
They're Green Chara now. You change your name in game, that's your name forever now.
Okay, we got Splax up here with the special immediately. Not going to be able to get too much off of it. Fusion playing a little bit of a sharking game. Gets us to Fusion. Fantastic shark coming out from Fusion. Going to put them into a really good spot to try to get something going there. Unfortunately, their plan's going to go down in the process. Storm playing the anchor, going to allow teammates to be able to jump back into the slew of things.
Yeah, we are seeing. So what I was saying earlier with the metacomps is we have a blaster coming out, we have a slosher coming out. Both of those are more AoE style weapons that allow you to have a lot of space control. Vanilla Blaster isn't necessarily the most popular version of it, but it's very popular right now in comparison to some other points. And it's so good at controlling space, which, like I was talking about earlier, is what Splatoon 3 is all about.
being able to dominate that control of the area. We see a giant clam coming in from Yogurt's side, and that's going to be putting a lot of points into there. Want to see what's going on over there next to the hoop. 47 points remaining, and 38 climbing even further down. Pika going down with the wiper on top of it. That's such a big push for Yogurt.
It is. Storm going in there to get a couple extra clams. Pika causing chaos, taking out Fusion. Just Pika left alive, but Pika knows how to dodge. Pika on that wiper is such a unique weapon. It has that charge slash. It's so fast. It's a very skirmish-focused weapon.
Oh, Pika getting a little bit of a blast against Bronze there from the side, coming in one more time for yet another swipe. Fusion gonna get a splat for their troubles there on the corner. We're going to try to play a little bit of stage, pick up some clams in the process. Storm's going to back off a little bit because it is a 4v2 right now. He's going to have to do something. Fusion a little bit up, too far ahead against the opponents, trying to clear some space for their teammates to be able to get towards the hoop. Could not make it in time.
Splash, that weapon Splat is playing, Splash, was a weapon that was inescapable for a while, and now we still see a lot of it, but we don't see 3 of it at a time. So I'm thrilled with how that balancing's gone. Overall, it's a much better balanced game than the previous two. And right now, we're kind of seeing how that plays out. Both of these teams just looking to find the space to play with pretty different comps.
Very different comps coming out here as Storm going to hide these seats. One more clam. Purposely holding 7, by the way, just so they don't expose their positions. They're coming up, playing a little bit of a support there as the anchor. Bronze is going to dodge right out of there because we have a power clam in our hands. We don't want to lose this.
And there's a hammer to push with just one player left up. It seems like Yogurt's going to start making a push here with that hammer at the ready to help them get in. And Pika might go for a flank.
You gotta remember, there is a pity clam there ready to rock. Unfortunately, we see another broken barrier coming out from Yogurt. Not gonna get too many clams out of their troubles. Oh, we see Splat getting 2 splats in the process. Not enough to be able to get that Pika trying to play defensive, and that's gonna be the end of that run. Didn't even beat out through the penalty points. On top of that, gonna get another penalty clam in the process.
And we do have that big bubbler on Fusion's blaster there that if they manage to get set up under basket will allow them to get 2 super jumps in without any hesitation or more. But they've got 2 power clams, they want 2 super jumps. As Fusion cleaned up Pika, and now they're looking to move forward with that big bubbler. Like I was talking about, this should be some big points on the board.
Splat coming down yet again, has a special radar lock. Balloon jumps right into the bubble saying, I'm in your territory, what up? Let's get a fight going here. As Balloon gonna jump into the fray, stops that push in its tracks. Got 20 power clams, 2 power clams thrown into that hoop to put a little bit of a modest score there for Waffle House Fight Club.
Yeah, and with a minute left, anything can happen. Clamblitz and Rainmaker are especially modes that you can never count your clams until it's over. There is always a chance for a knockout. There is always a chance for some chaos. And Fusion's definitely a player with enough experience along with the rest of that team to make something happen.
Yeah, definitely trying to do it too. We got the juice ready to rock here. Is going to get some
gotta have some soda.
Get you some soda, some energy drink in our system. Be able to play a little bit more aggressive, but as again, we're looking at this map right now. Yogurt is dominating Waffle House Fight Club is dominating the stage control.
Yes.
It's going to give them an opportunity to try to get some big pushes. Bronze playing the anchor, allows teammates to jump and gets a splat for their troubles. On top of that, this is huge. A 4v2 situation. This is the time to go, but they don't got any clams. Their economy is kind of low.
Down. Pika got a flank off, took out 2. Now looking to find Fusion, got jumps into mid. Fusion does hit that direct, but they've lost mid. They don't have clams, but Fusion could just turn this around. Fusion is absolutely dominating right now. Now gonna have to back off because of that crab tank, but overtime in Clam Blitz is quite long. If they can just get a power clam made, Bronze does get taken out, but there will be time to recover from that.
Yeah, but we got to get that power clam.
We just don't. Oh, they have a pity. They're safe.
They have a pity to be able to force it into overtime, but they need more than just one pity. You got to be able to get something going for them. Getting that next clam, see if Strong will be able to find their troubles. They also have a power clam themselves. Whoever gets that next 2 will put themselves in a very nice spot. Fusion paving the way right now, comes super deep, misses their shot, but still enough to be able to play distraction to get some clams back in there. That's 2 players down on the side, 1 player left alive. Who is it? It's going to be Chara.
It's Green Chara.
Trying to find their next emote, trying to get that cooldown back, and we're staying alive the entire time.
Not going to be enough.
Clams. Can we get there in time? Not in time. Get Splat down. That's Yogurt shutting down any form of comeback mechanic coming out from Waffle House Fight Club for the first game of this set.
But this seems like it'll be a much closer set than the last couple we saw, which makes sense. We're getting to the end of this pool. It makes sense that we're going to be getting a lot closer games. I would have guessed coming into this that these teams would be pretty even, and I feel very confident in that assessment now. Absolutely a very close set coming here. Fusion and Pika, everyone on both of these teams pretty much, has been around for forever. I think Pika might have been around since Splatoon 1.
You're trying to call them old?
No, I'm just saying they've been around.
They've been around the block?
They've been around the block in Splatoon.
They've been around the block in Splatoon. And all these career players with their canes coming out to Splatoon 3. See what we can bring for the table here for game number 2. Again, we've seen a lot of 3-0s here today, but if there's a set that can finally like break that curse, I think it might be this one.
It definitely could be. It could also just end up being a very close 3-0. There's always a chance. But maybe the third game will be more than just might actually get to be a tiebreaker here and not just some extra points to keep in mind.
It's like when you go like report your score to the TO, be like, yeah, it was a 3-0. It was close. It was close. It was close though. It was close though. The TO does not care.
The TO will never care about that.
The TO doesn't even care about the score sometimes. They're just like, just give me who won.
Who won? That's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
We do need to make sure recon mode goes away.
Points do matter.
There we go.
Points do matter for pools.
And now we're going to be getting into a mode that we haven't seen in a minute now. We're going to go back to Rainmaker.
Okay.
Always exciting. Scorch Gorge, always a fun one. Always a fan for me. I'm a fan of it. Nobody else really is. I like it.
People aren't up gorging their scorches, okay?
They're not scorching their gorge anymore.
There's no gorge scorching happening with Rainmaker. Until now.
Well, it happens. It happens pretty often. It's used in tournaments, but players often are not that excited about it. But sometimes players need to play maps that they don't like. It's good for them. They need to take their medicine.
You gotta eat your vegetables. You gotta get your broccoli here. I know you don't like it. Just throw some pepper and salt on it. Cook it up a bit. It'll be fine.
Scorch Gorge does a great job of showing team mechanics. It does a great job of demonstrating team play and how you need to move up and take that space. You can't just kind of wander in and go, it'll work. You have to have a full committed plan to force your way in with your specials, with a skirmisher if you have them, which both of these teams play like they do. And Pika will be able to actually take some flanks on that wiper that are not often used through the grates on the left side. So it should be very interesting to get into here, as players seem to be feeling ready to get into it.
Trying to key him up to like, hey, hit the ready button.
You gotta hit that ready button.
Yeah, hit that ready button. Green Chara.
You gotta hit that ready button.
Be waiting over here. Oh, okay, no, but now they're not ready.
Yeah, but that can also be a tactic to help cool down the other team and be part of the mental game.
It's a mind game before the game even starts.
Yeah, everything in Splatoon is all about making sure that your team has the good mental, and it's never that easy.
Especially in a team-based game, mental is everything. Just like this match is going to decide everything for the rest of this set, right? Going over to Scorch Gorge, Rainmaker. For those that don't remember, Rainmaker is that game mode where you just got to push the gold little saucer, I like to call it, the goldfish.
The fish.
The fish. You got to push it all the way to the other person's.
You have to clear a checkpoint now, which wasn't the case in the other
right,
games.
because now you can't just win off the rip.
You can't just have a 30-second game anymore, which is great, and how it probably should have been. Fusion trying to go in and make something work there, not quite able to. Splat looking to move forward. That wall is not inkable, so not able to quite get in yet, but playing patiently, playing smart, and allowing the rest of Yogurt time to catch up to them and help them get in. As we are seeing cooler out for both sides, so we are going to be seeing a lot of aggression coming out.
See, Storm going to be the natural selector for that Rainmaker, right? You always want to, if you can, you want to give it to your anchor.
Yes.
Jolly dive it back in there. We break that first checkpoint.
Don't break it.
Like I saw the dunk, so I just assumed it was going to get it broken.
Yeah, you can pretty much cancel the dunk until the last possible second to torment the other team you're playing against.
And a terrible feeling.
Yes, and it seems like Waffle House is now going to have their chance to push. Green Chara carrying that Rainmaker, getting some paint down in front of them, looking to start moving forward, but there's a flank coming out from Pika, who takes out Fusion. Zuka coming out, going to put a lot of pressure on the Rainmaker, and they can't move forward here.
Gonna be able to knock out Green Chara in the process. Oh no, Fusion, you went out too deep!
No, they got bumped off by the Rainmaker shield. The Rainmaker shield has a hitbox that will push you off the map. I also want to point out the weapon Balloon's playing here. It's not one we see very often. It's the Rapid Deco. The Rapid Blaster Deco. It has that torpedo and inkjet. It's definitely a really unique weapon with a super interesting kit that kind of plays very differently than the blaster we see Fusion on. But they're both spacing-based weapons.
Oh, Pika got a little too over-aggressive there with the mallets. That's it, I'm getting me mallet, and just didn't do anything with it. Pincher over here on the edge, gonna let that 52 gal just rock the special. Again, coming out, trying to catch some people with it, just display some people. Fusion's got the next Rainmaker. Can we get that goldfish into the checkpoint?
Seems like it.
Slam Dunkaroo, gonna be able to tie up the score here.
That's a big checkpoint to clear. That is not nothing. Having a checkpoint lead is always huge in Splatoon. And we should be seeing them trying to get a couple more points on the board here with how many jumps they just got in. But no specials online to work with. Storm versus Bronze. Bronze taking it there. Green Chara looking to take out the Inkjet with Bazooka, it seems. A couple more Rainmaker points on the board. 55, getting past that elbow gives them a little bit more security to work with.
They're going to be able to knock that down, take back the Rainmaker, and try to push it back over to the other side, because you got to remember, Yogurt actually never broke that first checkpoint, so they're still a little behind here. Not only do they have to break it, they have to pick it up again and then push it forward to be able to take that lead.
Absolutely. And it seems like Yogurt's going to be able to, getting the delayed wipe onto Waffle House Fight Club. Storm looking to pop this Rainmaker barrier and should just be able to run forward as the map's already painted for him. That's lead switch. Getting all the way to the ramp, not managing to get up it, but getting to the ramp is huge for this map. That is an incredible push that they seem like they might be able to continue. Getting all the way to 9. That's a wipeout. They're going to keep this going. They might be able to KO here.
Trying with all their might. Balloon diving in one more time. Gets splat in the process. Some trades happening back and forth. Green Chara throwing out some mines in the process, trying to just keep their opponents there at bay. Going to force Yogurt to be able to kind of back up a little bit, get their specials ready to go, get the soda, and get back into the fray. And they know what's going on. They're backing up slowly.
Yes. Waffle House using that bubbler in a way I have not seen before to allow Bronze to just not need to worry about getting picked off, allowing the Rainmaker to just stall for a little extra time, find some extra time to start moving forward to keep it from resetting, and just eating time. They do get taken down, but they brought the Rainmaker back to mid, significantly slowing down Yogurt there.
Green Chara gonna blow up that Rainmaker one more time, gonna allow Bronze to be able to dive in to pick it up right afterwards, leaving a trail for them. Pika gonna stop it in its tracks though, trying to cover both centers. Sees an opportunity to be able to try to catch someone landing down, but they got 3 players on top of it to be able to defend that lowering of the player. That's a splat on Fusion. Rainmaker reset back towards the center. We are going back to neutral with 40 seconds on the clock.
And in Rainmaker, it is always possible, especially with a checkpoint cleared, for a wild, massive push to happen. It's still possible for a knockout to happen. Bronze looking to move forward here, helping their teammates with that Tacticooler, clearing space, allowing them to start trying to break in, but not able to. They were coolered though, so they'll be right back.
Oh, they're trying to surround Bronze, but good teamwork coming out from Pincher. Going to go for that pinch right against them. Has the splats going over, backing up a little bit, trying to create some space for ourselves. We're running out of time. If Waffle House Fight Club's got a game plan, they got to initiate it now.
And they're 2 down.
Yeah, this is really tough. It's broken. Fusion has it. It's in hand. You have to stay alive.
Okay.
That's 2. Hold on a second. Fusion going up for another potential opportunity. 4v3. Has the mines. Going to go back into the thick of things. Bronze going for a potential flank there on the left side. Green Chara going towards the right. Fusion stays in the back and just tries to stay alive for as long as possible. Hides in the background. It's going to be another spot there. 3v3 opportunity. Balloon going down. Only 2 players left for Yogurt. As Fusion is holding on to the Rainmaker for as long as possible.
Yeah, they need to move forward quickly though. They are taking down on that Rainmaker timer. Drop's going to come in from that left side from Yogurt, but Fusion noticing that, keeping the shots there. They need to get pretty much all the way up that ramp though, and that is not an easy thing to do without any specials online.
Waffle House is holding us down for as long as possible. Fusion staying alive, living the dream as they're all going in there. Pincher goes down. This is going to be huge. Tries to go back
hammer.
Up there, gets called out by the mallet, throwing it up from the top floor. Catches Fusion at the very last second and brings the score to 2-0 in a nail biter of a set.
Waffle House Fight Club definitely going to be wanting to win this next game to help them either, well, I'm pretty confident they'll probably get to stay in redemption bracket no matter what, knowing their team's history and reputation.
Absolutely.
But it could make the difference, this game could make the difference between just getting to play Top Cut or having to do redemption to get to play Top Cut.
Every game matters.
Every game always matters.
Every point matters.
It's overwhelming as a player sometimes.
You got to think about what's going on through the mentality of a Waffle House Fight Club, right? Like, you're so close there to the end, and you held on for so long trying
Fusion
to make that
did such a great job surviving there.
And the teammates were also coming in and like protecting and like, you know, paving the way. It's not just Fusion, obviously.
Yes,
but like,
I do think a significant factor in slowing them down was the double torpedoes.
Yes.
That Yogurt has. Not something that you see very often, but very effective in especially narrow spaces like that on Rainmaker, of just going, oh, I just have to shoot the torpedo. I can't do anything else. I cannot move forward because the Rainmaker's so slow when it's shooting.
It's what makes it super important to be able to play like a flex role in Splatoon, right? Being able to change weapons based on the map.
Yes.
Based on your comp, based on what you think your enemy comp's going to run, because the counter picks can happen, right? Like,
yes, later in this tournament we'll actually see them.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, when it's in pools, it's a little more difficult to be able to try out.
Takes too long.
Yeah. You know, especially if you're new to the game and it's like...
It's a lot of decisions.
Like, what map do you want to go to? Oh, what do you guys want to do? Oh, what do you guys want to do?
What are we actually good at? And then a lot of times with tournaments, with newer players especially, you'll see them pick a counter pick that just completely works against themselves, and you go, oh no, it's good that you're learning this lesson, but it's such a painful way to learn it. You did just pick the map that gets you out.
So I just now realized this when I was looking at the stream.
Yes.
If you go up to like... If you look up at the ceiling as the player in this lobby, they were looking at the camera that's playing the projections of the opponents onto the screen. I had no idea that was there. That's such a nice attention to detail. Yeah,
one thing you got to give Nintendo with Splatoon is there is so much attention to detail. So many little things have been thought through. Like even like the gacha system we were talking about earlier are so fun. And there's these really big prizes you can get that you just want. Like there's gold banners and stuff that you can only get in certain seasons.
I need my stamp.
You need your stamp.
I need my stamp that proves that I did this thing.
Exactly. I need to show that I have played so much Splatoon that I'm getting exactly what I want out of this.
Yes.
Because all of these players have played thousands of hours.
If not more.
Oh, yeah. They could be in the tens of thousands. Over the course of all 3 games, absolutely.
How many days is that?
I don't want to know.
10,000 hours. Convert that into 24 per day. You know, you divide that by 24. That's like...
a lot. That's a lot. I'm not breaking out a calculator at all.
Neither am I. I'm doing it in my head.
Well, good for you. I've got the number.
No, don't do it.
I'm not going to tell you. You can do the math, but I've got the number.
Is it like 200 days? Like
no, it's more.
350 days.
More.
400 days. 416 days. I was getting up there, you know?
Yeah, you
were. I was getting warmer.
You were. We've actually got a pencil coming out here, and we are on Mahi Mahi zones. This is an interesting one because the water level will change as we play the map, as the points tick away.
Oh.
Creating a lot of openings and space that aren't there at the start. At the start, you're playing on a postage stamp, essentially.
Yes, this is one of my favorite maps, actually. I love playing on this map just because it's so chaotic what comes out of it. And at the gate, we're going to see Yogurt take away...
Yogurt's looking confident there.
Yeah, they're looking like Greek yogurt. You know, they got that nice...
got that protein.
They got that protein. Give me that healthy snack.
Yeah, Pika doing a great job there of dodging in, surviving, causing a little, being a nuisance, getting out as the S-Blast balloon pokes in from below. Oh, just Fusion left up in their spawn, and there's the water level dropping.
There it is. You hear the sound too, because right now it's already 50 seconds left to go. This could be a really fast game if you blink.
See, and you say seconds. These are actually even faster than seconds. You have to call it. It's ridiculously short. As Pika's hammer, oh, that's brutal.
Everybody say seconds. I'm talking about the Splatoon time zone. You know? Splatoon time zone, guy. Remember, it's a little bit different. As Waffle Fanclub going to come in, reset that middle part of the zone, put some big penalty points onto Yogurt's side, and try to put their fight into the game.
Yes, we are going to see Yogurt looking to break back in using specials. Splat trying to take out Fusion, able to. Balloon taking advantage of that cooler to play ridiculously aggressively, taking a delayed wipe as we're seeing Yogurt just dominantly break back in, ignoring the hold that Waffle House had at all. Wow.
Bronze chilling here back in the background. Chara coming up for some more potential shots. Just trying to get some pain out there, both on the left side and the right side.
Yeah. And we're seeing them looking to get specials, looking to get in. You get specials in Splatoon by painting the ground. I don't know if we ever mentioned that, but that's how you get your special. It's not off kicks, it's not off time. You paint that ground.
You paint it and you like it.
Yes. And right now we're seeing Yogurt almost through their penalty points, but Waffle House doing everything they can to prevent that. Not going to be able to, as that's an amazing hammer throw from Pika.
Yogurt coming down, gets caught off guard. Got the big flank coming out from Pincher. Only 15 points left to go here from Yogurt. Looking very strong. Managed to get 2 for their trouble. Going to be able to paint the zone. Chara of the green variety going to come up and get some big damage for their team.
That is zone going back to Waffle House Fight Club. Definitely still a situation where they could turn it around and win this game. We do have Zuka online. Wouldn't be surprised to see it popped somewhat soon. I imagine that Fusion's looking to get that big bubbler on zone to help them get a few more ticks on the timer, or all the way up here to get a little more control. Not going to be able to, but that's just the pencil left up for Yogurt. Huge opportunity here for Waffle House Fight Club.
Bronze coming back up to the top pillar of things. Going to have to avoid that special in the process. Meanwhile, Pika looking for potential sneaky flank, right? Has the opportunity, catches it against Green Char. Going to be able to go back in towards the center stage. It's going to be a huge pick for them because they're going to be able to regain control at the penalty points and try to keep that zone up while their teammates revive back into things. Plus has the soda for their troubles.
Yeah, Fusion doing an excellent job of surviving there. Luna does eventually get the cleanup, but it allowed Pika to get picked off, Balloon to get picked off, which is absolutely huge. Splat jumping out there, taking advantage of the very quick super jumps from Tacticooler.
Right, Green Char going to be able to shoot down some of these projectiles in the process, looking for the next opportunity to try to get some more high ground here against the likes of Yogurt. Again, throwing out all their specials, going to force them to be able to derail, have to get out of dodge, be able to recuperate, but unfortunately Splash is going to be able to catch that out.
Yeah, Splat looking to move forward here on the pencil. Bronze having to back so far off. I will say right now, Waffle House Fight Club is doing a great job of getting back in. They just can't find the holds they need.
That's like super important to be able to get right. Just be able to just keep those holds away from the other team, right? Just not allowing them to get any sort of foothold.
Yeah, not allowing them to gain any space, not allowing them to get set up enough to have their specials in the spots you want them. Because with specials like Big Bubbler or Whale or Booyah Bomb, where you are really does matter. Fusion avoiding that Whale, managing to stay alive, looking to try and get the direct on Balloon, but Balloon getting it first.
That was a struggle, right? A lot of those shots from Fusion being able to get caught on the soda. That's another splat coming out, and that is going to beat the game. Yogurt claiming another victory for their troubles. 3-0 and a handshake. Coming out in the first round of pools. Congratulations to Yogurt, putting on quite the show for us here today, but also Waffle House Fight Club for, hanging in there and trying to get something going. I'm sure we're going to see them later on the bracket.
And they put up a great fight throughout that.
Fantastic fight.
They kept finding ways to get back in. They just couldn't find a way to hold the space. And admittedly, their comp isn't the easiest to do that with, especially against weapons like S-Blast and Wiper. And S-Blast is like one of the most meta weapons right now. It's so good at area control. It has such an amazing kit for spread damage comps, like the Wiper, like the Pencil, like things like that.
So many. I mean, that's the nature of this game. Is the game, continuously gets updated. We get more and more weapons, and eventually, if I was a betting man, a sequel will come down the line eventually, and it continues to add on to that game. And
admittedly, compared to Splatoon 2, we haven't had Splatoon 3 very long.
Yeah, Splatoon 3 is still relatively new. It came out, what, 2022?
Yes, it came out the day before Riptide 2022.
I remember.
And then it got run anyway because Splatoon players are nothing if not stubborn.
All I'm going to say, I had the ability to cast the final set of Splatoon.
You did.
That was really cool. So I was very happy to be able to do that. But guys, that is the first round of pools for Splatoon 3 here at MomoCon 2025. I had a blast.
I had an amazing time. Can't wait to do more later on.
Yeah, I mean, guys, that's literally just the first block of the thing.
We got so much more. We got so much.
There's so much. There's so much here, right? And this is only day 1 of 2 for everything that's going on. We got tons more action coming up later today. A lot more of the matches coming up on Saturday, but I think that's going to do it for us, Nox.
I think it will for today.
Yeah, so guys, thank you guys so much. But again, more matches coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back more with some Splatoon 3 at MomoCon.
And remember that all sound is vibration.
Hello everyone, welcome back to MomoCon 2025 Splatoon version. My name is Rissa, I'm joined here with Falco. Falco, how are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. It's been so much fun today watching our first wave of matches. You guys got to see them here on stream. We're getting ready for a second group featuring 2 pools that we'll see matches in between. So it's been a lot of fun so far, and we have a lot more action coming for you later today and tomorrow, and we're just getting started.
We are. I mean, we already had the first pools going on that were very fun to watch. I was kind of lingering around and watching everything. And here too at the con, there's just so much happening that it's like, okay, I'm watching the Splatoon, but then all of a sudden you look around the room and there's like so many exciting things around here.
Yeah, you really have to go all the way to the back to find the Splatoon section. But the good news is you get to see everything else on the way, all the vendor alleys, all the arcade games that you can play, all the pinball machines that are set up. It is unlike any other con that, I mean, it's really the first con I've been to, but anything unlike any other Splatoon event we've been to.
Oh, I know, right? I know. I'm excited. There's so many new faces here in terms of people that haven't come to MomoCon yet that are Splatoon players, because I came last year and it was just like, oh my gosh, I need everyone to experience this. This is so cool.
I know. It's definitely a very cool setup. I mean, you can get a good view here as a lot of the stations that other teams are playing on, they're further back behind where these chairs are, but we have such a grand stage for everybody who's going to be playing here on stream. We'll have a lot of hype here, especially tomorrow when we get closer to finals, but we have our first match set up, getting situated. That's going to be Coelacanth Fossil Fish versus Brown Thrasher Fanclub, and this is, you know, our pools only have 4 teams each, so, you know, on paper, the number 1 and number 4 seed. And again, how this works is our pools are basically a double elimination bracket. So you win, you could play in Redemption or Top Cut. You lose 2, you're going to be in the silver pools. That will happen later this evening. And if you lose any sets, you go to the Redemption bracket, but you go 2-0, you're moving on to Top Cut tomorrow.
I'm as many times as I've commentated Splatoon, I always need like a refresher, it feels like, so I'm like, yes, okay, got it. I mean, I know how that works, obviously, but
yeah, it's always different, but let's get started here for the second pool. Fossil Fish versus Brown Thrasher Fanclub. Let's take a look at the comps here. That's going to be Fossil Fish there on the left, Brown Thrasher Fanclub there on the right in the blue. Taking a look here, nothing that's really jumping out as weapons that we typically don't see here in competitive Splatoon. Take using that roller, one of the members of Black Squid Ink Burger that we have seen in Ludi plenty of years. That is a weapon they are known for. We also see the custom range blaster coming out on the side of Brown Thrasher Fanclub. That's going to be a newer weapon that we don't typically see.
yeah, that is exciting that we're getting to see it here. Ooh, Take here just sharking around, waiting with that roller, doing exactly what you want to be doing with the roller as well. Able to get a pick and kind of help their team push forward and get the zone, and they're continuing to count down points here. So let's see, you know, if the other team is able to come in and take the zone back. Yeah,
they're going to be trying, as Kellyanne is going to be jumping in here, and they are going to be trying to get the zone, and this is going to be capped here by Shallow. And Brown Thrasher Fanclub, they are actually the team that is in the blue, so I believe our colors are incorrect here on stream. We will try and get that fixed for you guys right now, as Shallow's going to be bringing out the crab, going to be trying to push out locking members of Fossil Fish out, and they aren't able to do so, so the zone is still held by Brown Thrasher Fanclub.
Okay, gonna cool her up here. Tiger is coolered up and actually pushing forward with that blaster. I like that they're utilizing the space that they can use with that blaster. And now using their Kraken as well to push forward, create space for their team. You can see they were like, okay, my Kraken's about to end. Let me back up and help my team. They do exactly that, and they're able to take the lead and just continue. Actually, I thought they were going to have to give the zone up, but able to keep the zone for themselves.
Yeah, and finally, that's now going to be capped here by Fossil Fish as they are pushing forward. March using that stamp. Can they get one? No. Tiger and Sluggy are going to be pushing away, going to be avoiding that as March is going to be dropping down to that Autobomb, but Tiger looking in to try and push forward. Again, this was a pretty solid lead here that Brown Thrasher Fanclub had, and right now Fossil Fish doing such a great job trying to push back in as Tiger's bringing out the Kraken, moving towards the zone, pushing out members now from Fossil Fish. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Ooh, Fossil Fish, they were so close to getting back into in a position to get the lead. And finally, they are able to pick the zone, take the lead actually right as I'm saying it. And you can see they're going to push up a little bit. Take here, sharking with that roller, able to take down 3. members of the other team. Oh my goodness, that might just completely, yep, that's going to completely ending that this first game and going to end in a KO.
Yeah, Take there with the player of the game move, getting that triple, locking out members there of Brown Thrasher Fan Club as they are able to get those triple. They go down, but guess what? The rest of their team is still alive to cap the zone and push up. So a solid win there for Fossil Fish for our first set. And they've got to be proud of themselves for that game, because that was such a great ending.
There was a lot of back and forth there initially as the teams were trying to figure each other out, you know, how best to approach the weapons that they were up against. But finally there, Fossil Fish, you can see the hands in the air. They were able to take that.
Yeah, that was a dominant win there. And again, it's so much fun just seeing what types of weapons are going to be coming out. And pools, you know, they can really go either way. And, you know, I'll say fortunately the pools are pretty small, as only being 4 teams, so you're not going to have like a number 1 versus number 12 or anything like that. Like, they're much more condensed in this situation. So that's why we've been seeing a lot of close games so far here on stream, and we hope that this one's going to be close, because there were opportunities there that Brown Thrasher Fan Club, they held the zone for quite some time, and Fossil Fish had to find their ways to break in.
Oh, absolutely. You know, initially too, it seemed like Brown Thrasher, excuse me, tongue twister, was able to, I kind of honestly thought they were going to initially have it, but once Fossil Fuel, like you said, was able to figure out what they needed to do to push forward and get the zone, it seemed like they maybe kind of took a breath, backed up together, and were finally able to just push back in together. And then solidified with Take's triple there. There. That just completely ended that.
Yeah, you know, that's one of those situations. I think it happened at the perfect moment, too, where, you know, okay, I'm going to get the 3. We only have about 10 units left to try and get this knockout, and we're able to do it. So they go down, but hey, they're happy with what they what they did for their team.
So as we are going to move forward into the next game, it's always that question that I have: are we going to see any weapon switch-ups, or, you know, is it just really a play style thing where you want to just figure out how to play around the other team with the weapons that you have? That's always my thing as a commentator, and as a viewer, I'm curious if they have any switch-ups that will be able to counter the other team.
Yeah, and it's interesting because this is a best-of-5 setup that we have right now, so you do have more than what you typically in a best-of-3 or, you know, even a play-all-3 to really see what you want. I'm curious about the Welsh stream that comes out from Thrasher Fan Club, if they're going to keep that or if they're going to change it. Of course, we'll see which maps and modes are coming up next, but I don't know. Again, that one kept us on our toes for for a good period of time.
It did. It really did. It was so back and forth, like we highlighted. I'm curious what the next map and mode is that we're going to be going on to, because that's really going to help us, you know, see how these teams will approach it, especially with the weapons that they played in that first round. It sounds like, though, it is time to go into game 2 here, Fossil Fish versus Brown Thrasher Fan Club. Let's go ahead and take a look at these weapons.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Not many changes. We do have that range blaster coming back out, the custom range blaster at that. And then on the side of that is going to be Fossil Fish, keeping the same weapons. I believe Pencil is going to be new from the side from them, from Callian is going to be using that right now. So again, moving on to tower control here. As Marsha's going to be getting that stamp, quickly going to throw it, trying to take out PTW, isn't able to do so. But again, Fossil Fish in a slight paint advantage here at the start, but specials coming out from both teams now. We'll see who gets the first few splats.
Yeah, you can see both teams are playing really carefully here, just trying to get their specials to get that upper hand initially. Shallow here actually able to get this crab ready, and that has allowed their team to grab onto the tower. I like that they're playing this carefully. They're not pushing forward too much. They're kind of waiting to get a pick, waiting to create some space before they really go into, oh my goodness, really go into a push. But man, the defense right now from Fossil Fish, they set up there, they were ready.
Yeah, that was a really nice double from Callium, able to make sure that they weren't going to be pushing far. Again, only to 89, and like you said, nobody was really pushing forward, but Tiger was using, they were trying to push forward just a little bit, and it wasn't going to be enough for their team, unfortunately. But now Fossil Fish able to push this up a little bit, approaching that first checkpoint right now. Anchovy is going to be using some of those strikes that try to pave the way. Taki is going to be pushing up too, probably going to be trying to, get a pick, but no, they're going to go down, but still a solid paint control here for Fossil Fish.
I really liked Brown Thrasher. They're just kind of sitting back and painting over the ledges. That it was really important to take down Take there on the roller, and if they would have dropped down or even got close to that ledge on the side of Brown Thrasher, they could have just completely ended up down here. So being able to get that pick onto Take has now allowed them to push forward and get into mid again. But with the defense coming out from Fossil Fish, it seems so close. It's really back and forth right now.
Yeah, and too, because I feel like Thrasher Fanclub, they do have pain on their side. They have the zap, they have the heavy edit. They're going to have to rely on both of those weapons to help push forward, but unfortunately for them, they're not really getting the picks that they need right now because Fossil Fish still in control, pushing forward. Anchovy is going to be trying to use a slosher. They are juiced up. They do have that advantage. Marsh is trying to push forward too. One of the members is going to go down on the well string. That's going to be Sluggy. 2 are going to go down. 3 are going to go down. That is going to be a delayed wipe here. And right now, Fossil Fish should quickly breeze through this checkpoint. And look at that, even more picks. There has not been an opportunity that 4 players from Thrasher Fanclub have been alive right now, Rissa.
I know, they are just not letting go here. It looks like they might actually be able to completely KO the tower, and they do. Fossil Fish able to, once they got that momentum going, take that game too, and not only take it, but take it in a KO.
Yeah, that was a really good game for them. I think, too, they did a very good job at the beginning of not overextending and just kind of waiting out. Okay, we don't want to go down a player advantage. You know, we don't want to do anything that we're going to regret. And the best opportunity that Thrasher Fanclub had was they had Tiger use the Kraken to try to push up. And, you know, you're a Kraken, you're invincible at that time. That's the weapon and the special who's going to do it. But unfortunately, they just couldn't get anything out of that because Callium getting that nice double with the pencil, able to stop any push coming from Thrasher Fanclub.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like that you highlighted, too, how on the side of Fossil Fish, as soon as they kind of took a breath and stood back and just kind of waited, and almost were able to set up Take 2 under ledges, that just really helped allow them to end up completely KOing that. And looking here, too, we're actually seeing which map and mode we are going to next on Game 3 of Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. So this will give us a good prerequisite to thinking about how these 2 teams will play on this map.
Yeah, I would imagine Tiger's probably going to stick with the weapon that has Kraken because that always just seems to be something you want to clear away for maybe your clam carrier, or you want to, you know, take care of things in business when you're in a defensive position. So and they really didn't change that many weapons from Game 1 to Game 2. So we're probably not going to see any major changes coming at that. But for Brown Thrasher Fanclub, again, they're down 2-0. We're playing a best of 5, and they want to get these wins, obviously. But we'll see if they can pull it off here in Game 3, or if Fossil Fish is going to just knock them out in a pretty quick fashion. Let's take a look here as we hop into Game 3.
All right, going into Game 3, let's take a look at the weapons here. Initially, not seeing any big weapon switch up. Actually, Shallow was playing the Splash on that last game, huh?
Yes, I believe they were. No, there was an heavy edit.
That's what it was.
There was an edit. They had it. So they had the crab, but yeah, they're just switching over to a different weapon with crab. As one is going to go down now on the side of Fossil Fish. 2, Marsh's hammer is going to be coming back out. Marsh is so good at getting that hammer really quick and then just chucking it. Seeing what's going to happen with that. But now they are going to be juiced up, trying to push forward right now. Clam Economy in the favor of Thrasher Fanclub with 13, but look at the map, Rissa. That is taken over by Fossil Fish.
It is. The map right now is very orange. It is, and look at this too. Their specials pushing up. There's that hammer once again coming out. But really good defense actually here from Thrasher Fanclub. They were now the team that would kind of sat back, let the other team come to them, and then were able to start trying to push forward. But with a lot of back and forth for mid right now, it's kind of this mid area is just really unstable. There's a lot of poking on both sides.
Yeah, and Take is playing exactly how you should play vanilla roller. You just sharking under the ledges, getting those sneaky picks. If you notice a slosher, and if you see them attack, it's too late because they will get rid of you. And Take is playing that so well. There's a reason why they've been doing really well with the competitive action that they've been doing. But right now we're at a stalemate here. No score quite yet, about 1:20 in. And Fossil Fish in a better position now with that player advantage. No power claims are formed on either side. Now it's going to be formed here. Callium is going to be the one carrying it. Strikes coming in as well. They're trying to pave the path here as Take is trying to push forward right now too, Rissa. We'll see if they can make a move.
Yeah, let's see if they can. They do have Take down, but Take is right back. I believe Take was coolered up, so you can see Take with that roller is able to come back with their special at the ready. And there they are, right in the front. There's that special, using that bubble to create space for their team, and this could be the opening that Fossil Fish needed. That is exactly the opening that they needed, able to score in 1 power clam. I don't know if they're going to be able to get in any more clams. Oh. Nope, I don't believe. Oh wait, yes, there it is. There, someone snuck in there. I don't know who that was. Andy Anchovy may be able to sneak in a few clams.
That was a very interesting position from Fossilfish because their backline player, Marsh, was the one who, well, not really backline with the mini, but they were playing a very aggressive mini in that position to try and see what they could do to just get any picks that they can. So that's only going to be down to 71 for Fossilfish. As they still have solid control of the zone, that's something they did not give up, and you can tell they're still trying to play on their offensive side now as one is going to go down. That's going to be the splash on the side of Tigerfish Fanclub. As there's going to be a pick there from Take. Again, they are just not letting go of control. One's going to go down again. Crab is out on the side from Shallow. Marsh is coming in with the stamp. Marsh is not going to get that clam in time. This is just a bloodbath right now, sir.
It really is. It is just like, it seems like Fossilfish is so close to scoring, and they actually do score there, right as I say that, able to get that bubble and create some space once again to push in and score. So now they have their score all the way down to 45, and with only, you know, about 2 minutes left of this match, and 2 members down on the side of Brown Thrasher, they're going to have to really figure out how they want to clutch up here if they want to get some points on the board for themselves.
Yeah, and it's so hard for them to break in. They just haven't had any opportunity to do so. You take a look at the map, it has just been permanently orange on the side of Thrasher Fanclub, but now 3 are going to go down. This has to be their opportunity, and right now they're in a position where if we score, we have to make it a good score. We can't really have these one and dones. You can do it maybe 2 times before overtime is going to happen, but just knowing how well Fossilfish has been playing this entire set, you want to make your good push count.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point to bring up. You want to make sure you have the clams ready to make sure that you get a good push in, and it looks like they were so close. You can see they're still kind of lingering under these ledges here, trying to create some momentum with more momentum of what they had going, but unfortunately for them, the defense set up by Fossilfish was really, really good, and shut down that momentum that they had. They had so many clams on the side of Brown Thrasher. Unfortunately, though, they're still going to have to figure out how to regroup here in the last 45 seconds, if they even can, to get a push in.
Yeah, they have their Mercy Clam, but you definitely don't want to rely on that. And right now, yeah, Fossilfish in a much better position. March is going to be flanking up here on Bass. Just trying to say this way, let's try and push this way. The rest of the 3 are going to be going on the ramp here. It's still in a very good position with solid map control. Callum going to be doing some parkour, is going to get that claim, and 3 are going to go down. So they're going to be jumping out. That is going to be essentially equivalent to a delayed wipe at this time with 15 seconds left. But again, this will be Thrasher's Fanclub's opportunity, one and only push if they want to get it. Shallow already holding onto a power claim. They do have their pity claim as well, so we will just see if they can find enough time and space to break through.
Yeah, with the Fossilfish scoring there kind of towards the end, has now given another clam over to Brown Thrasher. So as we're headed into overtime, a lot of chaos is ensuing here in mid. We see a cooler come out with 2 members down on the side. Oh my goodness, of Fossilfish, 3 members down. This could be the opening that they need. They are able to open up the basket, score in a few more clams. Tiger there in that Kraken is just trying to hold as much space as they can, but I don't know if anyone else is going to be able to get up under the basket with the defense coming out now from Fossilfish. This is looking like the end of that push.
Yeah, Fossilfish had that on lockdown. They gave Thrasher Fanclub an opportunity to push forward and score, but no. Fossilfish, their defense there was unmatched. You had Take guarding the ramp. You had a Marsh there on the left side making sure nobody was flanking that way. They just had that down. And of course, too, both teams knew what was at stake there. Thrasher Fanclub knew we have to find a way that we can break in. Unfortunately for them, they were a little staggered, getting splatted at different times, and Fossilfish just you couldn't be in a better position than where they were.
Yeah, absolutely. Fossilfish, too, they seemed like they really had a lot of synergy going on. They just kind of knew exactly how to set up and how to play around each other. It seemed like if they kept paint up on the map for Take to act aggressively and keep poking under ledges, that, you know, that really allowed them to have the success that they did.
Yeah, now Fossilfish, they're going to be moving on to face the winner of the other set that happens between Team Sprinkles and RRRemix. That one happening currently off stage, and Thrasher Fanclub waiting to face the loser of that. Remember, if you lose 2, you move on to silver pools. That will happen later today. If you don't win all of your sets, then you'll be in a redemption bracket, and you know, if you sweep your pool, you're going to be moving on tomorrow.
so cool. It's so cool.
It's a good format.
It is.
Especially for how we're structured right now. I think
yeah.
there's one pool that probably has 5 teams just because we have 21 teams here at MomoCon, which, by the way, huge number from last year, so we're happy that everybody could make it this time around. Again, we've already talked about how amazing this venue is. It's also nice and cool in here.
It is.
That is something I was not prepared for. I'm like, we're in Atlanta in May. I was going to be so hot, but I'm like, no, actually, they're cranking up the AC. I love it here.
Yeah, right. I know. I like that it's like pre-cold in here. That way, if there's a whole bunch of people here, maybe watching out in the crowd, and that creates obviously more heat with the more people. It's already pre-cold in here, so it's like it just evens it out and keeps it nice in here.
Yeah, and this is probably the biggest building I've ever been in my entire life.
Really?
Yeah,
Actually,
the Congress Hall here in Atlanta, which is absolutely massive. We're only in like one portion of the building too. There was other events going on throughout the weekend here, and just seeing everybody gather kind of like downtown and in the Olympic Park across the street too. There's just a lot of camaraderie between everybody here. And I think what I love too about these LANs is you're just not afraid to talk to people if you have a common interest with them. We were sitting out there, somebody asked me, because they saw us watching Splatoon, they're like, hey, like, what's that? Can you tell me about it? And I was like, well, yes, I can. And so we talked about it and, talked about, like, this is Splatoon, here's how it works and everything. So thankfully, we're in a position where, and you guys can see it a little bit when we showed the player cam, but everybody can see us. We're all in this giant open area next to a lot of the other streams that are going on, but it's so easy to just go from one pocket to another pocket to another pocket of sections and really see what's going on throughout the entire venue.
Yeah, as soon as, for those who haven't been here and don't really know the setup, there is like multiple big, huge halls here, and where this gaming one is in its own little area. But when you come into this area, it's one of the first things you see is all the like the Smash, Mario Kart, and the Splatoon stage. It's just these huge screens there. So as soon as you walk in this room, it's just like you immediately see it. It's really cool.
Yeah, and of course, like all the other events that are going on, because we have a lot of artists and vendors that are, and they're all really lovely. There's panels that go on throughout the entire weekend. You see the pamphlet, if you've looked at the website for MomoCon, there's countless things that you could be seeing, and up at the latest hours that you could possibly be at. You probably know from experience.
Yeah.
You had a late night last night.
Yeah, we literally stayed up last night. Me and my friends, we stayed up and went to a panel at 2:30 a.m. So, and we went to another one. I think it was at first we went to one at 11, and then we waited for one at 2:30 a.m. And I just couldn't believe that there was a panel going on that late at night, but it's really cool.
Yeah, and then that late, leaving, it's still active. Like you still see people outside the venue enjoying themselves, having a good time, being all part of the atmosphere. So it's always so fun to see. And we only had day 1, day 0, whatever you want to call it yesterday, pretty much when a lot of people arrived. This is day 1 for Splatoon in our 2-day event here. But we're going to have Remix versus Brown Thrasher Fanclub. They're going to be staying here, and so I'm assuming that Team Sprinkles defeated Remix at the same time as we saw on stream. So the competition between these two teams, whoever loses will be going to the silver pools again. That will happen later tonight. We'll actually be back on the mic for that.
Okay. I love being commentating with someone who knows how the bracket formats and everything work, because I'm like, okay, yes, I don't know, I'm just not bracket smart, so that's wonderful.
To be fair, I talked to Seekin and Raze before this. I was like, I should probably know what's going on before we go on the mic. So I think that's an ideal format for what we have here too.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, this should be a fun set. Remix has been to a lot of LANs. Of course, Tori Bugslap, a lot like Splatoon artists and vendors that everybody in the Splatoon community knows.
Yeah.
They're big in the competitive scene here. And Thrasher Fanclub being the pickup that they are, we just saw them on stream. They're hoping for a redemption here, facing a brand new team. So it's always a reset. Yes,
always a reset. Always regrouping. Okay, we're not against the same team. We have a new team to figure out. And Remix, too. They were actually here last year, which is really cool to see them all back playing here again. So that's just so cool.
Let's see if we can find their stats here, some of their players. So they got 4th in, did I pull that one up correctly? I think they got 4th in MomoCon when they were here. Yeah, they don't have the same roster that they did before. But in the most recent Ludi divs, they were in Div 7 and Div 8. And then they estimated themselves at around the Div 5 level for the most previous season. And also, again, like we mentioned, they've been to a few other lands, played at Riptide, and so they're kind of all over the place.
Yeah, I know. It's really cool because Tori typically has a booth set up in wherever they're at. So being able to play and then also have a booth is just like so cool. Being able to multitask like that.
Yeah, man, that's a lot.
I know.
Props to them because I could not do it. Oh, it's a lot you gotta pay attention to.
Totally.
Yeah, we have 3 sections of pool. So you saw Nox and Osti for the first one at noon. We're doing the 2 o'clock. We had a little bit of a delayed start, but honestly, like props to Seekin and Raze for getting us back closer to on schedule and where we were supposed to be. So we're kind of getting there. And then after this, I believe we will have Zach and Siren who will be coming on for the next set of waves before that. So again, we're working full time while we're here, pretty much.
We are. We really are.
There's 6 commentators, and we're all just kind of swapping in and doing what we need to do here. But that's like our full time job while we're here.
It is. We came here for a job, and we're on it.
We are.
And it's nice too that we have 6 commentators this year because last year we had 4, and we really had to we were really on the job. It was like, constantly swapping between.
I can imagine you barely had time for breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Now we have 2 more commentators, so I don't know. It's just awesome.
Yeah. Were there any panels or events you were looking forward to later tonight that were happening?
Ooh, good
on
question.
The schedule?
There is going to be. It's not on the schedule. It's unofficially on the schedule, but there's a thing called MomoCon. Shout out MomoCon. Everyone is literally dressing up as cows or in cow print and meeting in the big courtyard at 7. So.
Yeah, so what's pretty nice here is we have a kind of like an enclosed outdoor area that's meant for MomoCon attendees, and that's kind of like the gathering place, the place to see and be seen, if you will, here while you're at MomoCon. So, because again, it is so easy to get lost in this building too, and trying to figure out where you want to go and where you want to meet. But it's just easy to say, hey, let's meet in the courtyard when everyone else is there. And honestly, like the weather last night was perfect.
Yes.
It was a little windy and it was a little warm during the day, but once the sun goes down, it was just perfect.
Yeah, totally. I know. I think the next couple days, it looks like the weather cannot decide if it wants to rain or not. So we're gonna have to see if it does end up being rainy. But I mean, just some warm Atlanta, Georgia weather. Yeah,
this is my first time here. I've driven through Atlanta before, but I've never stopped. We're also like really close to the I think like the Coke Museum too.
Yes.
So if I have time, I want to check that out.
Yes.
And then I'm a big football fan. The College Football Hall of Fame is literally across the street from this venue too.
Okay,
so
okay.
if I have time, I'll try and make that happen.
Yeah. Do you want to go to the aquarium at all? There's the huge aquarium.
The aquarium is there. Yeah. There's just like so many different things I want to hit up, so I always have to see like, okay, what costs the most amount of money? Kind of like that. But there is a Ferris wheel too at the Olympic Park.
Yeah.
That seemed like a lot of fun.
Yeah. That did seem fun.
But it's been super active here in downtown Atlanta. We're kind of in the business district of the city. So there's a lot of activity, a lot of different conventions going on at the same time. There's, like we mentioned, there's another one happening right now, kind of in the same building on the other side. But our teams are ready here right now. We have RRRemix versus Brown Thrasher Fanclub that we just saw. Let's take a look at the comps here coming out. First on the side of Remix, we see Tori with that roller. We see a Octobrush coming out. Similar weapons from Thrasher Fanclub than what we had seen before.
Yep, a lot of interesting weapons coming out from Remix. A blob included as well, like that brush, and the roller, like you said, paired with a jet squelcher. So interesting pairing. It seems like they probably know how they want to play those weapons, so we're going to have to see. And then since we just saw Brown Thrasher Fanclub already, we kind of know how their play style is with the weapons that we've seen them play.
Yeah, so this will be our first look mainly at Remix. And on paper, it doesn't look like they have a ton of paint, but of course it doesn't really matter matter if you're going to get the picks. And right now, there's really just been kind of some trading. Nobody's been taking the objective. Lagoon getting that nice triple there as they're going to be taking the objective right now. Purple is going to be the one on the tower as the rest of their teams making sure nobody's going to be dropping from the ledges. So Purple here is going to be uncontested getting past his first checkpoint.
Okay, let's see how Remix wants to continue setting up this push. It looks like they are going to utilize Rain and then the Zuka as well to just continue to create space. It's really just pushing Brown Thrasher just constantly back into their spawn, really not letting them move forward much. Shallow, able to take down 2 members with that crab. That is now allowing Brown Thrasher to finally get into mid and hopefully be able to push the tower.
That is such a good arc shot. I think that was like the maximum range of the crab that you could have to get a splat like that. So that was really good there for Shallow. They almost have another crab form. They're going to be taking down Bugshot, but going to be going down then by Tori. So unfortunately for them, they couldn't get that out in time. And now Brown Thrasher Fanclub able to take the objective for the first time. They're going to have to watch for Lagoon, who's trying to flank. Lagoon going to be staying alive, but caught themselves in a 2v1. Going to be taking down 1. Zip casting away temporarily. We'll see what happens on the recoil as 2 are going to go down now on Brown Thrasher Fanclub. So that looked like a pretty good ending there for Remix.
Man, Brown Thrasher, they knew that Lagoon was there. They were just trying to keep poking at them, and then once they just very slightly turned their back, suddenly Lagoon, bam, right there with that brush, able to just take down what they had going on. So now we see Remix here. Remix, there's a lot of bloodbath happening in mid as both teams are really just kind of back and forth.
Yeah, and right now Brown Thrasher Fanclub, again, it's like we saw in the previous set where these teams are not shy. They are not shy about their positioning and how they want to approach their opponents. You just see them go at it with each other. Some of the times they're flanking, some of the other times they're not, but they are just doing a very good job here as Remix now trying to get themselves in a better position. Tori with the flank going to be taken down 1, but no, they're going to be taken down here by Shallow, and we will see if they can get some splats. No, but Lagoon is going to take care of them and take care of Tiger as well. PTW is going to be jumping out. So again, just such a battle at mid that is going to be favoring Remix at this point in time. And it's working for them right now. Time is ticking down. They don't have a solid lead. They have a 1 checkpoint lead, but they're still getting some of these player advantages, but not the domination that I'm sure they want to get closer to a knockout.
Yeah, you really want to make sure that you can just get as many points on the board because you just never know. It could just easily take a turn, especially with the way this has been so back and forth already. I mean, you really have to make sure you're watching that and trying to get more points on the board, even if you are in the lead. So we're seeing Brown Thrasher here trying to... they were going to use that hammer there, and then Tori's just kind of sneaking around here, flanking now, able to take down 1 member with that Zuka, and now pushing forward with that flank as well.
All right, so that was an attempt there for Thrasher Fanclub. Again, they're running out of time just a little bit, but like you mentioned, Tori was trying to making themselves known and saying, nope, you cannot push this away. I'm going to be a distraction instead. As Bugslap is trying to pay attention to the tower now. Caught themselves in a 1v1 versus BTW. Can they get the pick? No, because Tiger is going to come in and get the pick. 3 are down. This is the opportunity right now with the wipeout for Brown Thrasher Fanclub. Again, they have a full checkpoint they need to get through, need to basically get to that 2nd checkpoint, and now is the time to do that, Rissa.
It is. This is going to be the perfect opportunity for them to set up a push that they need. We saw Shallow there on the crowd trying to create some space ahead of the tower. That way that tower can be safely pushed, and it looked like that strategy worked out well because now they were able to get a few more points on the board, actually getting their score all the way down to 50. So they were so close to getting in a position to get the lead, but now Remix back on the tower, and with 30 seconds remaining, Brown Thrasher's really going to have to pull something together if they want to win this.
Yeah, taking out Tori there, who is using the Zuka, is going to be key here. Like you mentioned, 20 seconds left. This will be their opportunity, and they're getting more paint on the ground than what they had before because Remix typically had been doing a good job painting up on the map. But Brown Thrasher Fanclub finding themselves in a better player division here. That is going to be delayed wipe. They will be taking the lead right here with 5 remaining. If they can stay on the tower for the next second, they will get the win, and they do. So a major comeback there for Brown Thrasher Fanclub, down the entire time during that game, but came in at the last second to get the win.
Yeah, and that was exactly what we were kind of highlighting in the middle of that. You know, even if you do have the lead, you just want to make sure that you get more points even than that, or completely KO it, because anything can really happen. And we saw exactly that. That game was a little bit back and forth, and then suddenly Brown Thrasher able to end up just completely taking that.
Yeah, and the timing, like when you get the wipeouts, that timing is so important because there's a difference between, you know, getting the wipeout and, you know, 2 minutes in of the neutral game and then 1 at 10 seconds remaining when you know you have the momentum, you're pushing forward. And I think what led up to that was there were times there that Remix, they weren't really working 4 players as a unit. There were never 4 of them alive at the same time. So it just happened that Brown Thrasher Fan Club got the team wipe literally at the perfect moment. And they already had the momentum working with them. So that unfortunately I think made Remix scramble just a little bit. And at that point, Thrasher Fan Club knew who needed to be on the tower. We know which sides we want to look out for, and they got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I like too that you highlighted how it was the perfect moment. They finally got that team wipe, but it was like literally at the most perfect moment where it was the end of the game, and that just allowed them to not, even though they got the lead, the game was completely over, so Remix had no chance to counter that at all.
All right, moving on to game 2. We'll see if Remix has some response here. Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge. Again, that one was very close that we saw before. Let's take a look at the comps. There are going to be no changes here on the side of Remix, and there are going to be no changes either on the side of Brown Thrasher Fan Club. You know, the custom range blaster, again, not a weapon you see very often, but if you want to have a Kraken weapon that has a lethal output, custom range is going to be the weapon that you choose. So they're sticking with it. Both teams sticking exactly with the same weapons that they saw, as Lagoon is trying to find a perfect opportunity, waiting for Tiger or somebody to jump up that they can get a pick, but nope, did not fall for the bait. We are still here without a splat at 20 seconds in.
Both teams just poking at each other, seeing who can get the upper hand on that tower. I feel like if you are Remix, you're able to get that brush or that roller up on that mid tower, you can make some crazy things happen. So Lagoon there did get that Zipcaster, tried to push forward, maybe get a pick with that, at least maybe allow some space for their team to push up, but 3 members down actually, I believe, on a Remix. So Brown Thrasher Fan Club, this is their opportunity to paint mid. They have 20 clams at the ready, so hopefully here they can get a push going.
Yeah, Tiger's using that Kraken to try and clear out a space for PTW, but that's not going to be enough. Bugslap doing such a good job staying alive, not quite getting the picks yet, going to be taking down Tiger. We're going to see a power clam jump. They are going to be retreating back and regrouping, so Shallow's going to be taking it out of there. But yeah, working with 2 power clams right now, not a lot of map control. That's a really tricky position to be in if you're Brown Thrasher Fan Club, because you need to have players push up as a unit who are seemingly not going to be, you know, point censored the whole time with the power clam, and that is going to be a nice double from Purple, taking them out. The use of the Jet Squelcher, not something we say very often here for Splatoon 3, but they are doing such a good job so far.
They are. That has now created an opening for Remix to try and push forward. You can see they have that rain out as well, so just using those specials. And even though they had a couple of members go down, they're doing a really good job at continuing to hold space, as we saw Bugslap there push forward. Though finally, on the side of Brown Thrasher, they were able to shut down that push completely from Remix. And now not only shut down that push, but we see Shallow here running forward, creating space, trying to create a path for their teammate where they are coolered up as well, and they are finally able to score in a clam and be the first team to get points on that board.
Yeah, and Sluggy had 6 clams. They're still alive. They're not in a good position to score right now just because of the lockout here that Remix had. So they're not going to be getting it. And again, that is just going to be the only score with the power clam. So nothing more to work with. That actually does open the door for Remix just a little bit too, as they do have a power clam that is going to be picked up here. They do have their Mercy clam as well. Lagoon is going to be taking out Shallow. This might be where they score. Lagoon's going to be going up. That is going to be another pick, huge, just in time before they retreat. Power clam coming out from the side of Bugslap. They are going to get it in down to 57, so that will be the lead for Remix right now, as members of Remix are going to be going down. So that was a good push. And now we've seen what Brown Thrasher Fan Club has done before when they've only had about 2 minutes to work with. Well, when they've had less than that time to work with as well. So this is still very much anybody's game, Rissa.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely good to highlight that, since we saw that happen in that first game. And we've been seeing a lot of that same back and forth that we saw in that first game as well. So even though Remix is in the lead right now, I mean, anything can happen. So with 2 members down on the side of Brown Thrasher Fan Club, let's see if Remix can make something happen.
Yeah, that was a very interesting 1v1 for Lagoon, as they're able to get that pick. But right now, Remix in a much better position now, as Thrasher's going to be trying to find ways that they can push them out. Two are going to go down on Remix right now. Soge is going to be trying to paint up a little bit by their basket too, but a lot of paint here coming out from the side of Thrasher Fanclub. So they're holding strong to this, but Remix, knowing they want to try and hold on, play a very defensive game, not be too aggressive here. And it really comes down to Brown Thrasher Fanclub trying to find where they want to break in. They're not in a position now where they can get the splats. I feel like they're going to need a Remix to try and feed a little bit, but Remix playing very conservative at this time.
Yeah, Remix is really just kind of utilizing the range that they have with that Jet Squelcher and that Blob and just being like, hey, we have the lead and we're just going to kind of try and let you come to us. Though, as I'm saying that, we get a jump in there with the, they were trying to maybe make a play happen, a sneaky play there on that flank, but not able to make it happen. If Brown Thrasher is able to utilize that push that happened there, they might be able to push forward and make something happen as we're headed into the last 20 seconds of this.
Yeah, it is still a stalemate here. You know, that push, Purple did such a good job just backing up and saying, like, you know what, I have a way that I can stay alive. I'm just going to drop from this ledge. This push wasn't meant to happen. It's better me to not get splatted and to lose this power clam. Again, they don't need the power clam, but look, you have two, you have the lead. When you still just have solid control of the map, you just don't want to get wiped out here for any reason if you're Remix. Again, we saw what happened before in overtime. Purple trying to push out Target just a little bit, and Remix still on the offensive side. There's going to be one power claim here from Shallow as they're trying to push forward. They're going to be going down, trying to use the crab as it comes out. Two players down now on Brown Thrasher Fanclub, and one is going to go down on Remix. Three are down on Brown Thrasher Fanclub. This looks like it will be the game here, as it is going to be tied 1-1. Going into Game 3. So a very, very close match here, Rissa.
Yeah, a really close match. I really like that Brown Thrasher. They were trying to maybe get their specials. We saw the Kraken come out there as we were headed into overtime. Then we saw a Crab come out as well. They weren't quite able to get the specials paired up necessarily to play off of them together, but I like that at least that they were, as soon as they got them, they popped those specials and tried to at least make something happen with what they had.
Yeah, there were a lot of attempts. And again, I think when you have players who are like using octobrushes and zip casters, like it's so chaotic and hard to predict, and you need to be bold when you're playing a weapon like that. So it keeps everybody on their toes. It keeps your opponents on your toes, and I think both teams did a wise job at knowing, okay, if we push this way, I have a way to back off. I have a way that I can stay alive if I don't want to commit to the push. That doesn't leave us in a situation where we have a player disadvantage.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of, both of the teams, like you said, kind of going back, trying to just poke at the other team and kind of let them come into them instead of them getting the push into them. So a lot of kind of just waiting for specials too on each end. It usually feels like one team or the other when I'm commentating is the team that's really kind of playing patient, waiting for specials, waiting to get a good push in. But it seemed like both teams there were really kind of both doing that.
Yeah, and you know, Remix, they had the early lead in both games, both in Game 1 and Game 2. We're going to be moving on to Rainmaker Undertow, where things can change a little bit because, again, we hadn't. That previous game we saw, I don't think there were any wipeouts from either team during Game 2, but a wipeout is going to be even more crucial and beneficial on a mode like Rainmaker, where you control the pace at the units and the points that are going through. So they're both teams hoping to avoid that, and you know, we can see here Remix, they're readied up, they're ready to go. And it's Brown Thrasher Fanclub, the team that's waiting just a little bit longer, taking some of this time, and you know what? It's a very cool set, and we're at a position now where the fate is in their hands of which bracket they want, or which bracket they're going to be moving on to here, whether it's Silver or Redemption.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see there. I'm curious if whether they're talking game plan, what they want to do, or maybe there's going to be some weapon switch up. But considering they haven't really switched up their weapons, I don't necessarily see that happening. But maybe they were just like, okay, let's try and do X, Y, and Z and make sure that we do this if we want to counter them on this map.
Yeah, and okay, we see two major changes here. One is from Shallow, who's going to be switching from the Range Blaster, going to be using the S-Blast, and then Tiger, who's going to be switching from the Kraken weapon that they were using. They're going to be using the Gal now, and so they're going to have Whale to try and help push forward. And you know, on paper, you do lose a little bit of paint, I think, if you're Thrasher Fanclub, just with the Gal, with the S-Blast. But there's still two really good weapons, and we talked about Wipeout and how beneficial it was. Remix taking advantage of that opportunity, pushing it to the left side, getting that first checkpoint, and not letting the stop go as they still have two specials being used.
Yeah, it almost seemed like this is their map and mode. They knew exactly what they need to do here. They did not hesitate at all, able to just completely grab the Rainmaker, push forward, and dunk it at that first checkpoint. Now, if you are Brown Thrasher, you got to really be on your game, because if there's the momentum that Remix had there at the beginning, you just got to make sure you don't let them sneak that Rainmaker and grab it again, and be really careful if you're playing defense.
Yeah, and you know, that Rainmaker reset just at the not optimal time for Remix because they had a 3-player advantage, but no, had to go back to mid, and now they are back at square one, but the advantage for them is they don't have that checkpoint they have to get through. PTW is the only player standing in their way, pushing up this side, one still down on the side of Brown Thrasher Fanclub, and trying to move through this ramp, the alleyway, but no, going to be going down. I think that was a Wavebreaker pick off of them. They got indirected from the blaster, but I think the Wavebreaker finished them off.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny when that happens, and that's exactly what I believe. I believe that's what happened as well. So, and Remix actually able to grab the Rainmaker, sneak it in, get a few more points. Tori there, getting their score all the way down to 14. Man, it feels like this is like their map and mode. They know how they want to play this.
Yeah, now we can finally see that Brown Thrasher Fanclub's getting a little bit more control, getting that player advantage. They're going to be trying to reset this, but yeah, they have a lot of map control that they need to overcome, still playing a little bit on that defensive side. And again, all of this happened only within the first 2 minutes, so a very different change of pace from what we had seen in the first 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point to bring up. It seems like with the momentum that Remix has, they're just constantly keeping the map in their orange color here. They're really not letting Brown Thrasher get in a position at all to even grab the Rainmaker. And even though purple here might go down, yeah, they're going to go down here on the left side. The longer that Remix is in control of the Rainmaker and holding it and pushing it forward, the more difficult it's going to be for Brown Thrasher even to get in a position to grab the Rainmaker for themselves. So just that constant bugging of grabbing the Rainmaker is going to make that even more difficult for Brown Thrasher.
Yeah, and Remix, they don't need to do anything fancy here. Of course, they still have 2 minutes. Anything can happen. You could get an unfortunate wipeout. But the way they're playing, they can give a little bit of space. They can let Brown Thrasher pick it up. And, well, you don't want them to pick it up when you have 3 down because they might be able to walk to this first checkpoint, and it looks like they will unless purple can get there in time. But no, they're not. That is going to be the dump. But now remember, they have to get all the way to 14 if they want to take the lead. But the benefit for now is that you do have that broken checkpoint if this Rainmaker ends up being reset or this push isn't going to be the one you want. Lagoon trying to go in for a pick, but no, is going to go down. Sluggy trying to stay alive, but is going to be avoiding some of these bubbles coming out from Bookslap and Tori, who's going to be trying to push forward. Taking the ramp here, that's going to be a gutsy move. You got to watch out for that Zuka from Tori, who's going to be taking them down. So a nice pick from Tori as Purple's trying to finish off Tiger as well. So that is going to put that to a stop. Remix back in control and control the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Remix here pops that Rainmaker. It is able to take down Shallow there, who was just lingering under the ledge, trying to maybe get a pick in, create some space for their team. But that Rainmaker pop completely shut that down. So once again, we're in that position. Remix here in control of the Rainmaker, and even though they don't need to push the Rainmaker, I mean, this just makes it so much more difficult for Brown Thrasher to even grab that Rainmaker. So once again, they're running that Rainmaker forward, even though they know that they're going to go down. And man, this might just keep happening here in the last minute. Brown Thrashers are going to have to figure out what they need to do if they want to win this.
Yeah, and again, they don't have a lot of paint that they can work with. You just have to really rely on building up your specials and coordinating them at this point. But you might have to do that more than once, which is always very difficult. But look at that, the triple. We can talk about how Zuka kills are amazing, but anytime you get a triple, it is absolutely crucial for your team. And again, coming at about 40 seconds remaining, that's huge for Remix. That's going to allow the rest of their team members to push up and paint. Again, don't necessarily need to worry about the objective if they don't want to. They just have to make sure that they have all their bases covered so that Brown Thrasher Fanclub doesn't have an opportunity to break in.
Yeah, absolutely. They ran forward. They were painting the map as orange as they possibly could. That's going to make it that much more difficult for Brown Thrasher to even get to the Rainmaker. They have to paint the ground if they want to get the Rainmaker for themselves. And now 3 members down on the side of Brown Thrasher Fanclub. It looks like Shallow's the last member standing there trying to make anything happen that they possibly can. Not quite able to, though. And this game is going to be going to Remix.
Yeah, that was a very dominant game from start to finish for their team. They set the tone very early with that wipeout, and we mentioned in Game 2, there were no wipeouts, and it's much more important in a match like Rainmaker, and they got it. got it down to 14 and pretty much held that lead the entire time. So they did allow Brown Thrasher Fan Club to push up a little bit, but never gave up that lead that they wanted. You know, that Zuka coming out from Tori, getting that triple. I was mentioning, like, yeah, people say what you want about Zuka, and like we're, you know, gas up all the splats that it gets, but any weapon that gets a triple in one shot, I'll give respect to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Tori really knew exactly where they needed to shoot that, and man, it paid off really well for them. It felt like that was, I don't know, it just felt like that Zuka was even better on that map and mode in particular. Maybe it's just one, like I kind of was talking about, where they just really know how they want to play it, and they're just so familiar with how to play the ledges of that map. I feel like that really showed there.
And you know, the changes coming out from Brown Thrasher Fan Club, you had the S-Blast and you had the 52, and it showed, I feel like, that they just didn't have the paint that they had in the first 2 games. Now, of course, when you go down early on, get down to 14, you have a lot to overcome at that point, and then that changes how a team like Remix is going to play, where they are going to be more conservative. They're going to keep a lot of the paint on their side, so they're not going to be as gutsy with the plays that they're making, and that might not benefit you as a Thrasher player who has that weapon that's going to rely on somebody trying to be more aggressive.
Yeah, great points to bring up. And I mean, the recognition too, especially we saw it there at the end for Remix, they able to recognize, hey, just paint as much as you possibly can, because they don't necessarily have the fast painting power that we have. Remix having that blob, the jet squelcher, and then even that octobrush, I feel like can get out a lot of paint as well. So we'll see if when we head into this match, if Brown Thrasher ends up switching back to the original weapons that we've been seeing them play, or possibly going to be staying with that last switch up that we saw.
Yeah, we will be moving to splat zones for this one. No changes here on the side of Remix. We'll see what Brown Thrasher Fan Club is going to bring ringing out. They're going to be going back to the weapons they had before. That is going to be the custom range blaster and the vanilla splash. So a little bit more paint on their side as they try and get some of these picks. Not a lot of range from their team, but again, for a map like Zones where you just want to kind of get those quick KOs and quick picks, we'll see if that's going to benefit them.
Yeah, we will absolutely see. It looks like initially here it is benefiting them. They are not only in control of the zone, but pushing forward and creating some space around that. With the, it looks like PTW is still lingering, acting as a distraction. Actually, that was kind of a good distraction. That allowed their teammates to push forward as the members of Remix were looking over at them. So now Brown Thrasher able to continue to get the lead here, push up, and you can see they're kind of just trying to decide if they want to push up, you know, even further into Remix's base, or they maybe just want to linger around these ledges.
Yeah, this is a really good position for Brown Thrasher Fan Club. Again, this is the first time we've really seen them in the offensive position, not coming from behind. And this is the best start out of any team from this set. They have a 2-player disadvantage, but still holding on to the zone. Remix trying to take it over. It looks like they might pretty soon as Laguna's there, but no, they're going to go down. It is still held by Brown Thrasher Fan Club. Could this be a position where they go in? No, it is not. Getting down to 14, 66 penalty points remaining, but regardless, that is a huge start for Brown Thrasher.
Yeah, that was an amazing start from them. It's almost like I was saying how the last map was Remix's map and mode. They knew how to play, but now it seems like it's flipped on this one. Now it seems like Brown Thrasher knows exactly the positions they need to take here, exactly how to play, how to utilize the specials that they have as well. And as we're taking a look at that, Tiger, speaking of figuring out where you need to be on the map, Tiger there with that blaster just flanking around, was trying to poke at anyone up on that canopy. Was called out though, but with 2 members down on the side of Remix here, man, it seems like Brown Thrasher is just going to continue to dominate.
Yeah, and if you're bug slap in that position, that's so hard because you're 2v1, you're pretty much backed into a corner. But I think, too, what Brown Thrasher did so well is they weren't going to go out of their way to chase out that member. They're like, we have better things to do. We need to get back to the zone and protect it. And that is definitely paying off now. 4 remaining, still holding on to the zone. That is going to be the first knockout that we see here. And that is going to go to Brown Thrasher Fan Club getting that win. So, oh my goodness, we're going to a Game 5 here.
Game 5, wow.
In pools, let's go.
Let's go. I mean, and I feel like initially it seemed like it was both teams were kind of even, and then it seemed like, okay, Remix was figuring out what they needed to do, but then all of a sudden, now it's completely flipped, and now when we head into this Game 5, anything can happen. I'm really not sure what to expect.
Yeah, we're excited about it. I don't think the players are, because nobody wants to go to a Game 5 in your pools. I don't think a lot of unnecessary stress for playing in it. But hey, it's exciting for us. It's exciting for you guys watching here and at home on IPL. So we'll be going back to Clam Blitz, I think, for that one.
Tower.
Was it Tower?
Yeah.
Tower was first, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. That was so long ago. That was like,
It was.
That was like 30 minutes ago.
I know, right? When you go to a Game 5, it's just like, woo, woo. We've been
I know,
here
we got
for a while.
Yeah, got to repeat one of the modes, but yeah. I really like how that started for Brown Thrasher Fanclub again. And unfortunately for them, it's not anything where you can, I mean, not that they could counterpick, but zones just seem to work so well for them against a team like Remix. As we take a look at Brown Thrasher Fanclub getting themselves situated and getting ready. Again, there's a lot of spectators here watching right now and playing. You can see a little glimpse here in the top right of your camera here. That's where a lot of the stations are located for everybody else playing Splatoon or Smash or Mario Kart for their pools, but all the action, especially tomorrow, is going to be focused on this side of things.
Yep, absolutely. We are here on the far right, and then you saw there on the screen was Mario Kart that's next to us on the, well, from my side, the left side, but it's on the right side. So yeah, really cool to see. Tomorrow, like you said, there's going to be so many people in those stands.
Yeah, we have a big weapon change coming out from Remix. That is going to be the Rapid Pro Deco that's going to be coming out here. Purple's going to be using it with the Angle Shooter and Killer Whale. Not a weapon that we see very often, especially the Angle Shooter, as they're going to be choosing that. We are on Manta Maria here for tower control. So, you know, changing it on a Game 5 without changing your weapons before, that's a pretty gutsy change, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta try and adapt to get what you need to do to get the picks, and right now, Brown Thrasher Fanclub in better control. Whale's gonna get them 2v2. Remix in a better position now with a lot more paint control.
Yeah, absolutely. I could see how you might want to switch to a blaster here instead of that jet squelcher. There's so many just like ledges and angles here that maybe the jet squelcher wouldn't be able to poke at as best as they possibly could. So that blaster is really going to help allow them to go over the ledges. So, but as I'm saying that, man, here, Brown Thrasher in control of the tower, and they're just continuing to push it.
Yeah, they are, but now they're 3 down. Can the Lagoon and Tori get that last pick? No, they're going to be jumping out. So that is going to be almost a wipe here for the side of Remix. Getting down to 61 again, past that first checkpoint, approaching that second checkpoint, but not much else after that, as right now Remix at the first checkpoint using the Whale, using the Zipcaster and the Rain as well. All of the specials coming out from the side of Remix, trying to get past that first checkpoint. They're able to do it, but Tiger's coming up with a Kraken to jump on the towers. Purple's trying to find a way that they can stay alive. In Bugslap, wisely going on the Grace where the Kraken cannot go. So that was a good push, not enough for Remix to take the lead.
Yeah, Remix here, you can see they're continuing to linger around this left area as Tori was sharking there under that left area, just kind of waiting for someone to pop out over that ledge that they could poke at them with that carbon roller. Go, Tori on the tower here, able to take the lead, and even though 2 members are down on the side of Remix, at least they were able to hop on the tower to get that 1-point lead.
Yeah, that was much needed for them. Just try and make sure to do everything you can to get the lead, and they are not done with this momentum. Sluggy in a good position using the wall string to try and get some hits when Tori is going to be coming here on the ledge. Zipcaster coming out as well, chasing around Sluggy. While all this is happening, Remix still on the tower as Brown Thrasher Fanclub trying to find ways that they can get picks here. PTW in a 1v1 going down to Lagoon. So all the momentum still pushing up by Remix. Tower is going to go back to neutral as Brown Thrasher Fanclub trying to push forward, but there is a lot of orange paint on the map here, Rissa, as Remix, they did such a good job spacing themselves out, covering corners that Brown Thrasher Fanclub probably did not notice or think would be painted.
Yeah, the longer that Lagoon was back there, but when they were alone with their team, that just made Brown Thrasher all have to look back at Lagoon and make sure that Lagoon wasn't going to get a flank on them. So even though Lagoon ended up jumping back, that just was, Brown Thrasher could have spent a lot of that time instead of looking back, pushing forward instead and getting blue paint on the board.
Yeah, so they're able to get some more blue paint on the board. And like you mentioned, there's 2 minutes left here. And again, they have that one checkpoint that they need to get through, and pretty much just that. Oh, that is a huge wipe. I believe that was Lagoon getting quite a few picks there. 3 went down at the same time. That is going to be huge for Remix at this time. And they are riding this tower as members of Brown Thrasher Fanclub trying to push in, as Lagoon's going to be using the zip caster, trying to get behind some of these players. Can they take out Tiger in time? No, they can't. But a lot more pain on the map here for Remix. The Hammer's going to be coming out, taking out Purple. Can Remix extend this lead? Is Shadow going to be staying alive from the Zuka? Yes, they are for the time being, but they are going to be going down, so still Remix benefiting greatly from this push.
They are. They're just continuing to hold as much space as they possibly can. And even though it seems like they have to keep backing up, they don't have to back up all the way back into their spawn. They just have to back up into mid and try and get jump-ins from their teammate. They already have that mid space. It is so orange right now. So with Brown Thrasher not able to get paint on the board, it's just allowing Remix to just continue to wreak havoc. Tori and Lagoon on those aggressive weapons, they have all that space to be able to move around.
Yeah, right now it's not looking so great for Brown Thrasher Fanclub, as they really haven't had any opportunity to take control of the tower for this time, but 2 are going to go down. Shadow trying to stay alive. Shadow trying to stay alive, getting out of the rain. They do, so they are in control of the tower right now, but there's a lot of orange paint from behind from Lagoon, who's been doing such a great job with all of their flanks and the zipcaster movement throughout this entire game. So this will be a big hill to overcome here if you're Brown Thrasher Fanclub right now. But Tori coming in with the flank too, trying to get some picks. Shallow's going to be dropping down, trying to take them out. 2 are going to be chasing them. Shallow's going to be trying to go for an offensive flank here as they're trying to get some momentum going. But no, they're going to be spotted. 10 seconds remaining. 2 are going to be down from them. 3 are down. Not looking so great for Brown Thrasher Fanclub, Rosa.
Yeah, Brown Thrasher Fanclub trying to do everything they can to create as much space as they can. But if there's a blaster, there's a blob just poking at the tower where you're trying to go, it's going to make it so difficult for you to even get on the tower. So Remix winning that game 5 and taking the set versus Brown Thrasher Fanclub.
Yeah, that is huge for them to get this win. Going all the way to a game 5, like we mentioned, they lost to games 1 and 4. So they won 2, 3, and 5. Again, that was probably the most anybody has played so far today, going all the way to game 5. Wouldn't be surprised if that was the only game 5 that has happened so far here for our pools. A very good win there for Remix. Brown Thrasher Fanclub, they will be playing in the silver bracket, the silver pools that will be happening later tonight. Remix, they still have one more set to play, I believe, and they'll be facing the loser of Fossil Fish and Team Sprinkles. They might have a rematch against Team Sprinkles later on. We'll see. But that was a good win for them, as they guaranteed themselves at least in the redemption bracket for tomorrow.
Yeah, good points to bring up, absolutely. And too, I get to commentate that redemption tomorrow, so it's always fun being able to commentate someone that you already have been watching throughout the tournament. So I'm just taking mental notes here since I get to commentate them again tomorrow.
Yeah, always important. Honestly, makes our job a little bit easier when we have like 20 teams and we can kind of follow up and really track their schedule and see how they're doing. But yeah, that's just a lot of action happening tomorrow, like we mentioned, because today we still have, we have more matches for this pool coming up pretty soon as these players are swapping, and we have a whole other pool, and then like we mentioned before, the silver pools, the teams that go 0-2 will be facing off in their own bracket, with the silver finals happening tomorrow morning. So it's always great that we can still crown champions from teams who don't really do the best in their pools, but they are in a separate pool then that they want to try and take home the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, even though, oh, dang, we didn't really do that good at first in the pools, it's like, okay, we still have a chance to win at a level of teams that are like more at their level too, which I think makes it even more competitive and fun.
Yeah, I agree. As somebody who's like played at a few lands and never made top cut, it's just not where I am right now. I always rely on kind of the silver pools. In previous tournaments, they've been called something else, like other names too, but I always rely on them. I'm like, okay, that's where the competition is for me. That's where I will be.
Yeah, it's fun, and instead of just being like, oh, dang, okay, I'm out of the tournament, it's like, okay, no, we still got something to look forward to and try our best at, so I think that's cool. Yeah.
And again, a lot of that will be happening, and MomoCon runs until Sunday. We won't be having any Splatoon on Sunday. We'll be enjoying ourselves with the other events that this venue has to offer. I think the events go until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday, so we pretty much have like the whole afternoon to do stuff, and then we'll still be hanging out here on Sunday anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are using that since there's no Splatoon. You can go to the aquarium, you can go to the World of Coca-Cola, like you
Yeah.
were talking about. So there's a lot of things to do here in the city of Atlanta.
What did you do last year when you were at MomoCon? Are there things kind of around the venue that you did?
Yes. Well, me and Siren just started like wandering around and just trying to figure out what's going on. And then we found out that there was a car show here. There is wrestling.
Did you watch any of the wrestling yesterday?
Not yesterday, but I did last year.
Okay,
So,
I watched it today.
yeah.
I watched it yesterday. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because I was big into like WWE and stuff when I was younger. It was just so fun to see like not cosplayers wrestling, but they were still in the spirit of that type of entertainment. So it was so fun. But there like is a legit wrestling ring in the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so cool. I know last year when we turned the corner, all of a sudden we hear like yelling and like banging. And we're like, oh my gosh, what is happening?
Yeah.
And, oh, it's wrestling.
Yeah.
Didn't even know that was here.
Yeah. I don't know if there's like a tournament or bracket. There's got to be some like program they follow for it. I don't know what it is. There's countless things here at MomoCon. Because all the stuff that we've been talking about, like we can't even cover any of it. So
Yeah, and last year too there was a Spider-Man meetup as well. A giant room full of Spider-Men. That's just amazing.
I can't wait to see, especially when all the people gather for like photo ops and groups. I feel like that's the thing. Let's take a look at some of our sponsors here, like especially Amori here. They're one of the sponsors here for MomoCon, and they have just such the cutest merch that we have seen. Have you taken a quick look up and down the artist alley and vendor alleys yet?
Not yet, but I really need to. There's so much to look at in there, and Amori and Omocat here is one of the things I want to look at myself.
Yeah, and again, you can check that if you're here watching Exhibit Hall booth 0719. You can find their booth at that location. So check it out. I haven't bought anything yet. I will before I leave, but not yet.
I know, it's like, okay, once you buy something, then you got to maybe carry it around for a while. You got to at least buy it at a time where you can, okay, I'm heading back to my hotel, and then I can leave it there.
But you don't want to do it too late in case it sells out.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's always like
Exactly.
it's always hard to balance out and figure out when you want to spend all your money. So
Totally.
yeah.
Totally.
But and I think what's really cool is outside of this giant room that we're in, like there's windows where you can see all the vendors. It's a level higher, but you can look, and it just looks like a giant like flea market essentially.
Totally.
And it is just amazing how all these people can even set up in time, and how well coordinated it is too.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. Like how, like the coordination you have to like just set up all the game stuff here, all the vendors, all the artist alley. It's just like mind-blowing, especially once you're here and realize how huge this place is. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's so fun to see. Again, this is my first con that I've pretty much ever been to, so it's like I feel like it's probably an overwhelming con for your first one.
Totally.
So, but it's I'm so happy to be here, obviously, commentating Splatoon. We're happy that Splatoon is here again this year as it was last year. So we're excited that a lot of people came, whether you came for Splatoon or if Splatoon is something you signed up for, you just enjoy watching because you were already playing and coming to MomoCon anyways. It's really great that we're celebrating the 20th MomoCon coming up. When they said 20th, I was like, oh yeah, the first one was, probably 1995, yeah. Like, no, 2005. That was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it.
No, oh man.
But I actually am from San Diego where Comic-Con is, and I thought Comic-Con was huge, but like this building that we're in is like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 times the size of the San Diego Comic-Con and what's going on there. So it's just crazy to see and really cool to see how well put together this is.
Yeah, it is exciting to see. We have our next match. This is coming from the different pool from before. So this is SBP2. We're seeing Hibiscus versus So Much Swag. So Much Swag on your left. They have Daybreak, Devade, Tacos, and Swag. Hibiscus has Yoko Poke, Verde, 90, and Frosty playing for them. So not really sure how they did before in their respective matches in sets 1 and 2. We'll see. But we're happy to see them moving on to a different pool this time. The big team that is in this pool is Ace of Spades, Max, Len, Thunder, and Katie Lexi. So they're the team who I'm expecting to at least make top 3 for sure. Potentially could make it into grand finals later tomorrow night.
Yeah, definitely one of the teams that you want to be watching out for, absolutely. And I'm kind of looking over we have a nice player list here in front of us, and I'm actually not too familiar with a lot of these members. The only one I really am familiar with, I believe, is Daybreak.
Okay, so Tacos first in Squid Junction 85. So Squid Junction, one of the tournaments held from Dapple Productions. Devade, they've been playing in a few SOSs. Yeah, a lot of these players, I mean, just playing in a lot of the online tournaments that have been popping up. But Daybreak has a lot of notable. They've gotten first in quite a few swimmer sinks hosted here by IPL, and yeah, there's just a lot of these players have a lot of online experience essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm guessing this is a pickup as well, which is always, I love watching pickup dynamics and being able to see how different players who maybe don't necessarily play with each other as much, maybe you do play with each other to get ready for the tournament at least, but I love watching pickups play and seeing how they can utilize playing around each other when you aren't a team that has as much synergy.
Yeah, and Hibiscus, a team, they're not a pickup team. They've actually been playing together. They played in Ludi for a few seasons, so they have a lot of online experience as well. So they're Ludi Div 5 team. They're actually fourth. Arwen is Brazilian and won't be here. But Arwen, they used to play for, a different team that was, I believe, Intimidation Factor back in the day. And then, okay, so Verde, yeah, OSU Scarlet player, go Buckeyes. As an Ohio native, let's go there. And Poco, yeah, so they also associated with YouTube to MP4, so that was a Div 6 team that played in Ludi. So a lot of players who are just kind of around the community. Frosty being a CCA staff member, who we love the CCA here. We've been able to broadcast a few of their matches on IPL on Sunday nights during their season. So it's this is just a fun group of players. Frosty is actually one of the TOs for Mario Kart that is happening here as well.
That.
So it's funny because he was busy working during the first block. And I saw him. I was like, he's working with Mario Kart, but he's playing too. So he's a busy guy.
Yeah. Like, hold on, guys, I gotta go play in Splatoon really quick.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Hold down the fort.
Yeah.
Oh man. But they're getting themselves situated here now. So this, I think, this one should be a good matchup. But like you mentioned, we have the team on the top, the Alpha team. This is definitely a pickup team where a lot of players have individual results that yield them to be very strong players too. But of course, you have the synergy of being a structured team that we'll see if that benefits Hibiscus.
Yeah. One of my favorite storylines. I love watching a pickup just play against a team that, like you said, has that synergy, that a team that is constantly, scrimming with each other. They just know how each other plays, and they know exactly what they want to do. So always a fun dynamic to be able to watch. And as we head into this first game, Tower Control, let's go ahead and take in these weapons and take a look at these weapons and see what each team is playing.
Yeah. All right, so we have the Explode there. We have the Tri-Stringer coming out from the side of So Much Swag too, and the dualies. So we've got quite a big loadout here. Frost using the Golden Dynamo. That is not something you see very often. Going to be having chumps in that Splat Bomb too, so we're going to be paying attention to them here at this first moment to see if they can get any quick picks here. As It's Cold is trying to push forward, but no, Frosty is the one who's going to get that redemption and get that pick. As 9P is trying to stay alive, using that Explode to try and build some of the space. A slight player advantage for So Much Swag, but nobody's able to take the tower quite yet.
Yeah, a little chaos happening there as both teams got a few picks on each side. They're really just trying to figure out how you want to play against the other team. I mean, if you're up against a Dynamo and an X-Blosher, you got to really just think about, okay, we have a little bit shorter range on our side than those weapons. We need to figure out how we want to run into these longer range weapons.
Yeah, that's always something you got to try and figure out. And right now, So Much Swag able to get past that first checkpoint, continuing to build up. Div 8 trying to push forward as they're really just dancing around some of these ledges. Can they take out Verde? No, they do. They get a really big pick there. That is going to be huge for Debate and the team of So Much Swag as they're trying to push forward. A lot of paint under control, still taking control of the tower as well as 90 is backed up all the way. That is hard to be backed up that far when you're an Explo and don't really have a lot of space to push and use. And right now at the second checkpoint, that is going to be a quick second checkpoint break for So Much Swag. We'll see how long they can hold this on.
Yeah, you can see they doubled up there to get that checkpoint even faster. So they really made sure that they got that checkpoint. And they are still here juggling this tower, constantly seeing Daybreak there on the tower, just juggling that with their teammates. So finally, though, 3 members go down on So Much Swag. So this is going to be the opportunity that Hibiscus wants to paint the map, get their specials ready, and then that way they can get more points on the board.
Yeah, Hibiscus trying to find where they can break back in. Frosty not afraid to go forward with that gold dynamo. Unfortunately not going to pay off for them, but Yokopoke is going to get some redemption. 3 are going to be down just 90, and they're not in a very good spot, not able to jump out in time as well. So Much Swag just picking this up back where they left off, except the tower is now in neutral, but they are positioning in themselves just how they positioned themselves before as Hibiscus is trying to break in. Verde is trying to use that Trizuka to push forward as well, and that crab coming out on the right stack, that is a dangerous spot to use the crab if you're Hibiscus.
Yeah, Hibiscus here just really having to figure out how they want to get their footing. I like that they're at least painting the map because with the constant orange paint there on the map from So Much Swag, they're just really having to figure out how they want to get their footing and get in a position to get to the tower. Finally, though, with that Dynamo paired with one of the shooters there and the Explo, they're all able to tag team that tower and put a stop to that. So it's not over yet for Hibiscus. They are on that tower, and they just need to figure out how to set up to get in a position to push.
Yeah, that seems just to be a point for So Much Swag, that they get to 10, they get to so close, and then they have to back up. So Hibiscus is doing something right in that position, or So Much Swag just can't quite pull it off just in time. But either way, that is big for Hibiscus for keeping themselves alive. Now, they really have not had much time that they've had control over this tower, nor have had any map control for that matter either. So down to, trying to push forward for them, but again, they just haven't done it with only getting to 95 and still being pushed out pretty much in their spawn. They are forced to back up and jump out here as Tacos is going to be going for the trade, but they were also coolered as well. So they're going to be back in right now, forming the rest of their team of So Much Swag, who still has a player advantage.
Yeah, it's always important to note, too, when So Much Swag is just constantly holding all this space, a lot of it is they're constantly getting jump-ins. When you're able to play really fast like that and know that you can rely on your teammate for a safe jump-in, you're just able to play so fast, and that's exactly what we've been seeing here from So Much Swag. Even though they do have a member go down, and if they're coolered up even at that, they're just able to just jump right back in the action and continue this constant pressure that we've been seeing.
Yeah, they're trying their hardest to do it, and again, Hibiscus is just that creature that won't go down quite yet. They'll probably go the distance and make this go to a game where it's going to time out at 5 minutes unless So Much Swag can pull it out right now. Again, we've talked about the map control they've had this entire game, and they still continue to build off of it as it's cold is just waiting for an opportunity to try and push forward, waiting for somebody to drop down, hiding from this ledge. This tower's kind of now stuck a little bit, especially with some of that toxic mist that was out. Yokopoke trying to stay alive, jumping on the tower, no. But look at all these members from So Much Swag just kind of built up around the towers. Tacos put themselves in a very interesting position, but stayed alive. That is going to be a big splashdown coming out, a redemption splashdown too coming out from Hibiscus. Will they have an opportunity to stay alive? They might, but I don't think, Brissa, this is going to really work out for them.
I know, you can see there they were doing everything they possibly could to stop that tower, just jump on the tower, at least have someone on the tower, that way they can maybe make something happen off of that. But with the constant pressure that So Much Swag had, they were not quite able to do it, but there was definitely a really good effort there. You just saw them continuing trying to jump on the tower and make something happen.
Yeah, and that position is so hard when you're a team like Hibiscus, where you've been down pretty much the entire game. You don't have any map control. You're running out of options on how to break in, so you have to. The only thing you really can't do is like throw your body to the tower to try and stop it, but that's also the most predictable move too. So you have that fine balance of, okay, I need to build my special, I need to push away, but I can't sacrifice any time or else they're just going to get the knockout on us.
Absolutely. And now too, so as we head into the second match here, now Hibiscus kind of knows, okay, this team plays really fast and really aggressively. How do we want to counter that? You really got to figure out, as we see them there on the right side, they're doing exactly that. Okay, they're talking it out. What do we need to do here? What weapons do we need to switch out? What positions do we need to maybe take differently? How do we approach this play style?
Yeah, they're going to have to try and focus on that because, again, during that first game, there weren't any positions where Hibiscus had the lead at all. Now, like at the beginning, they pushed the tower to 95, but anyone can hop on the tower for a few seconds, and you know that's just the positioning, and you're going to net some points. So I don't think it was intended that they were really going to push and get some points that way. So they'll have to find ways that they can adapt and overcome. And of course, the benefit of this is we're changing modes. It's a brand new game at this point too. And we've seen it in the last set with you know, Brown Thrasher Fanclub getting that dominant Splat Zones game win. It's possible for Hibiscus here as well as we move on to game 2.
Okay, so headed into game 2. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at these weapons. No major switch-ups I'm seeing on the side of Hibiscus, and then on the other side for So Much Swag as well, no major switch-ups as well.
Yeah, still sticking with the Tri-Stringer and these Splat Dualies, but Div 8 did such a good job there in the first game. Verde is trying to stay alive, using their splatter shot to just try and get some paint to build up some of those Zukas, but 2 are going to go down. Can they get another? No, but it's Cold is going to get a trade with Verde, so it's going to be in a 3v3 right now. And of course with Clams, probably the most stalemate beginning that we possibly have. This is going to be big here for So Much Swag as they, again, have that player advantage. Not a lot of Clams, though, for them, but that doesn't mean they can't get this power kill in pretty quickly if they work together, as they are just timing these specials really well, forcing Hibiscus to scatter.
Yeah, absolutely. And they, with those jump-ins as well, Daybreak just acting as a beacon themselves, as they were able to just get those jump-ins, not let go of any space that they had, and just continue the constant pressure. Now, Len, like you said, you're not quite able from So Much Swag to get the clams that they needed, even though they had the space that they wanted. This has now allowed Hibiscus to push forward, get out of their spawn, and try and figure out how they want to get back into mid.
Yeah, and I think, too, what's hard is that a team like So Much Swag, they're not afraid to flank. So you're not going to rely on, you know, the team pushing as a unit. Like, you have to at least be on guard pretty much the entire time for this game. And honestly, the longer this game goes as a stalemate, I think Hibiscus is going to benefit, but unfortunately for them, they look to see losing a little bit of control as they don't have the player advantage, and that's finally going to be a score by So Much Swag. We'll see how far they can get down because they seem to have a solid control by their basket. With a lot of these clams coming in, they're going to have to retreat back out for more, but hey, having your first push be anything that's under 50 is going to be very good for them.
Yeah, that's a great starting push, and that's really going to give you a really strong advantage throughout this. So, man, So Much Swag, even though they're having to back up a bit and regroup into mid after that push, they're just continuing to poke at Hibiscus and continue to get picked. So Hibiscus now is the team that needs to regroup here and get some clams ready. And even before they get the clams ready, they have to just think about how they want to get back into mid. Once again, So Much Swag here is right back in the action, open up that basket again and scoring in more clams.
Yeah, and that's, you know, they never let up any of the map control that they had after that push, and that's what's really hard when you're Hibiscus, where you're happy that the enemy basket closes, but you can't break in a very well-placed bomb. We see a jump come in from one of the members of So Much Swag out of clams right now. Frosty's going to be picking up that power clam just in time, so they're going to get another clam, working with 2 power clams, but again, they want to try and get some of this space. 90 using a good splashdown. Perfect timing there, especially as a player like an Explo, where you have to rely on your range. You need that quick paint and the jump scare splashdown, as I like to call it, from a weapon like that. So here's an opportunity for them. Hibiscus, as they have a player control 3. Rissa, can they get this power clan to push forward?
Yeah, really good picks there from Frosty. That is definitely going to create an opening for Hibiscus, and that's exactly what happened there. They're able to score in 1 clam, 2 clams at that, able to get their score to 60. That's not, you know, near the lead yet, but it definitely is a good start in the right direction. Going to give them hopefully some momentum to make something else happen.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they did lose quite a bit of map control at that. And again, if they score once again, that is just going to get rid of their penalty points. So they'll have a big hill to overcome if they want to try try and extend the points that they have right now. And it's not looking so good for Hibiscus right now as they go 3 down. That's going to be a score from So Much Swag. In a position to knock this out, Daybreak is the one coming in with 3 claims. Those 3 will get them the win, and they're able to get them all in time just because one of the members was flanking on the other side, distracting members of Hibiscus. So Much Swag getting that game 2, getting that knockout, pushing themselves closer here as we are in our 3rd set of our block.
Yeah, man. They just continue to have a lot of dominant pressure, a lot of, you know, like we were just saying, the flank that happened there. They just seem to consistently keep flanking, and when it's the aggressive weapons like that, flanking that just have really good mechanics and are just pushing forward with those shorter range weapons, it's hard to think about, okay, what do we do? What do we look at here if you're the team against that?
Yeah, exactly. So both of these teams are 1-1 in their groups because that's how they're facing each other right now. So both are, I don't want to say likely to go to Redemption. The loser of this will go to Redemption bracket, but the winner will be facing Ace of Spades, which So Much Swag previously did fight and lose 3-0. So there could be a rematch for that one, but again, Hibiscus, they're looking to try and get this win, and if they do, they're going to face Ace of Spades, but first you have to focus on this game, win 3 in a row, and then you're going to be facing the monster team of your group. So there's a lot to think about for them, but right now they're just focused on this one game, trying to look forward to how they can maybe get a game win off of So Much Swag and before they focus on anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking forward to at the next match, going to be match 3. We're actually be headed to Rainmaker Undertow Spillway, like we see here on the screen. So we just saw another 2 teams play on this map and mode. We're going to be going back to it and seeing how now 2 different teams play on it.
Yeah, I don't put it past So Much Swag to just get kind of like that opening knockout and really excelling the Rainmaker forward, and they seem to have been doing that for the last 2 games, or at least doing the equivalent, I should say. But we'll hop in again and see if there's any comp changes coming from either side, and then we're going to see the Stamper come out, so that's going to be 1 change from So Much Swag, and we're going to see the Dark Tetris come out from a Hibiscus, so we're going to see 2 changes, 1 from each team, and the M-Pair is coming out in place of the Splat Dualies from Div 8.
Okay, I'm really interested for Hibiscus how that Tetra is going to come into play. Hopefully that is going to be that aggression that can help maybe counter the aggression coming out from So Much Swag. So initially here, both teams in mid, poking at the Rainmaker, and like you highlighted too, Falco, So Much Swag here being the team that is going to grab that Rainmaker first, start pushing it forward, and not quite, it looks like Yoke there was still kind of lingering, able to shut down the push initially, but with 3 members still here from So Much Swag, they're able to grab that Rainmaker again, start pushing it forward. Frosty, though, with that Reap Slider, able to put a stop to that and continue good pressure continuing out from Hibiscus, not letting So Much Swag dunk that Rainmaker.
Man, so much happened, and we're not even in our first minute there, but yeah, Yoko Poke during that first push, if they would have gotten splatted, I think So Much Swag would have had, they would have easily walked to that first checkpoint, but unfortunately they couldn't do it then. They did just do it right now and down to 60. There were 3 players down now on the side of So Much Swag, so Hibiscus picking it up, trying to reset this Rainmaker now as they're trying to push forward, and again, that could have gone worse. That could have gone worse for Hibiscus, and they're looking to be in a better position right now too. Frosty going to be using the slider once again, but they're going to go down, not get any picks, so Hibiscus 2 down, 3 down, kind of pushing it back to neutral as Frosty is going to be staying alive from that jump. Taco's not able to take them down in time. But again, these players are just not afraid to be aggressive. Yeah,
they really aren't. They're just, sometimes it's just that little bit that really makes you a really good player if you just don't hesitate. As a player myself, if I hesitate, that's when things kind of spiral out of control. But if you just have the confidence to run forward and just not hesitate at all, that's exactly what we've been seeing from So Much Swag consistently throughout this set.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job with it too. And look at this coming out from So Much Swag. Are they going to get the dunk? They are. They're going to just be walking into that dunk as they get the win. Unfortunately for Hibiscus, some of their players were down, but others were just not in a good position to really go all the way around and, attack from behind. So Much Swag taking advantage of the opportunities they had with a clear path, getting that win and a solid victory here for Game 3.
Yeah, really solid victory. Oh my goodness. In a blink of an eye, they were just able to completely dunk that Rainmaker. And I love that there's usually call-outs. It's like, hey, I'm painting, run, and you're just able to paint the path, paint that Rainmaker, and just end up completely KOing it like that.
Yeah, so so much swag. They had a lot of swag that set. I'll just put it that way. getting 3 dominant victories. Again, they're going to be facing the team that they previously lost to, Ace of Spades, and the winner of that, of course, how pools work is a double elimination within your pool. So if they manage to get a set win off of Ace of Spades, there will be a quote-unquote a bracket reset for those 2 teams. But right now, I mean, when you already lose against the team 3-0 and you have to face them again, it's hard to make that turnaround happen.
Yeah, totally. Sometimes it's like okay, you have a little break against that team. You already know how they've been playing, what weapons they play. Maybe you know what you need to do differently if you're the team that lost to them. When you come back to fight them again. So, and maybe too, you have that momentum going. You're just coming off of a set win yourself. You have your hands are warm. You're ready to go. Maybe that could come into play here too.
Yeah, I would say so too. It's definitely possible. Anything's possible. As we are approaching the later part of this pool right now, and again, they're going to be facing Ace of Spades. On the side of the sets that we saw previously where we had Fossil Fish, again, they were the #1 seed in that pool. We'll see if they are 2-0. We can probably take a look at that too, because we saw that Thrasher Fanclub didn't get that victory from before. So it really came down to how Team Sprinkles versus Remix faced each other, which we'll see. Honestly, they're probably still playing because we just watched a very quick 3-0.
Yeah, we did, huh?
We don't really know quite yet, which is totally fine. That's how pools happen here. It's funny because it either ends in like 15 minutes or it goes like to the game 5, like we mentioned, and you're just playing forever.
Yes, yeah, we saw both ends of that here in our commentaries. That game 5, it's like 30 minutes, or like you said, just boom, right away, done.
Yeah, it's you can't predict it. You really can't. But there's been a lot of teams here who are playing who aren't necessarily really signed up together or a full-fledged team. I think a lot of the teams were formed because they signed up as a duo or 3, and then they just got put together as a +1, which you need to do to make these events happen, of course. As Splatoon is, it's hard to just pick up and run a Splatoon tournament. You need to make sure everybody has all their ducks in a row to make these events happen. But I mean, we've talked about a little bit arguably the #1 seed coming into this entire tournament. Moonlight, they're here. We've been talking to them. You chatted with them a little bit before this, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just kind of hanging out, making sure they're watching their friends play, maybe getting a scope on the competition and how they're playing, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far, but that is going to be it for Rissa and I, as we're going to be handing it over to Zach and Siren, who will be coming up next here. So thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being here. We will be back here later this evening for the silver pools that are going to be happening as the final sets of this Saturday edition of MomoCon here on IPL. But Rissa, it's been a pleasure. Where can we find you?
You can find me on X and Blue Sky at Rissa Hi. How about you, Falco?
Find me, Falco, on Twitch, Falco Flyer, or Blue Sky Falco Flyer as well. But yes, we'll be taking a quick break, but you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with some more Splatoon.
Welcome, everybody, to the return of Splatoon 3 at MomoCon 2025. Should have some excellent matches for you as we wind down the pool section of this tournament. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me today on this last leg of the pool section is Siren. Siren, how are you, and how have you enjoyed MomoCon so far?
I'm doing amazing. I'm having, I think, even a better time than last year, which was like a high bar, so.
Well, it sounds like from that ding that we already have our first match ready to go. It's going to be Jelly Squids versus 2200 Miles. Let's go ahead and see what these two teams have brought to the table to start us out with. Jelly Squids with quite a number of members brought to MomoCon today. And in taking a look at the compositions here, we see a couple of Splatlings. We see the NZAP as the consensus choice between both of these teams for the cooler, and some other fun things on the board.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at these comps, that S-Blast, something that we haven't seen too much of in comp, but the players that know how to do it extremely well. Nato moving up here with that Zip Cast, getting a pick very early on a Pick Pickles, moving up on this right side here, almost getting that checkpoint. We're seeing very aggressive play coming out from the heavy Splatling from Mark.
Yeah, you mentioned the S-Blast there. The more common variety has been that S-Blast 91 because it packs the Burst Bomb and Booyah Bomb. This variation is going to have the Reef Slider, which has seen a bit of an uptick in play and is very fun to watch. It is a sort of high-risk, high-reward special as we see Weave here for 2200 Miles trying to set up. They're really taking control of mid as all semblances of yellow ink are basically being erased. They have the benefit of the cooler as well, and Rainmaker in general, a very chaotic mode to be starting on.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a good grasp on your opponent is definitely quite the task when you're dealing with Rainmaker of all things. A lot of people pulling out kind of unconventional things just for this mode in particular here, but what isn't unconventional for Jelly Squids and for Mark there is going to be that heavy Splatling, and doing a very good job at holding things down despite many of their teammates going down for a while there. That you saw that Wave Breaker coming out, and that actually was able to stop them for quite some time. And now we're going back to a bit of a neutral position here. A lot of fighting going on here in mid. I love seeing the pan over to Pick Pickles, who is jumping out, but once again, like, these teams have not really made much of a dent on either end.
Yeah, we see the Reef Slider coming out. Natto, I think, falling down into the abyss, trying to get a parting shot on the way out. Noodle's not able to take out the Crab Tank. It's gone through a few nerfs and iterations in its day, but it's still tanky enough to withstand a few shots there. The return of the Octo Shot as Natto will fall again, and stalwart defense there by 2200 Miles. Very back and forth game, as you mentioned. This map in general has quite a bit of importance around mid. It's a rather large mid section, and the obstacle in the middle is not as large as some of the other maps, as we see a one-on-one sort of back here in the court area. That's going to be 2 picks taken for 2200 Miles, and we're already getting close to the halfway point. Both of these teams really trying to find their footing against each other.
Yeah, and it feels like neither of them have really quite gotten that yet. Mud moving up here onto that right side, but this is complete defense that we're still looking at, and nothing to defend. Like, we're still sitting in absolute neutrals, which is probably just a testament to how evenly matched these teams are, at least for Rainmaker. Mud popping that Reef Slider there is going to stop that hold going on there, and obviously with Rainmaker you want to put a stop to any stalling as long as you can. You need something to happen at any moment.
Nomad looking out here, getting close to the Tacticooler, and that is basically the pinnacle of starting a fight out well, is getting your teammates as much of that buff from the Tacticooler as well as they can, because even if they are a more aggressive team member, if they get splatted, they are able to retain all of the percentage that they had built up toward their special. So it's a great way to sustain and jump back into your teammates, is why a lot of players do run both quick super jump that we saw illustrated there, as well as stealth jump. But with a minute 40 left, we're still in kind of this stalwart pace with 2200 Miles trying to change that. One of the big things that's been working in this match has been using these Reef Sliders to take out the Rainmaker as soon as they pick it up.
Yeah, I love how well rehearsed these Reef Sliders have been too. You saw Pick Pickles a second ago pop that Reef Slider and immediately jump out of it, understanding that that's where you get punished the most. Let me just get out of that situation. I didn't get the pick I wanted. Let me go back to my team. Someone needs to get a lead at some point here, right? We're sitting on the tiniest, riskiest lead ever. If they touch that pedestal, it is basically over. So I feel like this is going to be more of a game of who gets that first checkpoint, because now we're staring down the barrel of 1 minute left in this game, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Zach.
And Jelly Squids was hoping not to stare into the belly of that inkjet that was flying around. The ballpoint Splatling there doing now the Rainmaker carries. They're trying to push up and sort of extend their lead since they already had it. The Reef Slider coming out. They're not going to get anything other than that first Rainmaker. Just above 30 seconds left to go, and it's a 3v3 situation. Nice squid roll there from Nomad to make sure they didn't take any residual damage from that Splat Bomb. And that surprisingly is the first time that we've seen the first checkpoint get popped here with 25 seconds left to go and 2,200 miles. They're going to content themselves with that for the time being.
Now, we've seen a lot of defensive Reef Sliders happen so far. I'd love to see something more offensive here, something that'll break through that barrier as we get into these last 10 seconds of this game. We're looking at absolutely what is going to have to be an overtime push if they hope to win this game. So Noodles holding on to that Rainmaker there, but Pickle's just sneaking around, hitting that direct and finishing it right there.
Yeah, Noodles potentially with the game on her back, but not quite able to make it through. Nice back and forth start. Hopefully a sign of things to come, maybe a sign that we might take this one to 4 or 5 games. But an early start here on a chaotic map for Scorch Gorge. That is going to be, of course, a nice victory there for 2,200 miles, not really relenting after that first push. And Siren, great show of the various compositions that can work in larger tournaments as well as in LAN tournaments like this one. I've seen such a nice variety of different weapon compositions among both special types. You look at things like the pencil and the heavy edit. This time we saw NZAPs working out. Lots of variety is great for the game.
Yeah, that's what I love to see. And in a time like now where we're not seeing a lot of meta changes based on patches or new things coming out, a lot of people kind of resort to experimenting and seeing what the next biggest thing is. And I think that could be one of the most interesting periods for a game's life cycle is what we're dealing with right now, where people are trying to sort of assess what things can deal with the meta that has been kind of samey for a while now. I know they did a bit of a light patch, did some balance work kind of recent, and that has kind of pulled Pencil out of the same spotlight that it was before. They reduced that painting power a little bit, and now that has kind of opened the door for other tools to fit into a comp, just because it's not as dominant, it's not as prevalent. So you might find something with a trade-off that you prefer way more than the pencil now.
It's so funny how just the tiniest of micro changes that seem somewhat insignificant in the patch notes, if you're just reading it at a glance, can have a drastic and sometimes even trickle down effect, because I feel like there have been a decent amount, since we're talking about tactical weapons that have been waiting in the wings for their time to shine. The heavy edit, was vying for that spot from the pencil for a long time, and now has finally really cemented itself in the meta, and we're still seeing other picks like the NZAP come through. Taking a look at 2,200 miles, some of the weapons that they play, Pickles, really favoring, as we mentioned, that S-Blast 92, and also having things like the either Splat Dualies or the light Tetra Dualies that we saw come out from Fall Hole there, with Weave Slider coming out with a variety of different weapons. They have at least 3 different weapon types under their belt, but I'm going to mainly be looking at Jelly Squids to see how they can react to that pretty close Game 1 loss. We saw that, I believe, we're going to Splat Zone's Macomart as our next map and mode combination, and in just reviewing everything that Jelly Squids has among their team members, there's a lot that they could be swapping to compositionally.
Yeah, can't hate on a classic here. This is a map mode that a lot of these teams have practiced specifically to master, just because it's so common in the competitive sphere. So obviously these are going to be comfort picks for both teams. We're seeing the Forge Splattershot Pro coming out. That's kind of an interesting one for me. I'm not even going to lie to you.
Yeah, it has on paper a very nice looking kit as we see it get taken down early. The Suction Bomb and the Booyah Bomb, you would think for a one-zone map like this one, it would be great. It's got that sort of unique shape to the zone. It's got the pillow in the middle of it. And we're also seeing the Splattershot Junior come out. It's not something that you might initially think of for a mode that is so paint heavy like Splat Zones, but that big bubbler can really come into play, and it is very paint efficient as we see Fall Hole taking the high ground there with that crab. You can see Mud sharking around on these walls. It's a very fun factor, and an important factor of this map is being able to know when you're on those walls to pop out at exactly the right time.
Yeah, and I love that, seeing the movement around that crab tank, understanding its blind spots, and just waiting for the perfect time to pop this Booyah Bomb, cause some havoc here as the other team is popping all their specials. That Jet is coming out, the Cooler's coming out. They are not afraid to start pushing forward here, but Mud has something to say about it, taking a team fight there. Are they going to be able to take out this Dooley's coming in for the flank? I'm not too sure.
Mud being forced kind of to to play at an awkward range, you really want to make better use of the range on a weapon like the Forge, which does have, I believe, a 3-splat potential, but can do so at a pretty nice distance away. Fallhole, speaking of distance, trying to use that alternate fire mode to back off the members of 2200 Miles there that are looking there. Now Jelly Squid trying to get on the zone. We saw Noodles popping just barely. That special, it gets taken down in an instance by Weave, who's been using this ballpoint splatling, trying to throw down also the Fizzy Bomb to see if they can back off a couple of the members there. But for now, Jelly Squid's giving a pretty hefty penalty over to 2200 Miles and locking down the zone.
Yeah, we're going to see some sneaky plays coming out of NATO here. You know how much these Rush players love these alleyways on MomoCon so much, but you can kind of see the prediction coming out of the play of 2200 Miles. They're going to want to try and watch these alleyways, understanding they're playing against some flanky weapons here, look for their blind spot, paint up the map as much as they can, and that Reef Slider is going to be a great wedge in for them here. We once again are panning back to Mud on this stack here, who's been trying to dominate the space for most of the game. It's kind of getting to a point where I think they should maybe start considering different angles of the map, as these crab tanks have just been popping on top of it. The Reef Sliders, everything you can think of has absolutely magnetized themselves to that stack.
I'm really glad you brought that up about Mud, because Mud, it feels like every time we've spectated them, has been backed up in that corner. They even threw the Booyah Bomb from all the way behind that obstacle, so you really want to get set up. High ground, of course, no obstacle for Weave on this Inkjet, able to get some chip damage off and really helping to facilitate a scrambling of Jelly Squid, who did go 3 down in that situation. I think it was just the junior left or maybe coming back. That would be the special you'd be looking for. It's a 1-for-1 trade there. Pick trying to see if they can pick anybody off that's jumping down from that sniper approach. But with Fallhole, who's had one of the more important specials with that crab tank, and that could be one of the difficult things on MomoCon, is it's so tough to find a spot to re-enter. They're doing a great job of it, though. They're going to have the Wave Breaker to spot out any remaining members of 2200 Miles, and for now, a take back of the zone, and also getting rid of their tiny penalty there for Jelly Squids.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to take down some points here, maybe even achieve the lead. Just got to be careful of these positioning here. I'm seeing 2 members on that zone, so ideally here you're going to be wanting to try and move up, meet them where they're at, because you don't want to let Pickles get to a good position where he's able to pop that Reslider. Not even going for the zone there, trying to get behind that stack once again. Looks like a bit of a mission failed here as Mud has once again spotted him out, but wait! That AoE is going to do what AoE does.
Pick also making use of that invulnerability as time winds down here. Nice back and forth action. We saw, as we were talking about positioning, play such an important role. We saw a nice job with specials, especially doing great at sort of maintaining that role over the zone, getting high ground where they could. But it's the main weapon where they were having trouble, as we see a bit of a back and forth. This one, the pendulum swinging the other way now. And we go to game 3 with a lot of questions still unanswered.
Yeah, it's, I mean, hey, look, at the beginning of that first game there, we were like, okay, well, who's going to get that first checkpoint? In MomoCon, it was pretty even as well. It's really one of those maps where once you hold that zone, you're probably going to have it for like a hot minute. So I think this is probably like, we might be looking at a game 5.
Whoa, game 5 would be nice. And if I remember correctly, we are going to be going to a tournament and also LAN staple map and mode combination, if I remember correctly. TC Ink Blot Art Academy. This one should be very fun. It's got such a tight tower path, and it requires a more metered style of play, not only because the tower only goes a very small distance relative to some of the other larger, more linear maps, but the first checkpoint, for example, it's right in between 2 different walls and is just a mecha. It is just a honeypot for different specials, something like the big bubbler to come out or to break it with something like the Booyah Bomb. I'm surprised we haven't seen things like the Trizuka or Tri-Strikes really play an impact in these matches so far.
Honestly, you say that, but I'm not that surprised, because I remember we were talking about Pickle's weapon pool a little bit earlier. I don't know if you noticed the commonality between those, but it's actually Reef Sliders.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And we've seen a ton of that. That has been, I think, the predominant special that we've seen. And for something like Rainmaker, made a ton of sense, especially because they were using it to take out the Rainmaker carrier instantly. You could probably, and there's not too much verticality, it kind of dips from the start. You start kind of at the high ground and you go all the way down to that sort of baseline. level near the center of the map, but you could use it to pull off some kind of finicky tower overtakes and really even take out some of the either wave breakers or maybe the big bubblers that get thrown out if we see some of the same weapon compositions. Now, we've talked already about how these players do have a good amount of weapons under their belt, so it's anybody's guess as we go into Game 3 what exactly they'll feel like they need to change, both for the map and mode and also for the team that they're facing today.
Yeah, we saw a lot of ledge camping in that last game as well, which, you know, of course, but that is going to be a trend in Inkblot as well. A lot of that fighting area happens on this plat. So knowing that these players could pull out like maybe a roller, or obviously Pig Pickles is going to stay on a blaster. At this point, we know. There's no surprise there, right? So I think what's realistic for both of these teams, though, is that they're very loyal to their weapon pool. So they're going to find out what combo works best, but not necessarily stretch it to get to like the specials that they think are going to be best. They're going to look at like how they synergize more as well.
Well, let's see what the synergy they've brought out is today. We are seeing the heavy Splatling make a comeback, and on the opposite side of things, the Splat Dualies as well as the 10-attack Splatter Shot. So ask and you shall receive. The Tri-Strike is out, combining with that Splat Bomb to make a pretty intimidating either Skirmisher or Slayer weapon. You're probably going to have your Splat Dualies rolling around to see if they can get some parting shots or just get the entire Splat themselves, Fallhole being the one to facilitate that, and they have been an aggressor these entire 3 matches so far.
3 up on either side. Now we see NATO trying to get this pick, gets that assist, is popping that zip cast. This might be the start of a push for them. Is able to cancel that Reef Slider, which is, you know, that's going to be a first for this set, I think.
Yeah, one thing is very important is to take out those Reef Sliders early because they've been positioned quite well so far. The Octobrush able to dodge out of the way of the aforementioned Tri-Strikes there. That's one of the benefits of a weapon that can move on foot basically as fast as other weapons can swim through that ink. It's going to be the second checkpoint got to here already. Quite a fast movement so far from the members of Jelly Squids, and they force an entire wipeout in defense. 2,200 miles does. Weef coming all the way back, one of the main casualties there, but a not bad start at all. 46 in the first minute, especially on this map. It may not win you the game, but it's a nice start.
Yeah, absolutely. That checkpoint can be a real pain in the tuchus. So, NATO, obviously getting that out of the way is going to be good for them now. We're kind of seeing a bit of a pause in overall big gameplays right now. We're trying to grab some footing, look for the viable areas to make it back in here, and maybe even try and wedge some space for themselves, just kind of force the hand of their opponents here. So hopping back on this tower there, but that recall point is going to be awfully tragic when their opponents are pushing up there.
And contrary to the previous maps we saw, especially Mako Mart, these folks are really comfortable with playing on the low ground. They're not trying to get high ground nearly as much as we see Mud throwing out the Booyah Bomb just to kind of clear house and stall progress on the tower. Of course, we have 2,200 miles here, not clearing checkpoint number 1 as Pig Pickles does get the indirect and gets the splat there on Tanato, looking to see if they can find anybody else, but it looks like Jelly Squids jumping out wisely to make sure that they don't have to duel a blaster at close range. Fallhole does find that tiny ledge, which is a nice spot to set up a crab, using it to survive for the moment, and ends up trading, giving up a special for that. Probably not your preferred way of ending that fight, though.
Yeah, definitely not, but that big bubbler there in the background is going to be able to help them kind of hold those areas that they need to keep that checkpoint away from their opponents. So once again, getting to these areas where we're almost waiting out our opponents, looking at that top bar, seeing what specials are there and you know, what we have to do to deal with them. And now, you know, speaking of specials, I almost feel like I can see the thought process happening right now. We're trying to wedge our way in here as best as we can. I love that long AoE pick that you can get with these S-Blasts at times. And now, once again, we're kind of back in this spot where these checkpoints are getting questioned a little bit, but just this defense has been rock solid. That's kind of the result you get when you have something as strong and viable as like a heavy Splatling just for defending one specific spot.
Well, and we do see Jelly Squids pushing now, but 2,200 miles has spent an inordinate amount of time in this sort of lower side, these two left and right hand court areas. It's not something you see all the time because mid is not that large and is relatively important, of course, for taking the tower back, but they really favor grouping up on these court sides and seeing if they can get picks with overwhelming numbers. Pig Pickles trying to come back and see if they can get the jump down from the Octobrush, and they will still, a teammate will at least cover that up. It's going to be a wipeout force against Jelly Squids as they have to regroup. But the onus is still on 2200 miles. They have still not cleared checkpoint number 1. They lost that progress. And now Fall Hole trying to see if they can prevent any members of Jelly Squid from getting near the tower. The suction bomb will come through still, but Weave holds strong, and Pick Pickles cannot get the pick. Nice, backed into a corner, but Mud and Mark holding strong as they are trying to force 2200 miles all the way back to mid.
Yeah, I love the way that they have the backs of their anchor players. You know, you can see when they're getting pushed, they come to support them when they need to, and then back off and start moving back into mid and reclaiming that space once they feel a little bit more safe. So that's a really good adaptive play from the members of Jelly Squids, as we've been able to see so far. Whether they'll be able to hold that up for the next 30 seconds is another question, as we do see a bunch of specials coming on board here. We have that Crab Tank, which is live, the Cooler out too, so don't have much to lose.
And both teams were kind of in a cat and mouse game, playing who can use the most subs and get their special online first. And it looks like they finally got theirs up around the same time. We're going to see the Crab come out the reefs, or the actual Booyah Bomb is going to be thrown onto the tower there. Might be used a bit early. You may have wanted to save that for overtime, but it's going to be trades back and forth still. 2v2. It's going to actually be a 2v1 in favor of Jelly Squids, and Nomad taken down as Jelly Squids with the nice defense there, making sure 2200 miles could not come back. And that's 2, I believe, in a row for Jelly Squids in this best of 5. They're looking better and better with each game.
Yeah, that's real strength right there. I mean, like, once you kind of get an idea of what your opponent is doing, I think that gives you a better chance to even mentally prep, not even necessarily change it with your comp, but look at the patterns of how they play and where they like to move up, and what areas of the map they like to take, and, you know, do they like to flank? You know, when do they save their specials? So
And the unsung side of having the tournament be on LAN, of course, is does nerves or playing on a stage impact the performance of any of these players? It's tough to know, and I think if it does affect them, a lot of them, if not all of them, do a great job of hiding it. You know, a lot of them have smiles on their face. They're still communicating very well. You can tell that they're locked in, but this is not, you know, the be-all, end-all. They want to make sure that they do as well as they can to try and secure a spot in that top 8 tomorrow, of course, with everything happening today and tomorrow. It's going to be 2 action-packed days. But for now, 2,200 miles as we go to Clamblitz Museum to Alfonsino looking for their next strategy.
Oh, this is an interesting one, and this can be like a great divider, I believe, in Splatoon. It's one of those maps where it's very, very hard to get in, so getting a push on Clam's Museum is like a skill set of its own. Like, you need to have a plan for it, and even then, when the opponent has like super strong backlines, you need to already have like some sort of deterrent plan for it in advance, which, you know, you brought up the Inkzuka earlier, and that's like one of those things that you see in like a lot of backlist comps to deal with like crazy E-leaders or pencil players. They can get them out of the way for the time being so that they can actually wedge in a push for that time, but we haven't seen anything like that come out in the set. So my question to you is, what do you think they do to deal with someone like Mark, who has just kept their feet planted and stopped all these crazy pushes from happening?
Well, in my experience with the map and mode, it's very much so either one extreme or the other. So you're either going to have just instant multiple pops of the barricade and trying to get as many clams in as possible, not letting it die, or it's very metered. You go 3-4 minutes with maybe 1 power clam put in total. And so for a player like Mark that is going to be kind of hanging out on that overlook with one of their Splatlings, and they even bring the Hydra, which is, to me, one of the most terrifying weapons in the entire game. It just has this insane amount of range, and it's one of those weapons where if you main it, you are just insane at the weapon. Now, we have the Booyah Bomb back. Mud is going to be on the Trizuka, so with that, you can basically shoot all the way across from one plat to the other. It's going to make for a very intimidating composition, and on the opposite side of things, pretty much sticking with the same things, including, as you mentioned, that S-Blast 92.
Yeah, very, very loyal to their weapons, as we can see here. So I'm glad to see all these specials getting popped so soon, and these fights are happening like crazy. However, we do have that strongest backline still up and running there. So even though we are working on making a power clam, we do get one in. Are we going to be able to keep doing this for much longer? Okay, well, now we're popping a Reef Slider in their spawn, so I think that answers my question.
Yeah, Pick sort of going for all or nothing there. They're going to go down, but they actually take down the Hydra in addition to that. And Fallhole jumping in, that keeps the push alive, and it resets a lot of the tick-down timer there. Fallhole trying to get away. They are going to get taken down by Nato eventually there, and that will be the end of the push, but already past the halfway point in the first minute. We'll have to see whether they opt for a more defensive stance or if they want to go for the knockout.
Yeah, no, and I like that you mentioned that jump in there, because as you can see, Weef is on that ball point there, which unlike that Hydra, doesn't have that huge weight holding them down. They can move up onto the plat, they can play pretty aggressively, and they're not going to get as punished as maybe a Hydra would for doing that. But now we're starting to see this push coming in from the Jelly Squids. Some sort of jump happened there, I think back to spawn, which is probably a smart idea when things don't quite go right. But as long as we're making some sort of progress on the basket in these early portions of the game, I consider that a dub.
And Fallhole trying to get things set up here. 9 clams in possession of 2,200 miles as the inkjet comes out. We've mainly, I think, backing off some members of Jelly Squids. They are going to be able to get a residual casualty there in the form of the Ink Rush. Fallhole, once again, so adept at taking this high ground. You can see they're able to get that alternate shot past the obstacle, and they're going to use the high ground to their advantage to get rid of the entire penalty and also get a few more. Down to 38 is 2,200 miles. Mark trying to see if they can clear house with the Booyah Bomb. It's thrown a little past Weef, but that's perfect, perfectly placed, and now a full wipeout against 2,200 miles, who extends their lead by roughly 10, but it does give the 18, now 21 possessed Clam Jelly Squids the opportunity to make one of their first pushes of the game.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing probably a bit of nerves coming out here, because this could be match point for the members of 2,200 miles. They definitely want to make this count as much as they can. Nato running in, actually getting the power clam and deciding to just salvage it for now. Hold on to that. They do have another pity clam under their basket, so looking like they're trying to collect all their eggs into one basket before throwing them in. Well, okay, I can't make that metaphor. There's actually baskets here.
Ballhole going to be using that craft yet again. It just shreds through so much of this big bubbler, but it also draws a lot of the shots, so it can't be used for offensive purposes. You're almost forced to respect the fact that the big bubbler is there, but so far, 2,200 miles has done a great job offensively, and we need to see Jelly Squids with that same tenacity. Pickles leading the charge in yet again with that Reef Slider. They break through, and they're not going to have a penalty to contend with after that power clam comes through. Mark trying to see if they can get a cheeky flank. Fallhole gets around and is able to dodge it. It's just a power clam left needed for them to get the W in a knockout, but they are going to be forced to respect the fact that they're 2 down and give Jelly Squids a minute and a half to see if they can contend.
Yeah, Jelly Squids is doing a pretty good job at clearing mid here, but it feels like once they get to that spinner in their opponent's base, they haven't been able to make it much further than that. So in this last minute or so, I'm going to be looking to see what they're going to be holding on to. In particular, I think they could use that big bubbler perhaps to kind of shove their foot in the door there. But you know, it's a matter of getting that junior up into the plat to begin with, maybe getting your Hydra into a very aggressive position. And just as I say that, look at where we are now.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb is going to help clear the space around what was the big bubbler. No longer is there. We're going to see also the Killer Whale come out. So Jelly Squids using a lot of resources, and they are going to get some results out of it. So they get the power clam in, but Weave playing goalie with this Inkjet, trying to see if they can get Noodles off the high ground. It will work for that respect, and it may also work for forcing Jelly Squids completely away from the basket, as you see Mark there with those 5 clams in hand, not able to deposit them as we reach the 30-second mark, but they're not done. They're going to go in again. It's going to be the Booyah Bomb coming out. We've able to dodge it and stay back far enough in a 3v3 situation, but I don't think Jelly Squids has enough that they might need to use these final 15 seconds to try and force a really good overtime push, but they've lost all but their junior, who has to expend the big bubbler early, and Siren, it's not looking great.
It's not looking great. No one's even picked up that pity clam into their base. They need to put some sort of semblance of a plan together. They have picked that up. I pulled out another clam out of thin air, as far as I can tell. That's beautiful. But, you know, now we're kind of stuck in this rep position. It looks like Nato is going to have to make a bit of a run for it. Is under that basket there. Are they going to be able to house jumps? It looks like no. Just that timing didn't quite work out. I think they were in a bit of a fight when that happened, and that's going to be time.
You could see the semblance of a strategy being put together. They had 2 power clams. We're trying to make that very risky but very advantageous jump across the box and right to where the basket was, but it was just too little too late. And 2,200 miles with a nice stalwart defense. I mentioned that a lot, but really setting 3 in front of where that jump would be to make sure absolutely nothing can get through. And with that, we should be going to a Game 5 in our best of 5 here. What did you say, Siren?
I said that this would be a good contender for a Game 5, and look at it. It's a Game 5.
Well, and you had asked the question before this Game 4 got started, what do they need to do to get us into this position? What do you think changed? The Hydra, I know, was in there, and they were able to make some facets of it work. You know, the Booyah Bomb came out, and it seemed to clear some space, but that's very temporary. You really need to find more permanent methods of gaining map control and seeing if you can carve that path, because for all of the specials that were being used to create that space, I think 2,200 miles had just as many when there were pushes by Jelly Squids to kind of make sure they stayed away from the basket.
Yeah, that's more or less it. Yeah, and I think we've playing that ballpoint played a big part of that. Just being able to move your anchor somewhere else on the map and pop that jet in different places. There's a great amount of spots on Museum to pop an inkjet. Like I am an inkjet believer. I am an inkjet defender. I stan inkjet, but it's. Quite often, and especially in the whole pencil era, it definitely was a bit of a struggle to play that. You play against any good pencil player, and their range is going to be longer than your entire inkjet. So now that we're not so concerned about pencil these days, as much. Very important caveat there. And it's these swings in the meta that you're talking about. It's given us the ability to see all of these unique compositions, and we've gotten a kind of hectic back and forth set, so it only makes sense that we end with a kind of hectic back and forth map and mode combination in Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. Truly one of a kind in Splatoon 3. I'm honestly so excited for this. If I was one of the players on stage, I would be so stressed right now. That is not the map mode I want to be seeing for Game 5. Things can just go so wrong so fast if you make one little oopsie on this one. But as a spectator, as a commentator, I'm hyped.
Well, the players are, for the most part, all smiles here, so let's get into game number 5. Already seeing one major compositional change, and that being the well string being introduced with that auto bomb and ultra stamp, as well as the object shredder, so you can kind of see the strategy they want to employ there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see you, Mark. I see that. And, in true Pick Pickles fashion, we go right around the back angle and go for any sort of AoE pick that we can. And that's going to be a very early checkpoint break for the members of 2,200 miles. They're definitely trying to get this over with as quick as possible, try and get that reverse and take the set for themselves.
Yeah, Nato not afraid of the barrier for the Rainmaker popping. They're going to go in, and it's going to work out. Not only are they going to get the pick, but they're also going to get the pop on the Rainmaker. So taking what is one of the shortest paths, I have to feel, to the center of the map to the checkpoint and trying to turn it on its head. They were able to get the big bubbler out, but they're not really going to have a ton of follow-up with it. They also followed that up with the Booyah Bomb, but Pick Pickles kind of sharking around in this moat-like area, not letting Mark have their way at all.
Yeah, I kind of like the way that Pick Pickles moves. I like that he puts down a sprinkler and then uses that to paint his feet while he does other things. That is amazing. And you don't really see it that much because, just sprinkler weapons are not as common and not as played because people don't really respect sprinkler. They don't give it the respect it deserves, in my opinion. But, it'll do the work for you, so let it do it.
Yeah, and with specials being as important as they are in this set, it's a free way to generate that special progress without having to worry about it. Pick Pickles charging in unabashedly. They're not able to find anything until they get mud, backing off, and you can see the strategy we talked about employed right there. Mark almost instantly popping the Rainmaker, but the cost of that is being very literally backed into a corner and getting taken out with these. So 2,200 miles going to make use of that as we see a direct forced out there. Noodles trying to not peek around this sort of horseshoe of death that they will have to circumvent in order to get real progress on the Rainmaker, and that is the trick of this map for Rainmaker, is how well can you handle once you turn that corner this straightaway to the second checkpoint.
That is a beautiful Booyah Bomb placement. Stop that Rainmaker into the corner and then use that to manipulate their movement. Come up around that corner, get that pick for yourself, and slow down your opponent as much as possible. And we're back to that game one kind of thing now, where we're kind of hugging these checkpoints as far as the score goes. We're very close to getting it, but looks like we're pulling that Rainmaker back, maybe trying to get a better angle, probably getting chased by Fall Hole, which, yeah, that didn't go so well.
Mud picking it up here. They're going to have the best view while they're in the middle playing sort of king of the hill with this Rainmaker. You can see Fall Hole trying to use that wall to their advantage to maintain a semblance of high ground themselves, but the Wellstring doing a great job of backing them up. You can use it to fire over walls and really make it difficult for anybody to comfortably set up. Now Fall Hole having to use the crab to see if they can keep the progress out. That was so much ink levied against the shield, and it felt like it did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's that power of Object Shredder on Wellstring, which I think already has a multiplier on the Rainmaker shield, if I'm correct. But yeah, so that really paints the proper picture that we were seeing at the beginning of the game there.
And another pop there coming out from Jelly Squids. They're going to be extending their lead quite a bit, up to 21, as 2200 Miles cannot find the Rainmaker carrier in time. Mud is going to go down as a result. Nomad trying to make sure that they can back off Nato, who seems to be wanting a shot to take somebody down, and they'll get it. Fall Hole swimming right into their lair. Might not get the splat with the suction bomb there, but doing a great job as we hit the minute 15 mark of delaying 2200 Miles for at least a little while.
Yeah, definitely going to have to look at some different options here, but Mark just feeling comfortable in their base. That's not Mark's base.
Fall Hole with the tactical or buff online. They also have the crab too. That's been such a perennial, something that they will constantly have at their backs, is the crab tank using either firing mode to see if they can get Jelly Squids backed away. We've now going to be the Rainmaker carrier yet again. You've seen that pretty consistently in both Game 1 and Game 5 here. Mark using that wall to see if they can throw an auto bomb out and get a cheeky splat if possible, holding on to that Ultra Stamp until the last possible moment. But here they come, and they get taken down right before the Booyah Bomb comes out. 30 seconds left to go. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, what a bloodbath we are looking at here. It's so hard to tell whose spawn is even whose anymore. Fall Hole going to be the last one standing around that Rainmaker with their teammates closely following behind. We're playing a bit of a tough game here, though. We do have that big bubbler now sitting on top of that Rainmaker. 10 seconds left to go. That Reef Slider is going to chase after that Rainmaker, so maybe even dropping out of that bubble was the wrong decision there. Weave popping that Inkjet once again, but that Rainmaker just barely
Ooh. Wow! The throw of the Ultra Stamp cementing the victory there. What a shot!
I think you can tell who threw that Ultra Stamp just based on these reactions.
And congratulating their teammates. It looked like it went clean through anybody that was trying to pick up the Rainmaker. And what a beautiful back and forth there in that Game 5. It's just a great way to start off our C pool here.
In true anime convention fashion, I need someone to do like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure edit of that last few seconds there with the to be continued.
Omae wa mou shinderu. Nani? So Jelly Squids, after a hard back and forth, as you can see on your screen, with the 3-2 victory, and still more to come. It's been so great seeing these two teams. They're not out, of course. They will just go down to the losers portion of the Pool C, and they will be facing, in looking at the bracket, Squighetti Junction. So they were taken down 3-0 by Moonlight. Moonlight, who is one of the few actual teams, non-pickup teams that we're seeing here at MomoCon, and one of the more highly touted teams. They make it known that they're here to play with that 3-0 sweep.
Oh yeah, they're my top pick for taking the whole thing today. I mean this weekend, I guess. Yeah, they're my number one. Like, that's who I'm gunning for. But you know, there's some crazy strong pickups. Like, just all these good players just mashed together. That I think it could still be anyone's game.
And that's the trick, right? The LAN environment is so nice to be able to, and pickups are not uncommon in online tournaments either, but they are such a great way to meet and really get to practice and know the play styles of folks that you might have barely played with. You look at some teams, like I think Yokeshift is one of the teams that has 2 players from one team, 2 players from another, but there are a lot of teams that are just complete mismatches. They have players from all walks of life. Some of them are free agents, some of them have been playing for years, and a mash of veterans and newer players alike here at MomoCon 2021. I think with one drop, we were brought down to 20 teams, which is still more, I think, basically double more what we had last year, and I only hope that MomoCon continues to grow as we continue to see Splatoon here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we doubled our attendance from last year entirely, so hopefully we can double it again or even triple it for the next go-around.
That's the dream, and with the winners finals match being Moonlight versus Jelly Squids, with us seeing Jelly Squids go so back and forth and learning to adapt and, you know, being, as you mentioned, sort of very confident in the weapons that they're bringing, knowing how strong Moonlight is, what do you think they might have to do to prepare for such a tenuous and potentially difficult matchup? It's tough to say, right? Because this is probably the powerhouse team of the tournament. I mean, you look at Jelly Squids, yes, they have a lot of weapons at their disposal, but a lot of the strategies that they employed, they were mainly meant for carving out tiny bits of space. And in objective-based modes where Moonlight is very confident and have frequently gotten knockouts against some very good teams, I don't know that just getting space is going to be enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I think this is one of those moments where you kind of have to cut your losses a little bit. Look at the comp, determine like, all right, what are we gaining out of this next set? Because you could either go into it like sweating so hard that you're not even thinking about it, or you can kind of look at it as like a learning experience in another way, because like I'm just going to be like frank about how I feel about it, you know, like these are very differently seeded teams, and that's common for pools. So I don't think I expect anyone to take out Moonlight and pools. I don't think they're expecting to take them out. Obviously, optimism is your best friend.
Optimism is key.
Yeah, optimism is key, but I think when you go into it and you're like trying to take notes and even like look at the way that they play, you might get something that's even more beneficial for your tournament run.
And that's the basis of improvement in competitive Splatoon. That's why we have so many different styles and kinds of tournaments that exist. We have things like Ludi, where it's more of a seasonal model, and there's a lot that goes into either seeding or figuring out which teams belong where, because you want those matches to be as close as possible and to give you the best chance of improving against players that are very similar to you. At a LAN, especially one with around 20 teams, you don't really get that luxury. You're kind of just dealt the hand that you're dealt, and you have to work off of how do we match up against this team and what can we learn, as you mentioned, from playing teams that might be very well above our play level. And so looking at that, if you're a team like Jelly Squids, while they are one of the higher seeded teams in this pool, that does not mean that there might not be a disparity that is too great to overcome. And as we look at what our next maps will likely be in the second round of this, starting with something like Splat Zones on Robo Ramen, it gives you a pretty large map. It gives you multiple verticalities to deal with. You have sort of the underbelly, and you have a one-zone map. It is kind of a tight middle ground area. There's not a lot of room for error or for maneuverability, but I think it'll be a nice way for these two teams to kind of fill each other out and see where they, you know, are, if that's the match that we go to next. But it looks like we might be staying instead with the loser side of the bracket and take 2,200 miles over to see how Squighetti Junction matches up against them again, having just taken on that incredibly impressive team in Moonlight.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It's going to be a rough bracket for sure. If you're, you know, any team who's going to have to come against Moonlight in round one, you know, I think it's just a matter of looking at your mental and just trying to see where you can go from there. Obviously, this is going to be the make or break for both of these teams, I believe, in whether or not they get into redemption or not. I believe the 0-2 teams go into silver, and then anything 1-2 will go to redemption. So.
And it does matter because for silver, the pools, I believe, are going to be directly after this. So if you go into silver, you still have work to do today. Like, you still are going to have to fight for your place in, you know, trying to get to silver finals as best you can. If you make it into top 8, for example, you have a little bit more time. You can sort of figure out what your day 2 strategy is going to be. And finals, which originally was going to be on that Sunday, is going to be all taking place, everything else taking place tomorrow. So it is going to be a longer day, but I think as a result, teams will be warm. There's not going to be kind of shaking off the Saturday night partying if that happens. It's going to be just straight business, and then you get to relax at the end of it.
Yeah. Can I just say, a little off topic, but I think I've been Pavloved, or maybe I haven't had enough coffee, because during that Inkblot Tower game we watched in that last set, somebody popped a Booyah Bomb and it made the sound effect, and I had my hands like this, and I started doing this. I started like mashing the non-existent D-pad.
Yeah, for those who can't see, Siren has their hands together and is smashing the thumb against the bottom of their other thumb, trying to say like this.
Like this. I started doing this, and then I was like, wait, what am I doing?
And this is something I don't have as a long-tenured competitive player, is that sort of itch or the muscle memory that you might have. But it's something that, as a competitive Splatoon player, I'm sure you get that with multiple different things. I'm sure this is not
I've
like
done that for like opponent booyahs.
Yeah, the only thing that you've seen, and it's maybe something where you kind of hit booyah instinctively, or I've even got the booyah hat here. I'm repping the booyah myself, but that's the nice thing too, is with the players themselves, lots of different iterations of experience with the game. Some are brand new to the game. I saw in putting together my commentary notes that some just started as a team. They've maybe played for less than a year. Others, years and years of experience. And it doesn't necessarily mean, experience makes you the best by default, but it does mean that they are going to have more experience with teams of all skill levels. And maybe that helps with your mentality, knowing what to take into a match where you're either the wild favorite or the wild underdog in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing that. I love seeing new people like trying out lands as well. And I like seeing veterans coming back. I know, as you know, I've been working on the planning stages for Get On My Level in Toronto, and I've been seeing like a lot of people who are, I believe, are just Toronto locals who were like huge Splatoon veterans but kind of dropped off the game. But they're starting to sign up and come back. They're like, oh, Toronto's Toronto's got Splatoon. Let me come back. And I'm like, whoa.
It's a driving factor.
Cool.
You put it in their neck of the woods, and it suddenly becomes a lot more enticing to show up at these events. And I'm super glad we got to have recently that sort of major land showdown where all of the different winners from each of the lands, ones like Gatorland or H-Town Splashdown, were able to come together and duke it out. And I hope that encourages and fosters more of these local lands to really participate and even compete with each other for a bit of regional pride. And you talked about Gommel. That's one of the few major like national or international Splatoon lands that we have left, so it's a big deal. And so I'm super excited for things like Riptide and for Gommel to happen, just as I'm excited for MomoCon to happen today.
Yeah, no, I'm also really just pumped to be like, I never thought I was going to be running an event in my native country, right? So that's super exciting, and I'm glad that some Americans are coming up and visiting us and checking out Toronto while they're at it. Like I was like, there's no way anyone is going to be coming up from the States, but like a surprising amount. I think about like 50% of the people signed up from Splatoon are coming from the other side of the border. So.
Well, shout out to all our Canadians out there, and shout out to these two teams who look like they're about ready to get started for Game 1 of the loser semifinals here in Pool C. Squighetti, Junction, and 2,200 miles. Let's take a look at the weapon compositions. Our first look at Squighetti Junction here in Pool C, and in looking at the weapons they've brought, we see something like a Hero Splatana, we see that NZAP making a re-debut, as well as the Dreadringer, which over the last several months has really found its place among Splatoon players.
Yeah, it was one of those weapons where it came out and people were like, this is hilarious, like, who's ever going to play this? And that was actually the response to Pencil 2 when that came out, so look who's laughing now.
And now it remains one of the most powerhouse weapons in the game, and that's 2 for the Reef Slider. Dano going down alongside their teammate, 3 down on the side of Squighetti Junction. Fall and 2,200 miles picking right back up where they left off with the power of these Reef Sliders.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, we're back right at it. Like, we still have Pick Pickles on our screen. We know there's going to be Reef Sliders. So I'll never get bored of this, I think.
It's tough too, because it's one of the more fun specials, because again, it's a very all-in special, so if you mess it up, you're just kind of a sitting duck. Fall Hole mainly using the space around the zone to set up, seeing if they can get 2 shots out, but the fire rate is not there on the alternate fire. They will basically trade out with Milk there. The NZAP also going to go down as Pick Pickles jumps into not much competition. They're basically able to walk right up there with Weef and Nomad, and they are very close to ending this one in a very early knockout.
Yeah, I mean, wow, 10 seconds left on the board. Pick Pickles not quite being able to camp that jump, but wait, I think a re-slider on the side of Squighetti Junction, oh my gosh, tongue twister, made it out to the zone, so that's going to be able to cap them the zone and keep them in the game for much longer.
Yeah, the hallways on this map are pretty tight, but it also makes it so that it's very difficult to get out of spawn. But if you do have something like the Reef Slider, it is a way for you to sort of bypass all of that traffic and also have a large impact ink-wise on the objective, this sort of one-zone map, as we see Nomad trying to dance around, maybe take on a 2v1. We see different play styles from different NZAPs. Some of them are more supporting, some of them more aggressive, as we see Fallhole getting their pick and then getting taken out. But for now, Squidhetti Junction finally finding a foothold. They've gotten past the halfway mark and no major penalty marker that they had to get through. So that's one obstacle they didn't have to survive. Now 2,200 miles having to survive this huge push by Squidhetti Junction.
Yeah, that's going to be massive. Pickle popping into that Reef Slider on zone. Does see that. Oh, well, no, that Zipcast didn't live long enough for Pickles to run back and camp that. But we're seeing all these fights happening onto the sides of the map now. And those are going to be very crucial to being able to hold mid here. But you can't get too carried away because that does lead to situations like this where you leave that zone unattended and somebody from the other side of the map is just going to say, all right, free real estate.
Fallhole making as much use of that real estate as they can, and they were sort of using that first roll on the wall and the second one to get the low ground, as we see Dano use the Zipcaster to go pick up a soda and then see if they could bully any members of 2200. Really nicely placed shot with one of the few remaining dashes on the Zipcaster to get a pick there. Pickle's looking to see if they can maintain control of the zone, and they will help there. They'll get a soda of their own, and really nice coordination there. Neither of these teams afraid to jump right back into the action. Milk all the way backed up, and they just do not have on a weapon like the Dreadringer the maneuverability to get away from an onslaught like that. However, Squighetti Junction using the Tri-Strike, it is not going to have enough of an effect. So for now, 2,200 miles holding strong.
Wow, I feel for Dano. Those Zipcasts have been very carefully attended to by the opposing team. They've been looking at those special meters, I think mostly because they're concerned about that Reef Slider, but I think that's providing them with that extra information that they need to react to everything else appropriately. And with 6 seconds left to go, this looks like it's going to be quite the knockout here for the members of 2,200 miles.
Yep, taking what they learned from game one of their pools, or set one of their pool C1, and going into game one of this set with a victory over Squighetti Junction in a knockout. So nice way to start things out, and you start out on a much more neutral setting with Splat Zones than you do Rainmaker. You might be able to chalk up some silliness or some strong pushes to just the general craziness that Rainmaker holds, but a much more neutral style of play and mode in itself with Splat Zones. Game 2 will be tower control on Hagglefish Market. I'm very interested to see, with another more neutral map this time, how teams are able to adapt here. 2,200 miles, they play a pretty fast style. They like to use, of course, those Reef Sliders to their advantage where possible. And Squighetti Junction, you know, they're going to need a way to come back. And so with a map like Hagglefish, where when you're coming out of spawn, you have nice sight lines, and with the tower path taking you on one of those first checkpoints all the way up to one of the drop downs, I'm super interested to see how they handle that face-to-face, very up-close confrontation, as opposed to how they start the game, where you kind of have to take space in mid by peeking around those walls or flanking around in one of the two alleyways.
Yeah, it's very flank-centric, so I'll be looking how they react to that one there. I'm going to pass this one back to you.
Yeah, with Squighetti Junction, you know, it felt like they had trouble finding the, you know, joint or 2v1, something where they had an odd man advantage in their fights against 2,200 miles. I think if you just put it down to a 1v1 for every team fight, that's probably going to lean favorably for 2,200 miles. So it's going to be about creating those odd man advantages. Maybe you have a couple people camp kind of over where the alleyway is, so you can look over and see if you can get an odd man advantage that way. Maybe send two down into the alley, or maybe you have multiple people on the tower, or maybe you just change up your composition a little bit, which is what we're seeing here. The custom range blaster is going to be coming out. Of course, a very devastating weapon in its own right. Very good for tower control, and it even has that Kraken Royale to have a bit of invincibility when you're on the tower itself.
Yeah, I love that Kraken Royale. I think it's a really good way to wedge yourself into the spawn on this map, and I think that's sort of the game plan that they have in mind with that one. As you know, the Kraken itself can kind of be a bit allergic to the tower, yeah, the second anything shoots at it, it's going to go flying right off. That's just the way it's programmed. And rightfully so. It would be a little too broken if it didn't do that. But.
Love the analogy of it having just a sneezing fit, so much so that it gets just blasted back off the tower if it gets shot with any amount of enemy ink. But no problem is checkpoint 1 for the members of 2200 Miles, who are picking up right where they left off. Even jumping away from that uninkable tarp, the crab is going to be melted down. And Fallhole, you can see how closely aligned that second checkpoint is. Fallhole was able to roll onto the adjacent ledge and even help get a pick there, joined by Nomad, and making sure that nobody from Squighetti Junction get close. And this can be a very difficult map if you get this far backed up into your spawn. Already 2200 Miles nearing that third checkpoint.
Oh, and Keith having a bit of a hard time there, is able to get the pick onto Nomad, and they have to be careful about where this tower is lining up. That crab tank is a great invincibility special to have on that tower. It does buy you a lot of time, despite the fact it's not completely invincible. And speaking of which, I mean, you still have mortality in this game, so they're going to have to back up there. 4 seconds left to go. It's just going to be that range blaster, and that's not going to be enough.
I'm going to take this opportunity to say I do not envy spec cam operators, because when you have just consistent splat after splat after splat, 4 or 5 in the span of 2.5 seconds, how do you focus? How do you even stay consistent with somebody when it's that back and forth? But it lends itself this time to the members of 2200 Miles, who do go up 2-0 in the set with another emphatic performance in game number 2. So a strong showing, and makes you respect, I think, Jelly Squids even more for how closely back and forth that game was, because really they're showing their power now in this lower bracket.
Yeah, they've played this extremely aggressively, just taking every opportunity they can to run up. And that, like I said at the beginning of that game, I think that was kind of what they were going for with that crack, and they were just using it as a tool to get into their opponent's spawn and make them look at something, pay attention to something, because you have to. You have no other choice but to look at a crack and deal with it in some way. There's a lot of specials where you can kind of go,
don't need to pay attention. But you're right. You're absolutely right. And I'm so glad you brought that up, because there's 3 main zones if you're looking into a spawn on a map like Hagglefish. The very left-hand side, nobody really uses. It's kind of a maze of like ramps and uninkable areas. It's not really great, and it's much more spawn-sided. Then you have the large sort of open middle section. Normally that's where you jump down. You can kind of freely swim around and build ink, but in that game, 2200 Miles was so far deep into the spawn that it makes it, you know, that much more difficult to evade, especially if you don't have the range advantage. And then you have that very tight corner, that sort of L shape or 90-degree angle all the way on what would be your right-hand side if you're looking at it. And I think 2200 Miles did such a great job of locking down the primary 2 nodes of those areas, the middle and the right-hand side, not really needing to worry about the left. You even saw Fallhole yet again using the height on that crab to make sure that nobody could get even close. And it makes it difficult to even know where to jump down from spawn. So for the members of Squighetti Junction, we're going now to one of the more hectic modes. We got zones and TC out of the way. Typically that's your more calm gameplay style. Now we have Clamblets, and it's on Inkpot Art Academy, which again, the baskets are not that far from each other, and it is not that large of a map.
It is really not that large of a map. So you're going to see a lot of players maybe spreading out so that they don't risk getting a full wipe, because they were all kind of stuck in the same place and lost one team fight. That's what I've noticed from a lot of teams on this map. And looking for any kind of opportunity we can to get a push. So it can be a little bit flanky. You'll see people trying to draw attention to different sides of the map. So I'll be looking towards that. And right off the bat, someone from 2200 Miles dropping off that far left side. Fallhole once again taking this angle. We saw them do that earlier in the previous set as well, I believe.
And in my mind, Weave is going to be the key here. Weave easily outranges both with the main weapon and the special. Basically anything that Squighetti Junction, who did make some changes. They have the hero shot, who just went down. The junior, which didn't change, also going down. And then the heavy edit, which is going to be their designated carrier of that cooler. Those were going to be weapons that you can all take out very easily. And it's going to be 2200 Miles getting the basket open first. Fallhole backing off. And this is a relatively common strategy for teams. You get that first power clam in, and then you just maintain. You maintain mid, you maintain presence, and you don't force the round to end in just one push. And I like the way that they're doing that here. You can see they still have 12 clams. They could have kept it going, but they are more so favoring survivability and map control over all else.
Yeah, I like to think of it as almost like a cup with a hole in it. You're trying to keep it full, but you know, You're going to have other people working on patching that up, getting more of those clams, and other people staying under that basket, making sure that aggression stays there, not leaving it unattended. So we're kind of seeing that a little bit here. Fallhole playing that aggressive role right under the spawn of the members of Squighetti Junction, while we have Weef backing up here, making sure that the clam basket is staying open. Just a very all-around coordinated push, and a great work coming out of the players of 2200 miles.
Well, and if you're Squighetti Junction, you can't stay whereby the Nike sort of sniper perch is as Fallhole backs another one to a watery demise. You have to play aggressive, because if you stay that far back, Weef is just going to pop the Inkjet in a very comfortable position and just rain fire down from above. There's not really much you can do about it, especially if you can't hit them if they're that far up. I see one member of 2200 miles holding on to 7 clams. You don't want to mark yourself too early, because you are spotted when you have that power clam. Nice direct on the jump in. And even predicting the jump down and getting the second splat. And that is a great job there, despite everything. All of that craziness happening. Squighetti Junction somehow is the team that comes away with a basket pop, and they actually make some progress.
I couldn't tell if that was like a 1000 IQ play or both players kind of having like a spaghetti pocket moment.
Like a panic moment.
Yeah, like, oh no, I popped my reed slider off the ledge, and that guy fell off. Like, everything happened the right way for them.
And now we return to somewhat of a sense of normalcy here. Pickle's going to get one. They're not going to have the peace of mind, or I guess the way to recover to get that second splat. Dano trying to see if they can peek around this art installment to get another, but they will content themselves with getting the tactical rebuff and jumping out. But this push is not yet over. Weef doing exactly as stated. They're maintaining that overhead presence and directing eyes upward instead of forward, and that's allowed the rest of 2200 miles to get another power clam, and they bring themselves one clam away, which they just deposit in to give themselves the full sweep victory. All knockouts. Great job there by 2200 miles, and they will be moving on in the lower side of this Pool C bracket.
Wow. Yep, just punched their ticket into redemption. I mean, obviously, you know, top cut is out of the question, at least for the pool stage for them now. But obviously, the best thing you can do is try and go for the highest bracket possible, get the best seed you can going into it as well, and learn as much as you can about the players around you and your opponents, and maybe, you know, a lot of these teams are pickups, like we've mentioned before. Learn what's working best for your comps, because, you know, I think a couple teams here, they have names like 13 days, which I believe truly that they had 13 days to prepare.
And they did. And I mean, a lot of these teams and players, they are very talented. A lot of them are, for example, ranked grinders, ranked warriors. We see Pickles as an example, 29.95 peak in zones, 28.67 peak TC, 26.93 peak Rainmaker, 27.23. All of those except for Rainmaker are top 100 placements. So some of these folks are just crazy, grinding the game nonstop as normally solo queue players. And so it almost makes sense, and they don't maybe see it as a detriment to be playing with folks that they have not played with before, because it's almost the natural state of things for them to be playing with other players who have talent, but that they are not used to playing with and may not know their style of. And at least in that last game, it did not show like they had any rust or any difficulty.
Yeah, not at all. And I think I actually do know what the 2200 miles is referring to in their name, now that I think about it. I think that's how far Pickles drove to get to this event.
Drove?
Drove.
Oh my god.
Because they brought a full land setup for Mario Kart Double Dash.
Oh, you're kidding.
And they didn't fly with it, so they drove all the way here.
Oh my, well, shout out to whoever's playing Double Dash at MomoCon. I mean, this was a labor of love, if you will, traveling. Is that one way, 2,200 miles?
I think so.
That's insane. That's 4,400 miles. That is, I'm amazed that they even have the energy and the cognitive wits about them to even play Splatoon to a competitive level. It's just boggling the mind, but they'll need it. I mean, as you mentioned, they are on to the losers final, and they will be playing the loser of Moonlight versus Jelly Squids. We might even see a salty run back or a rematch of the first set of Pool C that we got to see here, which, with how back and forth it was, would be super exciting.
That is possible, yeah. Wow.
And so something that, I would love to see, Moonlight, of course, the sort of incumbent from this group, and you mentioned earlier kind of the number of teams that we have in this tournament, the way that sort of shook out the pools, and it's almost like we have 5 in total. There were 2 facets of Pool A, 2 facets of Pool B, and then we just have the 1 for Pool C. And so a lot of tickets, as you mentioned, have already been punched earlier in the day. Some teams even waiting for their turn at silver pools to see if they can do their best sort of in their skill bracket. But lots to look forward to for day 2. I'm super excited. You mentioned also the number of pickups that we have and how many of them are very accomplished players. I always love to see, can any of these pickups dethrone some of the teams that not only have been playing together, but some of them have full-on coaches that tell them what to do and spend a large amount of time per day scrimmaging other highly accomplished teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some teams have coaches that are like so established for them that they consider them just a part of their roster. So that is something to consider as well. And you never know when it's like pickups that are like players who have never been together before, if they have somehow this weird like secret sauce synergy that they didn't know about. Sometimes you can like look at like a roster of players and you go like, okay, I think that would work out. And then sometimes even if it's like 4 really strong individual players, you're like,
yeah. Well, to your point, it is not a roulette wheel, for example. It is not for all teams. Now, some do get matched together, but for most of these teams, they are very intentional choices for who they bring on. There is still a semblance of cohesion. For example, you may have a skirmisher, a frontline, an anchor, and a utility or support player. So they are still looking from that perspective to match roles correctly, to match weapon compositions correctly. You take a team like 2200 Miles, for example, you may have to work around the fact that one of your players is always going to be on the S-Blast 92, but if you know the strengths and weaknesses of that weapon and how strong of a player that is, you can pretty easily build around that strategy. And that's one thing that's so lovable about Splatoon is how many weapons there are, and despite any perceived meta, just about anything can work if you play it at a high enough level.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot think of a single weapon. Well, I can think of one, but I won't.
You're not going to brave the mains of that weapon by calling it out?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, like, even then, I've seen some good players, but I've just never seen some weapons at the top level of Splatoon. But, I can say very confidently that I've seen, like, within, like, what we consider, like, divisions. Like, I've seen, like, almost everything in, like, the first 3, I would say. Just about everything, even the weapons we think are weird. And actually I saw Magic had a reply to somebody the other day, and I really thought about it, and I was like, yeah.
You mean the recently engaged Magic, correct?
Yes.
If I remember that correctly.
Are we outing him like that?
Yes, congratulations to him. But to your point, with tier listing in Split, I love a good tier list. I am by no means, I think, with my lack of competitive experience, accomplished enough to put one that anybody should abide by together. But the ones that I see from actual like top tier talent, they have so many different tiers. There's like X, S+, S, S-, A+, and it goes all the way down. And then you have maybe like a D and an F. I don't know if they go all the way into the F+, F- category, but there is so little separating some of these weapons that you kind of have to break it out that way. You can't just easily lump them into this is really consistently good, this is really consistently bad at the same level. But there's also the skill floor and skill ceiling aspect of each weapon. Some weapons are very easy to pick up. So if it's meta, you can be like, oh, I can pick that up. I don't need to play many hours on it to be good at it. But you look at weapons like, I think we have somebody who's a bamboo one-trick in this tournament. That's a weapon that would scare the heck out of me to try and just pick up and play, because you need to know proper positioning, range, exactly how much damage it's doing. It is terrifying to play that type of weapon.
Yeah, it is. And it's terrifying to play against it, especially when you don't know, like, sort of the calculations yourself, because people run different kits on it, right? So some people might be running something that's more oriented towards damage, and some players like that might have an easier time taking you out than someone who doesn't have something focused on that. So we saw a lot of that in like Splatoon 2, like a lot of bamboo play where it was just like all this main power up, and it was kind of toxic. We did run that.
I don't know that many people miss the main power up or like the defense power up that we saw in Splatoon 1. But to your point, we have a lot of amazing community resources where people can put together loadouts. They can spec these things out before they waste or use the resources in the game to test it out. You can kind of get those raw numbers on a website before you go into the actual game and use some of your very limited, oftentimes, resources. Now, if you play the game a ton and you play solo queue like some of our players do all the time, you are probably not lacking in resources. I've seen a good number of people hit the maximum money. Is it 9 million? 999,000? That is phenomenal and also mind-blowing to me that people can get there and just not spend it. It's almost a badge of honor in addition to the actual badges in the game to have maxed out money.
Honestly, like I had that in Splatoon 2 as well. Never in Splatoon 3 because I'm too addicted to the shell-out machine.
Me too. It is very addicting and kind of expensive if you get past the first one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love doing me a little bit of gambling in Splatoon.
We do a little bit of gacha. There's a good amount of gacha here at MomoCon. Some gacha machines of different prizes and different pricing as well. But no, I'm very excited for the next set. I think to see whether it's our losers final or our winners final, it should be a ton of fun to see which teams come out of it. And you've already, I think, gotten to see a bit of the action prior and knew some of the players that were coming here. Also got to talk to some of our fellow commentators like Rissa and Falco, for example. Have they said anything, or have any of the players said anything about how they've been prepping for this tournament, or anything that really changed your perspective of who you think is going to do super well this weekend?
Gosh, I actually haven't heard much about anyone's preparation for the tournament. I feel like a lot of players have kind of been locking into what they've normally been doing, which is, the sendo queues. I don't know how much research has really been getting put in because the event is largely pickups. It's so hard to do that kind of research because, again, unless you play against it, it's largely speculative over how they're going to go about things. I remember Pika told me about their pickup, which has Balloon on it and Storm, T-Tech. I forgot
very strong team, by the way.
Yeah, very, very strong. But I'm like, wow, these are all pretty aggressive players together, and Balloon's there too, and they're all I know them to be pretty shot call-y, and I'm like, are they gonna, it's one of those things where I'm like, are these people gonna be arguing with each other about what action they want to complete in game?
I mean, for that reason, I miss when we were out there for commentary, right next to the stage, because you could see not only the teams calling at each other, but sometimes even calling out the other team. And some players are very into that, as you mentioned, aggressive, competitive mindset. Doesn't matter who's across from you. When you're on the stage, it is all business, and they are going to even use not just the gameplay aspect of it, but the psychological or mental warfare to both hype themselves up and maybe put a chip on the shoulder of the team that they're playing against.
Yeah, we saw that a lot at Riptide last year. Not this most recent one, but the one before that. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Did you watch that one?
Yeah, well, and with how well attended I know Riptide is, it is, so incredible to see, teams that are, and it's not nearly the grandiose venue that we're so fortunate to have for MomoCon. This whole gaming area or tournament area is just massive. But for Riptide, it is much more everybody's up close. You have the crowd literally right next to you, and it creates a lot of those amazing LAN moments where when the winners cement that last game, everybody rushes the stage, or the people that are familiar with the team, they're all celebrating with them, and you can really tell on the other side the heartbreak of the other team. So that's some of the moments that I love in LANs the most, and folks like yourself that do a little bit of everything, TO, commentate, play, it's y'all that are the building blocks of putting moments like that together. So I'm so thankful that we have folks like you in the scene to bear a lot of the stress and the burden that must go into creating those events.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, and it's so funny that I found out that they were doing double elimination pools, and I got excited, I popped off because I'm now when you know every single angle of how an event runs. I mean, I guess aside for me, I don't know what they're doing at production. I don't know the details. I could never claim to be I know what they're doing. I have an idea, but I'm not gonna Anyway, when you're also a TO, it makes you hypercritical of how everything runs.
That perfectionist mindset comes out. But there's so many different ways you can structure a tournament too. I don't even know how y'all put together the rule set and the map list. Like, there's counter picks now in a lot of tournaments. There's, as you mentioned, double elimination. There's pools into single elimination. There's tons of ways. In the South, we have a saying, there's plenty of ways to skin a cat, and it's the same type of way for TOing to figure out how are you going to structure a tournament. And there's not necessarily a right or wrong way, but I know a lot of TOs are very passionate about defending why they've gone for a certain tournament structure and why they think it's the best.
I'm a crazy person about that kind of thing. You mentioned the map list.
Yes.
We will make a map list, and then I'll look at it and I'll go, I don't think this is good for a map 1. Let me like literally me and Magic will sit there for like several hours and like analyze every map list and the order of the maps that we have it. And I go, okay, well, if they're this seed, they're going to play this, and then they're going to play this, and I don't want them to play this and this back to back.
You're running simulations
I'm literally
of the
doing that
in your head.
Yes, and then we also do like something similar with the commentators when we make a commentary schedule. We go, okay, well, these two, we don't have like actual partners for them right now, but like knowing them, like how can I pair up people that we think will be good on the mic that have never spoken to each other in their entire lives?
You generally know their strengths and weaknesses, right? So it's important to bring out the best of each caster. And with the map list, there are, of course, map and mode combinations that are preferred or more heavily played in Splatoon tournaments. But that doesn't mean both others can't work, and also that you can't intermix or intermingle some sort of oddballs, curveballs in the mix of some of these more tried and true. Think like a Splat Zone Tagglefish, or we've seen a couple of them like TC Inkbot is one that gets brought up all the time. And the placement of that when it happens in the tournament is so important. When you save it, if you save it for like a grand finals, or if you have it earlier in the day, all of that is very underrated, I think, in planning.
I think that's actually a fun point to bring up, because there are a lot of times where I will consult players of different skill levels and different rapport in the community when I kind of draft up a map list, and I go, how do you feel about this? One person I usually talk to is Chara.
Ooh.
And I haven't said yes, I'm sorry, but he's been begging me to reduce the map pool size for Top Cut specifically.
Oh.
And do certain things like that. I'd be like, okay, well, you have like 15 maps in the pool. Can you reduce it down to like 10? Or 8.
So a pretty substantial cut.
Stuff like that. I don't remember. I don't quote me on it, but he
very informal.
He's very
discussion.
he knows what he wants, and he knows what he Top Cut should have in his head, and I'm like, I think it's pretty respectable to be like, this is the refined thing to do. But I'm also like, I kind of want like consistency across the tournament, and I don't want to prep people for thinking that they're gonna play Mahi and then have it not be they might play it once in the tournament and then never again, right?
And I mean, it's important. I think you need to have folks in those roles that are very, very diligent and almost obstinate or stubborn about how they like to set these things up. And they are so stubborn that they research why they think their method is the best. They have these very eloquent explanations like you do for why you go a certain way, because you might need to be able to defend those things to the players, because you might get the feedback of, well, why did you do this? I didn't enjoy this mode at all. And you need to have an answer for that. And that's part of why I don't envy someone in your position, because you have to make very difficult decisions, and you're kind of in the middle of this tug-of-war between two different parties a lot of the time.
Yeah, and that's interesting, because I also am a bit of a firm believer that it takes a certain kind of personality type to be able to run a LAN, because it's super stressful.
I don't think I could do it personally.
Yeah, you also have to be able to stand by your decisions hardcore. Obviously feedback is one thing, but then, when you're making choices for an event as big as something like Low Tide City 24, which was huge, and we had to squish it into 2 days.
Oh my God. Beautiful venue, though.
Yeah, amazing. When you're doing something like that, it's a whole different question, because I'm reviewing everything with 2 other people, and we're going, okay, well, why are we making this choice? How are we going to be able to do this? What's our backup plan? And that's a constant thing that's going on all the time, which is why a lot of the time when you hear I'll be like chilling out in like the Riptide help desk or something like that, and
as
I don't
one does,
I don't run that event at all. But I just like I'm very much in the ear of all the other like Splatlands TOs being like, hey, have you guys taken care of this yet? I need you to take care of this.
Well, because y'all as TOs, I'm sure, are sharing the very unique perspective of, and that's part of why too feedback channels do not open until after the conclusion of the event, because you have so much stuff to do already and so many tough decisions to make. You don't need people in your ear going, da, 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 why aren't you doing it this way? I want it done this way. Da, da, da. You know, you have real problems like, oh, this person's not going to be able to make it, or scheduling issues, or people missing their flight, or flights being canceled. There's so much that goes into it. You don't need people being like gnats in your ear about the finer details that you've put a lot of thought into. And if they want to, you know, have an event that's run like that, they can take on that mantle of trying to run their own event. And it's one of those tough truths where they're doing, and a lot of the TOs are volunteers. They're volunteering to do this with their own time out of the passion and love for the game. So it is not a position that I envy, but it is one that I do not want to ever give grief because I know how hard y'all work.
I just know by now 2,200 miles is getting real tired of these stage lights, but hey. It is
We're under those same lights right now. Well, also under those lights is the rematch that we foresaw. It looks like, going to be Jelly Squids running it back against 2,200 miles, as 2,200 miles showed how strongly they can play, coming off of a 3-0 performance following that close 3-2 game against Jelly Squids. You can see this is mainly a redemption battle here in the loser side. We'll give you an update as well on the winner side of the bracket. Of course, you see Jelly Squids in a redemption match moonlight another 3-0 performance to take themselves into grand finals.
Okay.
And we've just heard some tidbits about Jelly Squids. They are giving the go-ahead, the green light, for 3 support players out of 4 on their composition to be playing today. We talked about how deep their roster is. This is how deep their roster is, that they can run 3 support players to not only change up their composition and make it difficult to predict, but also, of course, being in a LAN, give each player the opportunity to be on that big stage.
Yes, as a TO, I'm in full understanding of Jelly Squids being quite the frequent flyers. I think they've been at like just about every event, and you know, with a roster that large as well, it really gives you those opportunities. Like, oh, one of your teammates can't make it. Oh well, you know, team still gets to go anyways. But even then, they'll usually have like 4 to 6 players. They always have the merch. They're decked out. Like they've got a lot of team spirit. So it's always something that's exciting to see.
I do love the teams that either have a jersey or like match. I think I saw a team of like made wolves or made furries or something playing over there. That's one way to set up. And you talk about land placements, right? This team, Jelly Squids, first at Low Tide City 2023 in the silver bracket, alongside a variety of online tournaments. They've gotten first at 2 different swim or sink tournaments, 2 different divisions even, between number 147 and 157. They've played at Tri-Strike Tuesday, they've played at SOS, Minnow Cup, and they're Division 4 in Ludi, which if you're not familiar with Ludi, that is a pretty difficult division to make it to. So this is going to be, even with 3 support players, they are still going to be a very formidable foe to go up against as we go first to our first map mode combination of this section, Tower Control on Mako Mart.
All right, we're going back to Mako Mart. I mean, hopefully this isn't too traumatic for anyone on either of these teams. As I believe we had that zones game with them earlier.
Yes.
So yes, maybe this time we'll see a bit of a change in the positioning there, because it felt like just the entire time, you know, previously there was just like these very, very solid positions that, you know, worked out best for 2,200 miles, but not so much for Jelly Squids. So maybe changing our footing a little bit this time around, because nothing really changes about most of the places you're standing versus the zones and tower. I would, you know, aside from the fact that the objective moves, it's kind of similar.
It's an important note. It's an important thing to take consideration of. But let's get into it here. Our losers final of Pool C between Jelly Squids and 2,200 miles, and already seeing some new weapons. One of my favorites, the Tri-Slosher, coming out, and it is not the Nouveau that has the cooler. It is in fact the Inkjet one. So they've seen Weef on the Inkjet and said, we can do that too.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing that change in the comp. I mean, I said it earlier. I love Inkjet. But, okay, well, sub-weapons, all right.
Yeah, having to back off there is the aforementioned weave. 2 splat bombs coming their way. And the Toxic Mist, that's something that we rarely see too, slowing down the regeneration rate as we see a full-on wipeout by 2,200 miles. They are not playing around in their quest for revenge.
And now we're seeing that reversal there. A lot of these sub-weapons coming up into the base of their spawn. Those suction bombs and those fizzies coming out from Weave. We have Nomad riding this tower here. Almost has another cooler at the ready. I'm imagining that getting popped the second they have it. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that was on screen for like 1 frame.
Yeah, right on cue is the cooler. They can also use it kind of as body blocking because it is invincible. It cannot be taken down by shots, just as Mud was taken out there. Now already at checkpoint 3, the Tri-Strike is going to clear house, but not before. Weave getting a pick there onto Angelic. Fall Hole gonna have the crab on the tower that does get bumped down. Diamond, one of the ones that takes it around, and a nice double splat there, but they're not gonna get everyone. Pick still alive. They're gonna get the takedown on the Forge, and they're also gonna have Fall Hole's reinforcements. Both of them getting on the tower. They have a third one jumping in. Are they able to get past checkpoint 3? They are, and can they take it all the way? No. Finally stopped with 4 points remaining. Despite that, a huge push in the first minute and a half.
This map is intense. Like, how many wipeouts have we seen so far? I feel like it's been like at least 2 or 3.
I think more. Probably maybe 5 or 6. It's so many, it's hard to keep count of. As we see the S-Blast be the first one to go down. Noodles trying to see if they can take down Fall Hole, who is so tricky once they have their special online. Fall Hole having to jump out to respect the Toxic Mist that's there, as Jelly Squids is going to get their first push of the tower. That first checkpoint in that sort of low area, very difficult to defend, but it's not really being minded right now. The big bubbler up is insurance, but a pretty easy checkpoint 1 there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first step, obviously. So now we're getting into that point of the map here where I think we're going to see 2,200 miles play a little bit more defensively. We've been seeing them play very aggressively so far, but with a lead like 4, you don't really want to be making like insanely risky plays just to try and like get the knockout. I feel like it's a very defendable lead. So ultimately might be just hanging out in mid like we see here. Pickle's doing a bit of the dirty work, and that Inkjet coming out. We're popping that cooler here, but maybe if only just to stay alive for a lot longer.
Oh, and that's an unfortunate swim there by Noodles, who walks right on top of the detonating suction bomb. Weave in a familiar position there as they have the tactical rebuff. Fall Hole going to back off to make sure they get the crab out. The range of that special so devastating to a lot of teams. Diamond trying to lock it down, gets the last shot there onto Nomad. Tenatech, something we've only seen in 1 other match, I believe, but it does give you the option to either use that special, the Tri-Strike, defensively on the tower or offensively to take space, as we see the Toxic Mist coming out on the tower. Nice parting shot, too, by Weave, and that's going to help force a 2-down situation onto Jelly Squids.
I love seeing those shots just like that one. And honestly, as many people say, and I think most people know by now, offense can be your best defense here. And what I think is we're not going to get too desperate here to get that knockout. We might even see them back off a little bit, just if it means that they can hold on to things for a little bit longer here. But Angelic kind of having a weird fight for that tower. A greatly timed Splat Bomb is going to be able to take out Pickles there. But it's the bigger question just getting this tower out of this corner here, because that is the worst spot to defend.
Well, Noodles having the high ground to try and defend it there. They are taken out after taking out Fall Hole. Angelic and Nomad dancing around each other. It feels like Angelic has just been throwing bombs much more so than their actual main weapon shots. And with multiple on the tower, that is going to do it for game 1. 2,200 miles after that early and strong push to 4. Survives and knocks out Jelly Squids to take the early set lead. And so far, they're looking like they're maintaining that strong momentum from the last 3-0 that we just watched.
Yeah, Jelly Squids here, maybe, you know, trying to recuperate a little bit, remind themselves of what it was that got them that set win in the last go-around. So, you know, coming off of a set against Moonlight is you know, it's probably a bit of a toll on the mental, and then having to go back up on stage to basically replay the same set you did earlier. And honestly, I believe this one is just for seeding. I believe both of these teams do go to redemption. So, obviously you want to do good here, but like if you're like clocked out mentally from the game, I could totally see myself being like, and you know.
Yeah, kind of. Well, I do love a good storyline. So as you mentioned, both of these teams prospectively going to redemption. So tomorrow, that would mean we could even see these teams running it back yet again. So
But as a TO, I say same pool avoidance.
Yes, same thing. Well, if we see that, it would be 1-1. You would love to see the poetic justice of settling that tie. If it does go the way of 2,200 miles in this set, we, of course, only have one game under our belt. And game 2, after we saw that Mako Mart game, is going to be on, it looks like, Clam Blitz Scorch Gorge. So another kind of fly by the seat of your pants style of map mode combination where mid-control is as important as ever.
Yeah, Clam Blitz. Wow. Okay, that's very similar to Rainmaker on Scorch as well. We're kind of getting deja vu here, I think, just a little bit. And you think we're going to see some Reef Sliders?
Yeah, it's been sort of the constant between these two teams. I mean, looking at what 3 or 4, I guess they're now running: Angelic, Noodles, Diamond, and Mud. Diamond has, I think, the largest variety of weapons. We've not seen things like the Neo Splash come out, the Dually Squelchers come out. We have seen the Tenatech. That might have been from Angelic, though, so multiple players that can bring out that sort of splat bomb spamming composition. Noodles, of course, also with the Junior and the NZAP, so if they want a cooler at their disposal, they certainly have the option to bring it. Maybe they favor, though, the Bubbler more, and they're actually going to favor it so much that they're going to bring out 2 Bubbler Juniors and a Custom Junior. Talk about shaking up your composition.
This is so exciting to me as a Junior main.
And don't worry, we did still bring a Reef Slider on both sides for you.
Aw, yes. It's like they're listening to us or something.
It's like they want to please us, or at least the opposite of a caster's curse. So Pick going to get the early pick there onto Mud, and already Diamond not only getting one, but another one there in their sights. Nomad going down. Really, the short-range composition and fight seems to very much so suit them. Maybe that was the answer all along, is just get right in the faces of 2,200 miles.
Well, no, there is some very viable strategy here, because this is such an overwhelming amount of paint on the floor and sub-weapons that, like, I just don't know if 2,200 miles has the tools to deal with it. Like, when you look at their comp, like, the craziest painters there are like Ballpoint and NZAP, so they're gonna have to be like doing double duty just to keep up with whatever's going on the side of Jelly Squids, which is a lot. It's a little overwhelming.
It's like trying to take out 4 scurrying rats with a fishing pole. Like, you have the range, but you just don't have the power to bonk them, and they're all so fast. It's so difficult to get to, but they are seemingly finding some picks now. Fallhole using that maneuverability and agility to get around, and with that distraction, it will give 2,200 miles their first break of the basket there. Angelic trying to lock it down, but just did not have the range. Pick with a nice in-person, up-close, direct there, and the push will continue on. That'll be the lead going over to 2,200 miles. Weef, speaking of range, using that exceptional range on the ballpoint that they have been running since the first time we saw them. Very consistent with their weapon choice.
Yeah, I mean, now we're kind of in this spot once again where both of these teams are reasonably within each other point-wise, and quite the flick coming out of Pickles. They were getting into this very skirmishy time in mid. We still have one Junior alive, but it is one with a bubble. So we could see that being used defensively to stall. I'm in that. I'm in that Junior brain mindset.
Mentally, I'm in that big bubbler with him. As Angelic puts it down, Weave trying to back up. They do have the Inkjet online, and they're forced to use it as they're being tracked there, trying to take down Mud, but the concentrated fire is going to be enough to ground the Inkjet. Now Noodles seeing if they can find anything. That Autobomb doing, or that Torpedo doing a great job of locating targets, and that's something that seems critical. That whole kit of the Custom Junior is finding where 2,200 miles is setting up and seeing if they can get anything like they did just there.
Oh my gosh, I love these kinds of picks. Fallhole doing crazy work here, just picking up all of these kills for their teammates. That Crab Tank is going to do a great job at deterring these juniors from ratting towards the basket. You know, in your words, pulling out the fishing pole, so I don't know where that metaphor came from.
I don't know either. It's just one of my little craziness mindsets that happens. I don't really have a better way to describe it. But Pick spotted out both by the Wavebreaker and the Torpedo there, so they're going to probably have to respect that. Mud getting a pick there on those dualies, doing a great job of being the counter to this high agility and mobility composition that we've seen, and how 2200 Miles is set up. Fallhole once again getting the high ground, spots Diamond out, their teammate able to take care of them, shooting over this obstacle in mid, and they drop down at the wrong time. Somehow they survive that impending Reef Slider, as Pickles not able to survive the onslaught there, having in fact to expend the Reef Slider, one special for one, to take down the Wave Breaker. All a form of sort of cost or supply and demand for both of these teams, as we see both teams really racking up an impressive amount of clams.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of ready to go whenever the signal is called, I suppose, and that just might be it for the members of 2200 Miles. We pop in that Inkjet on top mid, getting to go basically around, but wait, hold on, I'm tripping.
That is the lead for Jelly Squids, who were able to use the Chaos in order to survive. Pick using their Reef Slider, not finding anybody, and beset upon immediately by Diamond and Angelic. That's one of the notes that I had, is you have to try and take those odd man opportunities. Gets it down to 11, and now finally the wipeout by 2200 Miles, but it was long since overtaken, that lead, and now the own is shifting over to a team that has not had a struggle since they last played Jelly Squids in that first set.
Yeah, I mean, wow. Like I said before, I think this comp could actually be viable. That big bubbler has been doing so much. You can play it aggressively, you can play it defensively, and they've been doing both very successfully, you know. And because they have two juniors, you don't have to have both of them kind of switching between. You can have one person, all right, I just pop mine defensively, now we can make a push right away. We don't have to worry about charging another one, it's already here. Looks like very last few seconds here, trying to put a power clamp together. I think we do still have a pity and another power clamp kind of sitting around on map here, but playing very carefully on this snipe are the juniors, throwing all of these sub-weapons. There's all these auto bombs, all these torpedoes. I mean, this crab tank stands no chance. That is just going to peel instantly. Yeah, Fallhole having to play some sort of mix between tower defense and protect the president there, as they're trying to hang on to these power clams, but they run out of time. They hold on to, I believe, multiple power clams and just did not have an opening to get it through. So a lead change at about the minute 15 mark by Jelly Squids is going to tie this set at 1, and we have to talk about this composition. I know you lauded the praises of the 3 junior approach. I was also looking at Mud on that light Tetra Julies as being a consistent force to take out Weef on that Inkjet, one of the main threats that would have opposed these 3 juniors that would not have had the range to deal with it otherwise. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you give the Tetras so much room to play with when you have that much paint, because that could be the biggest struggle with the Tetra, is like, okay, they love to roll into your enemy spawn, but sometimes they can get stopped easily once they're done their dually rolls, and that can kind of cause some problems for them. But now you have like this one player with, I love saying this, the hit me sign on with the Tetras, and they don't even have to like worry about like, oh, am I gonna have enough coverage here? Yes. On top of that, you know, you pile on all those torpedoes coming out from that custom junior, and it's like, no one is going to know where to look. You speak about hippies. This is sort of the don't worry, be happy mentality there with this composition completely out of nowhere, although you do see, of course, multiple players do have the junior under their belt. Of course, the custom junior for Noodles is an option, and just that's the fun part of having multiple support players in your lineup, is you can run some things that are completely unexpected that teams might not have the answer to, at least in that first game. And now the question that's going to be answered in Game 3 is, was that just them being overwhelmed by a surprising composition, or is this comp from Jelly Squids the real deal? Does it stand not only the test of time, but the change in map and mode? We're going to be swapping over now to the other, again, more hectic mode, which is Rainmaker on a classic map for it, Undertow Spillway. So let's see what 2200 Miles has in their tool belt to take into Undertow Spillway, a very unique map. You know, I wouldn't be surprised seeing a comp change because of it. It's very much one of those range-heavy maps, and as much as I love Junior, you're gonna have to run a whole lot of sub power up if you wanna make any kind of dent with those, you know, splat bombs or anything like that here. You know, popping the shield though, that might give you some viability. We did see a pretty aggressive object shredder build already in Rainmaker. Let's see if anything wacky comes out. And to your credit, you got it exactly right. No triple junior loadout from Jelly Squids. They have gone completely the other way, back to how Game 1 was, with the exception, of course, of Mud. Still on that light Tetras. On the opposite side of things, still the same standard. Early splats coming out. It's 2v2. Both teams trading back and forth, but Jelly Squids
opting to pick up the Rainmaker first. Yes, they'll get the lead, but that Rainmaker basically went no there. They just dropped down from that pedestal.
You know, I don't know if you were watching the pool before this one, but in this exact same set, Remix was playing in Inksuka as well, right? So and it was going crazy. So I'm actually really excited to see that Zuka pick coming out from Diamond on the side of Jelly Squids.
Well, I'll take this opportunity to quickly shout out Remix. Not only are they a great group of people, but very talented artists that have some trading cards. If you are here at MomoCon, please try and pick them up as soon as you can. But Fall Hole, we always seem to be spectating them right when they're on this crab tank, and for a good reason. It has exceptional range and does its job perfectly. But Noodles staying out of the way just long enough to survive, but gets taken out by Fall Hole, who carves that path out for Weave, is able to get on top. They will get taken out, but they do the important job of breaking through that first checkpoint.
Pickles having a greatly timed Reef Slider into that Rainmaker shield. Not quite able to get onto that great path to move that Rainmaker forward here, which I think is their ultimate plan. Yep, yeah, Reef going to do that, probably using that run speed that they naturally would have with a ballpoint and taking that with them to bring that Rainmaker very close. Thankfully for the side of Jelly Squids, they do have that Toxic Mist doing heavy work for them here and is able to stop them. It's just going to be Pickles left, and I don't like that I don't know where he is.
Yeah, he is right up in front, dead center, and gets the instant pick. Was that a direct onto Mud? It looked like they had not taken any engagement before that point. Nomad seeing if they can follow up on that early pick, dancing around yet again with Angelic. It feels like not the first time I've said that, and a full wipeout. We mentioned earlier how important for Jelly Squids these odd man advantages it would be, and for 2,200 miles, they're winning their ones.
Yeah, I mean, wow. You can tell the mindset going into this set. Like, they've definitely been warmed up, both, you know, literally and physically, but they've been in those seats for a while, is what I'm saying.
Which is good, because it is rather cold in this venue. I regret not wearing long sleeves, but Weave does not regret picking up the Rainmaker, extending that lead all the way to 12. Gotta shout out the Slosher there, because the Toxic Mist, one of the few things preventing them from clambering onto that second pedestal and potentially knocking out here, taking out the final bit of resistance in Pickles, who does seem to prefer staying around longer than they might be welcome. Fall Hole was trying to do the same thing, does have to respect it now. Jelly Squids opting to pick up the Rainmaker and does have the reinforcements to push forward. The one thing they do not have is the specials, nor do they have their Splattershot, who is still jumping in. Mud maybe taking a cheeky off angle here as Weave able to trade out with Noodles. Angelic still survives, at least for the moment. Not, though, able to take out Nomad, and it's a 1v1 as both teams try and scramble to regroup.
Yeah, both teams kind of having a bit of a struggle here. We have less than 2 minutes left with 2,200 miles holding on to a very dominant lead, and it looks like they just plan on holding out that aggression here, maybe not going to opt into picking up that Rainmaker, but we're seeing a lot of suction bombs getting tossed here, not really wanting Jelly Squids to even get the opportunity to pick up that Rainmaker whatsoever, and just playing this kind of the slow game and, you know, banking on the fact that, you know, Jelly Squids hasn't even broken their first checkpoint yet.
Yeah, lots of time gone by, so time not the friend of Jelly Squids right now, who would prefer not to go down 2-1 in this set. Fall Hole rolling around, Pickle's going to go down early, and the Rainmaker not really moving that far, still in mid. They've gotten 2 down, and they're using the Inkjet to try and make space here. Mud trying to back off Nomad. A team member gets the pick, so they're not going to get anything off the Reef Slider, and it's actually working to their detriment as multiple members of 2,200 miles were coming back, and they not only get that pick, they get the Rainmaker and a third. That's 4 total for the wipeout. Strong defense in the middle of the map here for 2,200 miles, and I think they're still eyeing a knockout.
I do too. I mean, the second that you get that wipeout, it's got to be a pretty enticing opportunity for you there. You go, okay, all right, I can run up a little further now. And once again, the further that Rainmaker is to their base, the better off they are going into the last 20 seconds of this match. And they continue to get these very good picks. It's just going to be Mud left onto the side of Jelly Squids, who does have to be forced to shark a little bit, stay alive long enough to get that support from their teammates once again. And they're going to have to make the next few seconds count. They have to take out Weave, and they have to do it now.
And they're going to expend the Reef Slider. They somehow don't get it off. It looked like they were backed all the way up into a corner. Surely that detonation radius would have been enough to remove the Rainmaker carrier from the equation, but some nice teamwork there helps to take the Reef Slider out before its final destination. Beautiful defense there, and that gives 2,200 miles a 2-1 set lead.
Wow. Okay, we're going back to this, but now it's just another scenario of like, where are the strengths for both of these teams? And I think we kind of saw something similar last time.
We did, and in looking at what we saw map and mode-wise in pool number 1, Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, that one was of course hectic. Zones, Mako Mart, we started this round on Mako Mart. Game 3 was TC Inkblot Art Academy, which is not going to be in this set. In fact, spoilers, we will be going to Zones, and it'll be on Hagglefish Market. So we did see in pool 2 TC, the other set that we got to spectate there, but Zones is kind of the perennial. Zones Hagglefish may be the more neutral map and mode combination you're ever going to see, and it is a great proving ground for just about any strategy.
Yes, Proving Grounds mentioned.
Proving Ground mentioned, and why not? They are one of the foremost tournaments, especially in my research that I've done. It's a great area to, I love the breakdown of importance placed on all skill levels. So we have tournaments that are very low-level focused, mid-level focused, high-level focused. Proving Grounds, definitely one of the more mid to bordering on high-level sort of consistent tournaments that we have. And that's important for teams like we're spectating now that are around maybe the Div 4 Ludi region that are looking to take that true next step into being a top-tier contender.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like both of these teams have been kind of more or less on the verge of it. You've seen Pickles on that grind. I feel like they're at like every single LAN that I go to nowadays, right? They've been putting in that effort, and you can see it in their solo queue records as well. Fall Hole is also a name that I'm quite familiar with. Weef as well. Like these are all players who have been around for a while, and I feel like they're just bordering on that breakthrough. And the same thing goes for Jelly Squids. You've seen that they've been able to clutch excellence at like events before. You saw they won silver at Low Tide City 2022. I believe it was 2022, right? Or
2023.
2023. Yep. Yeah, that was the other room. My gosh.
Can't believe it's been that many years that LTC was around. And to your point, you know, a mix of online tournament success and also being together at LAN events. But we're going to have to see what success looks like to them in game number 4. We've seen the jump back to what they ran in game 1 and game 3. It did not work out either time. So they will go back to what did work in a sense. No Custom Junior this time. It is 3 Splattershot Juniors and a Forge against the world.
Yes.
This is Siren's dream.
Yeah, this is once again very exciting for me, and I think there is a good amount of humor in the idea of 3 big bubblers on this map in particular. That can absolutely just cover the zone in its entirety. Just run up into their spawn, pop another big bubbler. Okay, you're getting pushed back into yours. Pop another big bubbler. I love the casualty of it. You know, just being able to pop them all the time, and you have all these weapons that paint super well. And we're seeing a lot of big bubblers to mixed success, we'll say, so far. But you know what? I'll believe in it for now.
Yeah, the big bubblers absolutely dotting the map all across. As we see the Booyah Bomb, the one non-big bubbler special from Jelly Squids coming out onto the zone. Both teams have had the opportunity to control the zone, but right now being held, at least for the moment, by 2,200 miles. Weave yet again on that Inkjet. We'll see if they can pick Diamond off. They will not with the final shot, and in fact, Jelly Squids camping their drop down with those 3 juniors having such a high fire rate. You can basically expect that if you don't get maybe a drop roller off, you're basically as good as gone if they find you.
Yeah, and I love that there's, you know, Booyah Bomb is a quote-unquote zone capping special, but you can stop it, right? Yeah, I like your finger quotes.
The air quotes, yes.
Yeah. So, you know, but who needs it? Who needs it? We have 3 of the best painting weapons in the game, if not the best painting weapons in the game. So, you know, we can just use our pure manpower. We'll hold the zone all the way down to 35 from 100.
In Siren's opinion, maybe the best weapon in the game, if not for any other reason than fun factor, as we see Weef charging up and throwing subsequently a Fizzy Bomb. Angelic getting that big bubbler down. And now, how does 2,200 approach? They do have the range to kind of tap at these big bubblers from afar, but all the while, they just got a penalty of 65. They were taking that zone all the way down to 12. So yes, they did get wiped out. And yes, that's probably going to mean 2,200 gets rid of their penalty with no issue. But these are very sneaky weapons, and this is maybe how you have to do it. Fall Hole using that exceptional range on the Crab to see if they can back anybody off. But they're just kind of skittering around this a 90-degree shaped corner here, and they're even retaliating with a Booyah Bomb. Diamond using the Chaos to try and sneak around. They use the big bubbler to see if they can dual Weave. Weave forced to respect it and back off, but yet again, the zone ticking down, and it might be just a matter of time before 2,200 takes the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we got about 10 seconds left to go. One member down on each side, but keep in mind, again, we have some of the best painting weapons in the game. I just love saying that. And, you know, I think the fun factor comes in from the fact of, like, how open-ended the play style for Junior is. You can really accomplish a lot of different things with it. You can play defensively. You can just run up and support your teammates. And you can also be a silly little guy. Like, I just love popping big bubblers in the most inconvenient, rude spots possible and then laugh at myself for doing it. Like, it's fun. That's why it's fun.
I don't know if that was a sprinkler splat. That might have been the sprinkler getting the final splat there. But to your point, I don't think those things are necessarily mutually exclusive. You can be a silly little guy and still have some great levels of success. And we've seen nothing more like that than we have seen with this Triple Junior comp. And just as 2200 Miles was seeming to get rid of their penalty, Jelly Squids comes right back and pulls the rug right from out of them. And they're right back to holding down the zone again.
We have all three of them deployed at the same time. This is bringing me great joy. Thank you, Jelly Squids, for putting on this show. It's purely for my entertainment. Pick!
Back to back, and even throws the Reef Slider in. I don't even think they saw anybody. Just maybe a celebratory Reef Slider after 2 directs back to back.
Zach, I think I know how Pickles got pick in his name.
Okay, because he keeps finding those keeps finding those picks and those 90-degree flicks on his opponents there. So nicely done as we see Fall Hold tracking, trying to see if they can get one of these big bubblers taken down. I have to wonder what you do in that situation. When you're in the bubble, what do you target? Do you target the bubble? And they're creating Venn diagrams.
It's like a triple Venn diagram.
It's a graph out here.
They're going to study this like 100 years from now.
This is going to go into Squidology, Squid lore, Squid 101, but we're finally running out of time. 35 seconds left for 2200 to claim the zone back, and they're not having a great time of it so far. It looks like everybody's slowly getting to their specials. The S-Blast, the first one to do it. Pick has mastered the art of just running in with that Reef Slider and jumping back out in the midst of all this chaos.
It's still so funny to me that the zone is not capped at all. And like they
it's almost like a matter of principle at this point. It's like, we can get the objective later. We do not want to lose to Triple Junior.
Yeah, he's getting a little scary right now. We have 10 seconds left to go. This crab tank is kind of chilling out in their base, and we have 2 of our beloved shooter players kind of stuck in a corner here. So that's
wow. One of the rare times we've heard the pop-off from on top of the stage there is 2200 Miles does not go back to a Game 5. In fact, they end it in their favor in a very close 4-game set. So fun to see the compositions from Jelly Squids, but at the end of the day, 2200 Miles gets their revenge and ties the MomoCon series between these 2 teams at 1 apiece.
That's gotta feel good if you're on the side of 2200 Miles. You're out here, you're grinding. Everyone's watching every single move you make because you've been on the stage for your entire pool, and getting that win where it really matters to you, you know, that's gotta feel good up here.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you can see them fist bumping each other. You can see a lot of respect being shown between these 2 squads that are, again, very close. You mentioned that with smaller tournaments like this one, it can be hard, especially in the pool stage, to find matches that are this close consistently. But when you do get them, you love to see it. Some of the most exciting parts of the first day of a tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm fully with you there.
And so that brings us, I believe, to having Moonlight take on now 2200 Miles in what would be, is it not the grand final?
So the way that double elimination pools, at least from what I run, it's still only 3 rounds, and that last set there doesn't actually get played.
Oh, so it's just those moving on then?
Yes.
Nice. Well,
yeah. So one of them has like the top seed coming out, and then the other one has the second.
Well, I guess it would be no surprise Moonlight then. It would be moving on then to the gold portion of the bracket, and they will be the ones that are representing C pools with the highest placement. I think not surprising for a lot of our people who were looking at the teams in the early stages of this one, and they join the competitors from the A and B pools that have also made it into gold. They've done a great job today, and it's just so back and forth. I'm so excited to see how these shake out. We are, of course, we're going to have to work our way there. Of course, still today, we're going to have the silver pools side of things.
Wow,
so these teams that are in silver pools still work to be done, but it's been fun getting to take a look at these 4 teams and sort of how they interact with each other.
Yeah, no, I'm so amped to see them tomorrow as well in the tournament, and getting to to sit down and talk to the players and how they felt about the sets, because that's one of my favorite aspects of a LAN. You don't really get that on the online tournament experience. It's just like, all right, how are you feeling right now? Like, what's your mindset going into day 2? Like, you know, who are you most worried about playing in this tournament? And, you know, having to see those people face to face is like a whole other like demon if you have anxiety.
Exactly. It is so tough on the mental to consistently play on a big stage like this, even if you're not on the stage and you're playing out in one of the play booths and you have, you know, some a crowd of people behind you that are watching your match. That's still people watching and potentially judging your gameplay. So for folks that are either more socially anxious or have mental where that kind of weighs on them, it can be difficult to overcome. And I'm very proud of the courage that a lot of our teams are displaying in being able to get up on the big stage and volunteering their time to try and contend for the big prize and put themselves in front of a crowd that's only going to get larger as we sort of get through the rest of day 1 here, get into day 2, and really cement where each of these teams are going to place at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and silver bracket should be crazy. I'm excited. I'm going to be watching this.
Yeah, silver's going to be a ton of fun, and then we'll of course get into redemption and top 8 tomorrow. It should be a blast to see some of these teams again, a mix of pickups and of all these teams that are playing together for years and years in some cases come together and show them the respect that we just saw those two teams between Jelly Squids and 2200 Miles show each other for being willing to compete on the stage and going back and forth in a pretty hotly contested what ended up being a 4-game set.
Wow, yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to be ending off there, and we'll be heading over to Silver Pools. It looks like we are. Siren, anything else you wanted to mention before we take a break and cut then later to our Silver Pools?
Ooh, no.
Well, it's been...
I was like, there's a lot of things to do with the con. There's like not even something I could plug specifically, but you know, a few of us are in costume today. If you ever just thought, okay, Siren's outfit looks weird. No, it's not. It is weird. But,
weird, you know, did not come to mind for me. I thought more impressive, more so than anything.
Yeah. So you know, if you see anyone in costume, you know, proper con etiquette, you can go ahead and ask to get their picture, and then you know. Yeah, post that in the MomoCon photo vault on the Splatland server, because that channel's looking a little lonely and desolate, and I want to see you guys having fun. So can you please can you do that? Thanks.
That's Siren's one ask as we sign off here to take a break. Of course, follow our socials. Check us out. I believe both of us are on Twitter and Blue Sky, if I remember correctly. Yes. So definitely check us out on our socials there. But that is going to do it for Pool C of Splatoon 3 at MomoCon 2025. We'll have Silver Pools coming up later. We'll take a quick break before that. Do not go anywhere. It's going to be more great Splatoon 3 action in just a moment.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to MomoCon 2025 here in Atlanta, Georgia. My name's Falco, joined with Rissa. Once again, we are getting ready for the silver pools happening. All the other pools have wrapped up. We are moving on to the next stage of the matches.
Yep, we are closing out day number 1, technically, of Splatoon with the silver bracket / pools. It's kind of, we've been trying to figure out what exactly that is, but yeah, it's going to be a fun way to end the day because whoever gets to the end of this will start out tomorrow with silver finals.
Yeah, and that's such a good way to start off day 2 with a championship match on the line. Then, of course, followed by redemption and then top 8 following the rest of the tournament. That, again, is a 2-day event here. No games on Sunday, wrapping it all up tomorrow. So everybody has played. But now we're having teams come back. Some of these teams have just played for about 2 hours. Hopefully got some sort of snack or food in between. I know I did when we had our break. So
did I.
Okay, good. We got some food.
Yeah,
so
I
we're
feel
good.
better now.
Okay, yeah.
I feel better.
And you have a jacket on.
Yes. Yeah, it was freezing when I was commentating in my Fiona outfit earlier, so I'm good now.
Yeah.
I'm nice and cozy.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other our lovely fairy tale Shrek characters roaming around too. You guys just did a group picture right by the stations up here. So be on the lookout for that on social media if you'd like to see. But we're getting ready for our first few matches coming up here. Again, this will be the silver pool. So the teams who went 0-2 in their groups, they're going to be playing back again in their own group at this time. So they're getting themselves situated. We'll introduce the teams when we have them ready. But again, this has been it's been a lot of fun so far. We've had our fair share of being able to walk around, spectate, really just take this whole event in too, which has been so much fun. And I mean, it's hard to see on the stream too, or on the screen, but a lot of the empty chairs, some people are funneled in the middle, which you can't really see on stream. Like, there's more people sitting down than what you see. So there are definitely people here cheering everyone on.
Yeah. Me and Falco were just sitting out there, and yeah, definitely there's a lot of people there for Splatoon. A lot of I don't know, a lot of the people in the silver bracket, they have a lot of like friends here supporting them, so that's exactly who's probably in the crowd and love to see it.
Yeah, I actually had somebody message me asking what we were doing, and I was like, I'm going to go back on the mic. They're like, actually, my friend's playing. I'm going to stay and watch. I was like, yep, there you go.
Yep.
So we had Squidphony versus Just a Prank Bro. They're going to be going head-to-head first here, and of course, silver pools. They're going to be playing more than one match, but of course, these teams want to get this victory in for this set in order to leverage themselves later on and potentially make the silver championships, which once again will be held tomorrow morning. So we'll give them a few moments to get everything figured out and, find the fourth who's not sitting in the chair too. I guess we need 8 people for Splatoon, don't we?
Yeah, I guess that, yeah. No 4v3s here.
But none on purpose.
Yeah, none on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And thankfully, we haven't really had many technical issues during the games. I know we've had a few that were, getting people into the lobbies, but no, thankfully no land DCs,
yes.
as we had seen before.
Fingers crossed, knock on wood, none of that.
Yeah, we'll wait for them to arrive here. But it's, I feel like time doesn't exist at any of these lands too. You could tell me it's 2 in the afternoon or 10 p.m. and I would just believe you.
Yeah, it's like how Vegas, when you go in the casinos there, they have no windows or anything. It's always the lights are always the same, like dimming, like the way they are. It's like that in here. There's no windows. Well, unless you go out into the main alleyway. But here in the gaming room, there's no windows. It's kind of dark, and you just never know what time of day it is.
No, they might as well be pumping oxygen. They're probably pumping oxygen into here because it's so cold.
Yeah, that would make sense. Why it's so cold?
Keeping us awake. Yeah. Speaking of kind of the outer area, have you checked out the koi pond they have upstairs?
Oh no, I haven't actually.
Yeah, it's like there's a little kind of like courtyard right attached to the venue, but they have like a koi pond with a ton of fish. A lot of people are outside getting photos.
You know what? I did walk by that, seeing everyone taking pictures out there. I didn't realize it was a koi pond. That's really cool.
Yeah. So there's some good natural scenery around here, even though we're gamers in our basements playing right now. We're literally, basically in a basement right now, the world's largest basement, playing Splatoon. But even outside of this immediate venue, kind of where the hallways are and everything, because you have to walk basically half a mile to get to where we are in the very back corner of the the big convention center, but everyone is still just, you know, enjoying themselves, having a good time, taking breaks when they need to, obviously, to get food. But again, the action's just going to be here all night, I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely, especially since there's the arcade open 24/7. Like me and my friends were down here last night at literally 2:30 a.m. and the arcade was still popping. So it's just like nonstop fun everywhere here.
I've walked through a little bit. I played some pinball. I didn't really play any of the like rhythm games. I love Japanese rhythm games, but the thought of me being on my feet walking around the whole time and then playing DDR, like that just makes my like knees buckle.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like that's like one of the main games I would love to play in the arcade, but same thing. My legs are like done. They're already done, and we still have what, 1 or 2 more days of this?
I know. I'm behind on my step count though. I'm at 11,000. At this point yesterday, I think I was at like 14.
Oh,
so.
okay.
But that's the airport travel, you know.
Oh yeah, huh? Running through the terminals, trying to get to different gates.
Yeah. Yep. But they're getting themselves situated once again. There's a lot of pick up and play gaming from other consoles, like there's PCs and I don't know exactly what all they're playing over there, but a lot of people can just kind of go and play some games too. Of course, like we mentioned, there's Mario Kart and Smash that's going on over at the other stations. I'm sure you can also find them being broadcasted here on Twitch, but everyone just seems to kind of poke their head in here and see what's going on, and you know, obviously, like you mentioned, cheering on their friends as they're playing, because that's one of my favorite parts about a LAN is you have friends playing, you know who's you're playing on stage, okay, let me grab a seat, because you know there's plenty of opportunity to spectate too, so without crowding around a little station, but it's always enjoyable.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the other things I found here at MomoCon, there's a section where people can go in little booths and they can actually live stream on Twitch.
Oh yeah, they have the streamer zone. Yeah, I've seen that too.
So cool.
All right, our teams are getting ready. Squidphony versus Just a Prank Bro. Again, we are hopping into our silver pools here to round out your day for day one of MomoCon 2025. Let's take a look at the comps here. Squidphony on the left side, Just a Prank Bro on the right, and really no weapons that are popping out. Of course, if you were watching the previous set, we had that triple junior action coming from the Jelly Squids. We have a junior returning right now as well. And a pretty standard comp, except we have the Dapple Dualies on the side of Just a Prank Bro. So a weapon you don't see very often. They're going to be trying to get some picks. Kaneko's going to be trying to run around and stay alive. Getting 1, can they get 2? They are going to get Taco with the Reef Slider. Can they get 3? Nope, they're going to be taken down before the crab comes out from Ceviche.
Yeah, they did do a really good job at distracting those other 2 members of Squidphony. Did have to go back, make sure that they tackled that Dualies that was just rushing into their spawn. So they did a great job as a distraction. But now, with 2 members going down on Just a Prank Bro, looks like we have on the side of Squidphony now, it's going to be their turn to rush forward with their Dualie player. Yeah,
they really pushed back Just a Prank, who had to retreat all the way back to their basket. Ceviche getting a nice pick. Papalova is going to be popping that bubble in order to help Taco push forward. Ceviche's bringing out the crab, so that's going to be the first score for Squidphony, as they're still getting some picks. Not a lot of clams at their ready. We do have the Dapples who's holding a few, able to get 1 in, but unfortunately that is not going to be the push that I'm sure they were hoping to have, because they had the player advantage the whole time. They just couldn't get the clams in.
Yeah, and with the defense coming out from Just a Prank Bro, they are set up here getting ready to defend, and they did a great job at stopping the momentum from Squidphony. Kaneko there going ahead and using that Reef Slider once again. They've been using that at great moments. I really like the utilization of using that, not only to push in and be aggressive, but also you can use it defensively if they're running into your spawn. You know what, you can just Reef Slider into what they're doing and do that, and it'll just shut down the momentum like we just saw.
Yeah, Kaneko's been doing a very good job with that, as their team is now on the offensive side of things. Like we mentioned, the Reef Slider getting a double. They are unstoppable with this Reef Slider as they're trying to get some more clams. Offbeat coming in with the power claim, able to score. Kaneko's trying to follow up and get some picks. Another power claim in for them, as the Forge member is going to be trying to go in. Kaneko literally on a tear right now, getting 3, finally taken down by Pup Lover.
And really just those 2 power claims scored, and that is it. So low-scoring games for these aggressive plays, but it's still such a tight game, Rissa.
It really is, and the score says it all. We've about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining of this, and I mean, it seems like mid is kind of split right now as it's slowly turning more orange, but it was pretty split there between the 2 colors, so this seems like a really fair back and forth matchup that we're seeing so far. So Squidphony here does go ahead and score. They do take the lead as we see Ceviche that runs through there to try and score in a clam. Their teammate there was able to run in and score more clams. There's a jump in with the power clam. They weren't quite able to score that in, but regardless. Oh, Lava actually sneaks in and gets that power clam in. Great job from them. And now not only do they have the lead, but they have it by about 30 points.
Yeah, that was definitely a good push. And here's a very quick response by Just a Prank. They're going to be jumping in that power clam. Can the Splash player, Peridium, who's going to be forming, can they form a power clam? No. They're going to get one of those clams in before being taken down by Pufflava. So these teams just react so quickly to being scored against, and really we're not seeing much of a battle of mid until now, just because teams were on offense and then all of a sudden they have to shift gears to defense without really catching their breath. So once again, still such a very close game. Taco's going to be taking out one. Trying to look at Peridium is going to be trying to go for them. Kaneko swimming around as well. Offbeat's holding on the power clam. 2 clams now formed for Just a Prank. Pufflava trying to go in, getting a pick unsuccessful at that point, but now Squidphony back on offense.
Yeah, Squidphony here, you can see they're set up. They're not pushing up too aggressively, but I like the way that they're playing in like a unit right now. They're just pushing up like a wall together, making sure that they're taking team fights, making sure that they're all looking at the same thing. And as we have about 50 seconds remaining of this, they're doing a great job at consistently holding mid. They do have a member down now. So with the back and forth of this game, it almost is like, okay, is Just a Prank boat? Are they going to rush in and get mid and get points in? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I feel like Just a Prank, bro, they are in a position with their clams. They have 2 power clams. They don't necessarily have the map control that they need right now. Again, they just have to avoid getting wiped, and they're trying to get some picks up a 2-player advantage with these power clams and the crab. This is the time for them to strike as the crab is going to be running out. SD going in, but is going to go down. Peridium is still holding onto one of those clams. They might have to offload it, and they score and get both. That is going to be the lead there for Squidphony. A fantastic push, getting both of those power clams and a little bit more to take the lead with 10 seconds remaining.
Oh my gosh, okay, so we're going into this. We're going to head into overtime because Squidphony does have that power clam at the ready, so they are using that crab. They're trying to create some space with that long range of the crab. They are able to rush through that. They scored a power clam to open up the basket. They weren't quite able to score in that other power clam or any other clam. So unfortunately, I loved the way that they set that up, though. They set up everything beautifully for themselves, so they weren't quite able to score that, but it was a great effort.
Yeah, that is exactly how they had to position themselves and get situated. Now, unfortunately, when you're the last player alive jumping in, you're kind of just a sitting duck at that point. And I mean, they were the dually player, so they could, roll any direction if they got lucky, trying to roll before they got splatted. But I wouldn't be surprised if they got that power clam just based on how well they were moving. But yeah, unfortunately, they couldn't pull it off in time. So that was a really fun game to watch.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that was super, super fun. It was super close, a lot of back and forth, a lot of aggressive plays on each side. So I'm very much looking forward to the rest of this set.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Of course, here with our new map list that we have for Silver Bracket, these teams wanting to try and get the win to move on to day 2 for the Silver Finals, but they have quite a few games they need to get through first. So, hey, if the rest of the set is just like that first game, then we're in for a treat, because that was a lot of fun to watch. Fun weapons, too. I always love seeing the ballpoint come out, because we don't see it a ton anymore, so that's always such a fun weapon to see. Of course, being a former junior player myself, I always love seeing junior play, too. So that's why I had a treat watching the Jelly Squids the last set, too, seeing the triple junior come out a few times, but we'll see if they change up anything for this next game.
Yeah, I also am a fellow junior enthusiast, so whenever there's a junior on the screen, I'm rooting you on. I'm like, yes, go juniors. And then I like too that they also had not only the junior but an NZAP, and it's really interesting because technically those are like, quote unquote 2 support weapons. but just getting to see them work together was really fun, and I'm excited to see more of that as a support player myself.
Yeah, and some people play Junior like so well that you wouldn't think they're playing it like a support player, just with having splat bombs and having a double bomb loadout and stuff like that. They do such a good job with it. We'll hop into here for Game 2 against Squidphony versus Just a Prank Bro as we get ourselves situated. Loading into this next one. Any changes? Taco's using the well string with point sensor and wave breaker this time, but as far as any other weapon changes, I don't think there are any on the field.
Yeah, I don't see any other ones. You highlighted them perfectly. So as we go ahead and take a look at what's happening here, both teams, actually it's kind of interesting. Squidphony has just rushed straight into mid, and you can see actually Just a Prank Bro has stayed back. They were painting more back in their spawn to get their specials, and they are actually playing off of that really nicely. They got their specials back in their spawn, and that allowed them time to regroup, get their specials, use them, and now they've pushed forward and actually scored the Rainmaker.
Yeah, all that paid off, just letting somebody else go for it first, build your specials. Maybe we'll take out the Rainmaker with a crab or something and get a push, but look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, they go down after that checkpoint. One by one, so Sharif is going to be picking it up. Have a little bit of map control they need to get in mid, but Sharif is going to be really going for it here, trying to make a breakaway push. As we see Savici getting the crab, Puplava is there to help Sharif as they try and get some picks. The point sense is going to do such a huge job identifying where some of the players are. Two are going to go down on the side of on the side of Squidphony. But that pushing it pretty much back to mid and getting to that first checkpoint, but not enough to get to that first pedestal.
Yeah, they still have some ground to take here if they want to get that Rainmaker to that first checkpoint. But still, plenty of time in the match to make that happen. With the back and forth that we've been seeing from these two teams, I could definitely see them making that happen. As two members going down on Just a Prank Bro, I believe. So yeah, Rainmaker here once again just back in mid. It's just been kind of juggled here as Squidphony is now taking the Rainmaker and pushing it, and I love the usage of that bubble. That is going to allow them to safely have that space to dunk the Rainmaker.
That was huge, and Sharif did such a good job on cleanup. You know, that's kind of a different type of position to be when you're on offense, to kind of go up there, and you don't expect a player like an Enzap to get a pick or two in that position. It's just going to be Kaneko getting two. That was absolutely crucial, as Sharif is going to be picking up. Can they make it away? No, they can't, but they are going to extend the lead just by a little bit, as Kaneko's still getting some splats and painting up around mid. The rest of their teammates going to be the ones popping the bubble, as SD and Kaneko are going to be trying to paint some mid right now, but it's a very neutral game. I wouldn't be surprised if they opt for the Rainmaker reset, but no, Offbeat is actually going to be the one who's picking it up, taking it on the right side, but they're going to have to avoid Savici and Taco, who's using the well string to identify where a few of these members are with their point sensors, but I don't know, it's looking pretty tricky for Just a Prank Bro for them to push up.
It is. I'm wondering if maybe Offbeat just grabbed that Rainmaker just so Squidphony couldn't rush through the left side. They were starting to paint up that left side, and maybe it was like, oh no, maybe they can sneak through and grab this. So maybe they just grabbed it to get it out of their spawn, and at least it's, you know, more neutral here in mid, and it gives them more time to regroup. But they do consistently seem to have a member down on their side, so they're really going to have to figure out how to regroup. Savici grabs that Rainmaker, and you can see this last member of Just a Prank Bro is doing everything they could to stop that. They do, though, but now the Rainmaker's pushed up really far.
You know, I don't know how they didn't get Purdium, because that player they were the one who saved the game and took out the Rainmaker, but if they would have gotten splatted, then I think the run would have been better, but Savici pushing it all the way to 13. Now in this bottleneck situation here on the ramp, as members of Just a Prank, they need to pop this and try to not let members of Squidphony push forward anymore. Can they do it? But no, Offbeat's going to go down to the bomb, so a perfectly placed bomb there for Puplava, as they're going to be trying to avoid the reef slider from Kaneko. They do, and Just a Prank Bro opting to pick it up and resetting it once again. I think that's a much needed reset.
Yeah, I agree. It was getting a little too scary over there, so resetting the Rainmaker was a good call. It'll give them a little bit more time to get out of their spawn, but it is really tricky here, as we're just seeing this aggressive positioning coming out from Squidphony. Squidphony here is just pushed up really, really far. That allowed them to grab the Rainmaker, and now there's only one member left up of Just a Prank Bro. So, man, consistent aggressive plays coming out. And you can see Shayreep is just holding the Rainmaker here and just kind of stalling it and just waiting it out. There's only 30 seconds left of the match, so they don't really need to do anything big.
Yeah, I'm curious where the rest of the team is from Squidphony, because Shayreep is just all alone, but all the action was over on the left side. So I'm surprised that they still are uncontested. It seems like the rest of the members of Just a Prank Bro, they're trying to engage in the team fight to get the player advantage rather than taking out the person with the Rainmaker with just about 10 seconds left. Just a Prank Bro, they will have one more opportunity, but look where that bubble is placed, right on top of the Rainmaker. That is going to be almost impossible for them to break if they can. Taka's going to pick it up, so they perfectly placed bubble on the side of Squidphony to get that win, but that was a crazy ending.
Yeah, it was. That was a junior moment if I ever see one. If you have a bubble ready, might as well just run forward and just add another layer of difficulty there for the other team to try and get to the Rainmaker itself. It was in a weird position on the map, a difficult position to get to, and a bubble on top of that.
Yeah, you've got to have all of your ducks in a row to try and pop that Rainmaker and pick it up. And I mean, we did have time, overtime happened for about 1 second, but then we had a member of Squidphony pick up the Rainmaker and just completely end it. So that was a good start for them, especially with how well they managed to control the Rainmaker. Again, I feel like the players, they were not shy with how they were going to have the Rainmaker too. So they were just like, yep, we're going to pick it up, we're going to go, we're going to try and extend our lead, and anytime we can bleed off the clock, the better.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they just really didn't need to push the Rainmaker. That was a really good stall game, and I've talked about it earlier today, but like the longer that they have the Rainmaker, the more difficult it is for the other team to even think about getting the Rainmaker themselves. So great job on them. And as we head into the third game, I'm like, anything can happen the way that we've been seeing these two teams play. Yeah,
we are tied 1-1 in our set. And if you're wondering if Raze is actually the one controlling the controller, no, it's not. Raze is not doing double duty of TOing in Spec Cam. we have Tiger doing that on Raze's account here. E-Leader, questionable weapon choice.
Yeah. Oh, actually, we have Power right now.
Oh, is it Power now? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Shout out to
I couldn't
Power.
see Power. Okay. I know Tiger was doing it before. All right, yeah. So we have our Spec Cam Go Power, who, if you've seen any of the Gridlock or Big Dapple events, one of our lovely TO friends.
Yep. Shout out to them.
All right, Prettium is they're taking their time with the weapon choices here. As you can see, they're again, at least they have time to kind of regroup and discuss what they want to do and how they want to approach these games. We'll hop into here, Game 3. Once again, these two teams, Squidphony and Just a Prank Bro, tied 1-1. Let's see if there are any changes to their comps.
Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, talk about
E-Leaders.
Talk about E-Leaders. Talk about making a change to your comp.
Oh yeah.
We see an E-Leader this time coming out from, I believe that's Squidphony, and then on the other side, oh my gosh, an Aerospray.
Yeah, Silver Aerospray.
Yeah, so a couple of switch-ups here. It's going to be fun to see how this worked for these two teams.
Yeah, so Kaneko's still sticking with the Reef Slider weapon, and honestly, I feel like I have seen Silver Aerospray a little bit more in comp. I'm not going to say like, oh, it's the next big thing, because quite frankly, I don't think it is, but I have seen some players use it, and I perform really well with it too. So, and of course, Reef Slider, I feel like Reef Slider on Mahi, that's such a dangerous special to use because there are so many places where it could go wrong, where you just launch off the map. But I'm sure there'll be better players than I would be too, as Kaneko's going to be using it, trying to push Ceviche off, and let's see that 1-on-1 engagement. Ceviche's going to win that one, but then going to go down. All that's happening, Just a Prank Bro in control of the zone. They're in a very good position to take the lead as they still have a 2-player advantage.
Yeah, they are, and they're pushing up. You can see they're kind of trying to decide if they want to push up even further than this, get in a position to act really aggressively. We did see Kaneko there did push up aggressively, but was taken out in the process. So with 2-3 members essentially down now on Just a Prank Bro, now this is going to be that opportunity for Squidphony to go ahead and take the zone. Bubble over the zone as another layer of safety to allow them to safely paint the zone, and now it's going to be their turn to decide how much they want to push up here to to get in a position to guard the zone.
Yeah, and both teams have just so much paint. You have a Junior on both sides, you have a Zap on one and a Silver Arrow Spray on the other, so that's why the entire map is already completely covered, and of course adding splat zones onto that, there's going to be no space, no point untouched by paint for this set, as Just a Prank Bro still in control, using the bubble, avoiding that Wave Breaker as well, but one of the players' SD is going to go down, I believe, to the Wave Breaker or Savici, who's going to be getting a pick. Savici kind of cornered in the back as Shayreep and Puplova trying to push forward. The zone is neutral, finally capped by Squidphony, but not for very long. Two members going to be down. Squidphony back in control with a heavy player advantage.
I love Taco there on the E-leader was able to just kind of use their laser to point at people from the other team, and then I think they might have gotten a snipe along with that, but their teammates were able to play around that really well, because when you're on the other side and there's an E-leader just laser at you, you kind of are like trying to avoid it, and if your teammates are able to play around that and utilize that distraction, that can be exactly what we saw there. Look at this. Now they have a complete wipe on Just a Prank Bro, and they're setting up really nicely here to possibly KO.
Yeah, and that started from Kaneko going for the flank and using the reslider to go to the zone. Now, unfortunately, all the attention was brought to them, got splatted immediately, and then the rest of Squidphony took care of business, getting down players one by one. So they're going to be taking control of this one. The second half of that match just seemed to be all Squidphony, Ursa.
It really did. It just seemed like all of a sudden they got their footing. Sometimes when you switch, do a big weapon switch, where like an E-leader, for an example, you kind of have to, it'll take you just a second to regroup and figure out how to play around that, even though you know how to. But you can see there in the beginning half of that match, they definitely were figuring that out. Then they got their flow, and then it just completely went up from there, and they had their flow going.
Yeah, they were in business to win that one. And of course, we talked about the paint-heavy comp, really from both teams, but the bubble support from the junior players, Squidphony, definitely helped break in. And yeah, you know, with Kaneko going in with the Reef Slider and, you know, having one player down, and then I think the other players must have gotten a little scrambled, because Squidphony, it's like they took out Kaneko, and then they immediately shifted gears and focused exactly on what they were doing before. But, you know, Just a Prank Bro, they were in a position where they had to cap, so they were just going to be rushing towards the zone, throwing all their bombs, throwing their bodies towards it, and doing anything they could, but Squidphony just had a great defense.
Yeah, it definitely was at that point where it's like, okay, we just have to run for it. There's really no other option right now. Sometimes that works out too, because when you're in the process of running into the zone, all of a sudden one person will get a special, and then all of a sudden another one, and then all of a sudden it kind of just works out beautifully where you're able to make something happen and recap the zone. But unfortunately for them, that wasn't the case in that game. Yeah.
They're going to be trying to run it back here again, as we were tied 1-1, Squidphony up 2-1. That definitely seemed to be a more comfortable win for Squidphony opposed to the previous game that we saw them win. So they're looking to get one more. Of course, this is still a best-of-5 situation here for the silver pools, and before, you know, we move on to future games that are going on, but well, I don't know. It's still a pretty contested match. I feel like again, these players are just not shy to put themselves in 1v1s and really try to make the hero plays.
Yeah, absolutely, because we've seen it, especially in the first game that felt really back and forth. Those hero plays were actually seeming to work out for both sides. So it just seems like as we're slowly going on throughout this matchup, they're starting to figure out, okay, this player is probably going to do this, or this player is probably going to do this aggressively. So we need to make sure we're watching them, and we're kind of seeing that adaptation happen throughout this set.
And we'll move on to tower control here for the game 4. Any comp changes coming out. We do see a shift again, so we're, especially on the side of Just a Prank, they're going to not have Kaneko play Aerospread. They're going to go back to the Blue Dapples in which they played before.
Okay, and then actually Squidphony is sticking with E-leader for tower control here, so it seems like they probably were like, okay, this is working out really nicely for us. They're going to go ahead and continue this E-leader comp strategy. Unfortunately for them, though, it's only that E-leader left up alive. Taco, they're having to back up and try and wait for their teammates as all 3 members of their team did go down. Just a Prank Bro is able to hop on the tower here finally and start pushing to this first checkpoint.
Yeah, Squidphony having a hard time trying to push forward. Somehow, Puplova avoided that Reef Slider. I thought for sure they were going to get splatted. We can see the Crab on top of the right 10 getting some picks and a lot of paint from Ceviche, so they do. So the tower's still approaching that first checkpoint, but not enough paint there quite yet as Taka's trying to identify Kaneko, trying to get a pick. But are they able to do so? Yes, with the support of their teammate. So again, Just a Prank, they're in a pretty good position as SD's going up with the Booyah, clearing the path, making one of the members back up, and now finally getting through this first checkpoint.
Yeah, able to get through that first checkpoint, and now, Offbeat there got sniped as they were riding the tower, and along with that, 2 other members of their team did go down. Kaneko there used their Reef Slider, I think, and kind of got stuck there under the ledge awkwardly. Did get called out as well as they were in the process of that. So now, as the tower goes back into mid, 3 specials ready on the side of Squidphony. They do use 2 of them. There's that Wave Breaker, and they are going to go ahead and try to use those specials to get to that first checkpoint.
I think Kaneko somehow jumped out because they still had the Reef Slider. I don't know. It looked weird, but on our screen, they never got splatted and their special gauge was all the way up. So I don't know if it was a spec cam lag or what happened there, because they seem to just be kind of walking an enemy in. But with all that happening, Squidphony able to take the lead back here as Puplova was caught in a corner. They still have a player advantage, a nice player advantage, so they're going to want to capitalize on this and especially get rid of that cooler that is in the path of the tower. So that's actually going to be really big for Squidphony as well. So that way Just a Prank Bro cannot get juiced up. They're going to be at the second checkpoint right now. Crab is going to be out Bubble under the canopy, but SD is going to be throwing the Booyah Bomb, but not at the tower, as Puplova is going to be taking it past that second checkpoint, but now they're finally going to go down.
They were doing a great job at juggling that tower, making sure that they not only got the lead, but were continuing to push that tower. Now Taco on that E-leader is actually at the checkpoint, trying to get that checkpoint themselves. Their teammates, though, are finally back and able to help them, and we see Taco there jumping in as well. With 2 members down on Just a Prank Bro, this could be a KO here happening suddenly.
Yeah, they seem to be in a really good position for that, as one player is going to be behind the connector there, but no, it's not going to be enough. Squidphony getting that win, and once they took control of the tower, especially after that first checkpoint, they were just on a tear. They always, even when they didn't have a player advantage, they were always pushing the objective and always had somebody that one of their teammates could jump to. And Just a Prank, they could not find a way that they could stop it.
Yeah, there was a lot of momentum going on there from Squidphony once they finally did get that momentum going. So really good on them. They are winning the set here versus Just a Prank Bro 3-1.
Yeah, so they'll be waiting for their next set again. I believe there are, I don't know how many teams exactly are.
I think Ray's told me 5.
5 in, okay, so 1 from each. Was there 1 pool in the previous set? I think so. Can we do math real quick? I don't know off the top of my head. I'll be completely honest.
I don't either.
How many teams? But the good news is you guys at home can easily figure that out. But I think there are 6.
Oh, okay.
I think there's 6 who are playing in silvers. Yeah, because yes, that's my guess. That's what I'm running with.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was a set that was technically before this, Warm Regards versus Brown Thrasher Fanclub. So they faced off in kind of like the a lot of teams had a bye, essentially. There were a lot of buys. So those Warm Regards, Brown Thrasher Fanclub, they had to face off. But then Squidphony and Just a Prank Bro, so they are the ones who just faced off. I think next we're getting Squidhetti Junction.
Oh my gosh.
Versus Warm Regards, who we were mentioning earlier today on stream. So,
oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, so they're going to get themselves set up, and thankfully we have enough stations for all this to happen too, because we have 1 more station than I think what was needed for our pools, which is always a good thing to have. I'm sure as a TO, when you've TO'd events in the past, you're like, oh, we have more equipment than what we need. That's perfect.
It's always good, and then too, sometimes when teams want to warm up, they can utilize that extra space too, because a lot of times they do want to warm up before they do play. So that's so nice.
Yeah, and again, we are very fortunate that we had a lot of the like the docks and even the headsets that were lent out. So a lot of the players aren't even using their own headsets. They have that option to, but most are opting to use the headsets that are native to the stream, or native to their setup, just so they don't have to plug and unplug and deal with all those audio issues. People are sanitizing the headsets as they need and want to, but
yeah,
we're always grateful when a lot lot of those supplies are donated and can be used.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, a lot of times in the Splatoon community at these events, it was you didn't need to bring your headset, and they were just, the headsets were supplied. Like, it was just like, that was how it was. But ever since COVID happened, it's like, okay, wait, people do like to bring their own headsets, and it's like, wait, oh yeah, I'm used to the audio of my own headset. I like the way that this is better.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, if you have a really nice headset, like maybe a noise canceling one or something that's maybe more expensive, because again, you just hear a lot of background noise. I mean, this is the only headset I've worn here at MomoCon because we're not competing, but I can only imagine, especially from past LANs that I've been to, where you just hear kind of that background noise when you're like, I don't want that, and I don't want the volume cranked up because I don't want to lose my hearing.
Yeah,
But
right.
yeah, so that's always nice that players have that option.
Yeah, I remember one LAN, there was, the arcade was like right next to the Splatoon setup, so it was like all you hear is like DDR,
thud,
yeah,
thud.
and the hand one just going on, so it's like, that could be very distracting. But here, luckily, there's like so much space here that really isn't too much as big of an issue.
No, and I mean, we're fortunate enough that, you know, for other LANs we've been to, you can hear the commentators maybe in like finals or top 4, but here at the very start of pools, at the very start of stream, you can hear the commentators out in the audience, which is super nice. And, you know, I wish a lot of other LANs did that too. But that's also true for every station that we have for every other game. So, for instance, we have a direct view of what's happening on Mario Kart 2. They have a crazy cool setup that one of the directors was telling me about, and it's just amazing how they make this happen.
I know. It's hard not to look over there because suddenly I'm like, ooh, I'm just like distracted by it. It's so cool looking.
Yeah. Did you, Mario Kart World, did you pre-order a Switch 2?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, you got, oh, nice.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Are you going to get Mario Kart World? Is that like the day one purchase for you?
Honestly, it's not really.
Okay.
But I probably will just because it's like, well, this is like the hype thing. I gotta do it.
Yeah. I missed out on the pre-order.
Oh, dang
stuff. I to be fair, I didn't even seek it out. I was sick that time, so like I wanted to get as much sleep as I could. The last thing I wanted was to try and stay up till midnight to get a pre-order.
Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely, totally.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I missed out. But that'll be, if I can come across one, I'll definitely try and get one. So, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's not like if it came out with like, it was coming out with Splatoon, like, I don't know, 4.
Oh, I'd have major FOMO at that point. I would like go out of my way to try and get it.
You'd be like, no, I need one. I'm hunting this down.
Yeah, exactly. But I was like, I will get my hands on one eventually.
Yeah.
So, and knowing that a lot of, you know, the other lanes that we have coming up, you know, a lot of people are still requiring use your Switch 1 for it. You know, we're not going to try and figure out how we can work this out with a Switch 2. It's like, okay, at least I'm still good with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that too. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, and it looks like we finally got our teams here on the stage, and as you had mentioned their names who are going to be watching, I'm like
Squighetti.
Squighetti, Junction, and Warm Reguards.
Yes.
I love both of the names here.
Oh yeah. The way we say it, we're probably going to say warm instead of worm.
Worm.
Yeah.
Regards.
It's just going to come out as warm, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, both of these teams, I think, okay, so they haven't even played yet. No, Warm Regards beat Brown Thrasher Fanclub 3-1.
Oh.
So Squidhetti Junction has not played yet in silver bracket, just based on how the seeding happened and, you know, how technically the position we're in now is like we call it pools, but I think it's really a double elimination where we wait until we get to the top, which we mentioned at the beginning of our set that it will be tomorrow. That will be opening up the stream broadcasting silver finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So today we get to preview and see all the teams, and we get to, I don't know, I just like seeing all the teams and watching the process to get to finals. I always really enjoy it.
Oh yeah, and we'll have everybody here watching Splatoon tomorrow, especially for Grands, because, you know, we already mentioned, and I'm sure you've heard it from other casters, kind of who the big names are who will likely be competing in that top cut for that top prize. But we still have a lot of action to get there, because every team makes I'll say a day 2 bracket, but a secondary bracket, whether it's the silver pools, redemption, or if you moved immediately to top cut.
Yeah. And I mean, look at, you guys at home can see on the screen all the chairs that we have. It's what a treat, because a lot of times at these events, there's chairs set up, and there's a lot of chairs set up, but they get full, and so people are either standing around the sides or sitting in the front. But it seems like there's going to be enough seats for everyone, so that's always really cool.
Oh yeah, there are some seats like directly behind one of the poles there. I was like, as long as nobody has to sit in those chairs.
Then we're good.
We have it's the Momo pole. We have the Wahoo pole, but we have Momo pole on site. There's quite a few Momo poles.
yeah, there are.
Yeah, they're getting themselves situated. I feel like tonight there's going to be a lot more social gathering, I would say, than there was the night before, because people were just tired from traveling and everything. And now, again, we mentioned there's more of like that dedicated hangout space kind of in the courtyard, and it's meant for participants and attendees of MomoCon.
Yes. And I mentioned this before when we were casting, but I'm going to mention it again. MomoCon is happening in that courtyard, and it's just going to be a gathering of pretty much like everyone. A lot of people are dressing up as cows, but it's going to be, besides that, it's just going to turn into a big social gathering. And last year, I just remembered, it was like one of the most fun social gatherings I've ever been to at an event. So getting to go to it again is going to be really cool, and getting to have our friends like you, Falco, go experience that too, I think will be really cool.
Yeah, I remember seeing pictures that were posted online last year, and I'm like, okay, that looks cool, because we always talk about for the other lanes we all attend, okay, like where's everyone hanging out, where are we meeting, and then it's like, oh, that's the spot, okay, cool. That's where we go after all of Splatoon is done for the day, and we just want to still hang out and have a good time and enjoy ourselves.
Totally.
It's like we might be having some tech things, as one of our lovely TOs, Rays, is helping out there to get everybody situated. Again, you would think that running a LAN is simple, just plugging in cables and things magically work, but no, that's not the case. That's far from the truth.
Yeah, sometimes someone switch, just for whatever reason decides it doesn't want to like that dock.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it'll work at that same dock earlier in the day, and all of a sudden later in the day, it just decides it doesn't want to work. You just never know.
There's so many different things that could cause an issue, and it's really hard to troubleshoot at once. So again, there's, I'm sure, excess of supplies that people have been using to, okay, we can swap this out real quick, or try sitting here instead of here. Maybe it doesn't like your switch, maybe it doesn't like your Ethernet cable. There's always something that could go wrong. But honestly, today I feel like has been pretty smooth. I think the only difficulties have been with really the stage and just a few things. But as far as any other stations that people have been playing at, I don't think there's been any issues at all.
Yeah, I know it had sounded like where all the pools are happening, there were no issues. So for those watching at home, this is the stage and the seating, and then like on the right side here on the screen, way in the back where there's people walking, that's where all the pool setups are. So there's other matches happening way back there, not only for Splatoon, but also for Mario Kart, for Smash, and I believe I think Guilty Gear might be over there as well.
Yeah, I think too, like we mentioned for MomoCon, a lot of people come for the convention aspect, the anime fandom, and signing up for some of these tournaments is just a perk that you can participate in here. So that's why I think for here, like Mario Kart's probably one of the largest Mario Kart tournaments I've ever seen, mainly because for a lot of people it is an easy pick up and play type of game. Now, you might not be at the same caliber as people who play competitive Mario Kart, but it's so easy for somebody to just say, hey, I want to enter that tournament. And I think for a lot of those, they're kind of like day of signups, or there's other tournaments that happen too. Like I mentioned, I was watching you guys watching Nokion. He was participating in a Super Mario World run. But yeah, here, take a better look at our venue and all the space where people are kind of standing behind that black curtained areas where all of our stations are. So again, it is quite a hike. You're going to get your steps in going back and forth between the station and those tables, and that's why we have two lovely tournament organizers, Rays and Seekant. Seekant has pretty much been stationed over at those tables, and Rays has been here. And thank you. We love our victory animations. Thank you. But like every 5 minutes, they're talking to each other like every 5 minutes and communicating, making sure everybody's on the same page, and getting themselves situated. But here's Squighetti. We'll take a look at them as they're getting themselves ready.
Yep, they're trying to figure out their tech issues, it looks like, as we still see Razor on the right side of the screen. And then I think actually in the back of this camera, there's some like tech, or there might be more games back there, but there's just so much. There's so many games here.
You can actually see in the very top left that sign. You can't really read it at home, but it says Streamer Zone, and that's what you were alluding to before, where there are people and there's like dedicated computers and PCs set up for it. And I don't know if it's intended for people who want to try streaming for the first time, and it's like here's this, like we have the setup all ready for you, or if it's meant for, I'm going to bring a copy of my overlays on a flash drive and I'm going to stream at MomoCon. But it's a really good way to promote yourselves. But it's all the way in the back corner. You see that little opening.
Oh my gosh,
so we zoom in.
zoom.
Yeah, thank you for the zoom. as we take a look here. But behind that corner is a whole other section. And there's a whole area of like tabletop card games and board games that go on. I think a lot of them are even open 24/7, like you mentioned, to the arcade. We'll take another shot here, taking a look at the venue, where a lot of the action is, again, behind those black curtains where a lot of the LAN is. And we can see the arcade popping up. You see all those bright lights. And again, our arcade is packed. There's been a lot of people over there.
Yes, and we talked about it earlier when I was commentating, but I was even there at literally at 2:30 a.m. last night, and it was still popping. So it's like that arcade is going all like 24/7, literally.
Yeah, and there's so many different arcade cabinets I'd never seen before.
Yeah.
Like, how does somebody play this? And then I see somebody like dancing and moving their hands and touching buttons. I'm like, oh, okay. Like I would have never picked that up. And a lot of the games are like only in Japanese. So I'm like, I can't even sort through the menu or really read what I'm supposed to press or click. But there are so many strong players. I always love somebody who's like, really good at Dance Dance Revolution, and they're just going ham at the station, and people will crowd around and watch it. And I think too, it's because we, as gamers, know how difficult what they're doing, how difficult it is to pull off.
Yeah, absolutely. I love when they're playing the most, I think it's, extreme for DDR, the toughest level to watch. I love watching people do that, because I'm like, okay, I don't think I can ever do that, but I definitely love watching that other people can do it. It's really cool.
Did you have like an at-home DDR when you were younger, or like still do? Okay.
Yes, I had it on the, the PlayStation 2, I think it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had the one on the Wii. It was like DDR Hottest Party and Hottest Party 2 or something like that. Yeah. So I'd play that with my sister. We'd play DDR for a little bit. It was it's a good workout. It's a lot of fun.
It is. It's a really good workout. And then when I did it too when I was younger with my friend, it was like every day after school, let's play DDR. And soon you start learning like every dance. You already know like where the steps are. You know all the words to the song.
And then it becomes like showing off, like because you already memorize all the moves. You're like, okay, let's make it fun now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always exciting. But there's I think I do want to wander over there a little bit later again, try and find some of those games, because I've been to a few game arcades that specialize in kind of like the Japanese rhythm games too, and they're always a lot of fun. Actually, Toasty, who's one of the TOs who's typically helping with some of these events, we've gone to a few together since we don't live too far from each other.
Oh, cool.
And we would go and like they're normally at like malls and stuff like that. That's always a lot of fun, because he would show me oh, here's how to play this game, or this game's really fun, and he'd show me the ropes essentially.
That's so cool. That's so cool having someone like one of your online friends live that close to you, that you're able to do stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and that's why a lot of these like the locals that have happened kind of earlier this year have really like grown up and have had a lot of traction for people going to these events and networking and saying, oh, like you go to here, like we don't live far from each other, and people will hang out outside of a Splatoon event, which is like, I think, one of the most fun things you can do as far as being involved in the Splatoon community. Yeah,
I feel like as of recently, especially for Splatoon, it just feels like the local LANs have really been a big factor in keeping a lot of like the hype in the community alive. So I think it's just really neat that they're getting like bigger, there's becoming more of them, and then like you said too, it's like the Arizona people will go to the California local, and then California people will go over to the Arizona local. So
Yeah, people have been flying to those events too. You know, it's not
Wow.
really just for the locals anymore. It's people are, okay, I'm going to go, I'm actually going to travel and fly to this specific land. So there's some people who have gone to like 3 or 4 of some of the locals that have happened in the
Yeah.
past year, all in different cities across the United States and a few in Canada.
you know what? I've actually been meaning to. I actually was trying to figure out how to, or when I want to go to the Big Dapple one, the New York local, because just watching it online, I'm like, wait, this looks so fun. I need to go experience
Right,
this.
and you have a lot of friends who are in New York
Yeah,
too. You
yeah.
would hang out with and visit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've been to one local that was held in Columbus, Ohio. There were 4 teams that played. It was, I think, at the end of 2022.
Okay.
But it was like primarily Ohio, Indiana, maybe 1 or 2 people from Kentucky, but just kind of that. We call that the tri-state area. I know there's a different tri-state area in New
Yeah.
York, New Jersey.
Yeah.
But no, the Midwest tri-state of Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. So we had a lot of fun there. But there's definitely been more locals that have been popping up too this
Yeah.
year and that are in the works. And,
Yeah, totally.
so it's fun. I'm a little biased towards locals too, but you know, just leave it at that.
Just saying.
Just saying. All right, everyone's in the lobby, it looks like. So I'm glad we supposedly got these tech issues figured out. Again, this is Squighetti Junction versus Warm Reguards. Worm Reguards. This is hard to say. I'm going to be.
It is. I'm just so used to saying.
Honestly, both teams are hard to pronounce.
Yeah, I'm also trying to figure out how to say Squighetti.
Squighetti.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna get it down by the end of this.
We'll call them just spaghetti and
Spaghetti.
worm.
Yeah.
Worm.
You know what? Yeah.
Say both of them incorrectly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we got that figured out too, because I know these players want to play, obviously, and
Yes.
get their games in. Especially because this might be the end of their journey too. At the end of today, playing at MomoCon, so we'll get these in and they're ready. Let's hop into game 1 here for the second round of our silver double limb pools coming up.
All right, let's go ahead as we're headed to Rainmaker Humpback. Let's go ahead and take a look at these weapons. So interesting. So swords happening on both sides. Wow, a lot of interesting weapons. There's a wiper. There is a bow. There is, my gosh, there's a lot of interesting weapons here.
Yeah, not a lot of paint too, especially I would say on the side of Worm Reguards. You know, you have the double, basically you have the wiper and the stamp. And but then you also have your Tri-Stringer and Brush, so they're going to have to rely on some of these picks, and they are definitely relying on it so far, as almost 3 go down. Nobody's picking up the Rainmaker quite yet, but it is finally going to be picked up by Warm Reguards, getting to that checkpoint. Ambered uncontested, just immediately rushing it towards there as April bending around the corner, and they are just on a clean streak right now. They're going to have to avoid Dano, who's going to be taking them out with the Zipcaster getting 2 as they return to their launching point, but Silver there able to take him out. But either way, that was a good start there for Warm Reguards.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this jump in coming into Silver, it's just this Rainmaker carrier left alive. You can see though, Silver's team is back in the action. Warm Reguards is back in the action. But shout out to Keith on the other side on Squighetti for just dropping the Rainmaker into mid. At least that's going to give them a little bit more time to try and make something else happen.
Yeah, but it looks like Worm Reguards still back where they were before. Oh, as Milk is going to get 2, they're going to take out Ambered and Silver. That is going to be crucial as the Rainmaker is left here on the ledge. Sakura's from behind using that Stamper. Going to be trying to get some picks as Darnar is going to be going down, unfortunately. They can't get Sakura out as Dano is going to be chasing them out right now too. So Rainmaker likely going to reset right now, and that I think is going to be what Squid Junction really needs. Is they really need to try and get some picks, win some of these team fights, and get a little bit more map control.
Yeah, map control is looking like a really big factor here as we see this overhead view. The map is so blue right now, and once again, Warm Reguards is in control. The Rainmaker starting to push that. They're using this Zipcaster, I believe. Yep, I was going to say they have Hammer ready as well. They're using that as well to push the Rainmaker through all of those specials. Luckily, though, for Squighetti, they were able to stop that. This Rainmaker just seems to consistently be kind of just in this position consistently on the map.
Yeah, they bend it around the corner. Can April dunk it? They can. Okay, so I thought they were going to get splatted as there was a lot of paint being shot towards their way, but no, map control and solid position for Warm Reguards as they get that win. Squighetti Junction, they were very close to at least extending that game just a little bit longer, but anytime they did get that stop, we saw Warm Reguards doing the animation dance that we just saw them do in person like 15 minutes ago, celebrating their first game win here as they're looking to extend this and push it forward. So, oh, there we go. We've got the hearts.
Oh,
cute.
cute. Double heart.
There we go.
Very cute.
Yeah. Well, a good start for them, a good game one for them as they seem to be in control the entire time, Marissa.
Yeah, definitely. They were on a roll. I mean, as we think about that first match, Squidhetti Junction, it feels like they're going to have to figure out how. I mean, it seemed like, so Warm Reguards, they not only had the paint control consistently, but they also had constant aggression going on. So it's going to be just baby steps trying to figure out how to counter that if you're on the other end of that.
Yeah, and of course we played a mode that can really go out of control quickly with the Rainmaker. You know, you kind of get that heavy team advantage. You're just going to be rushing that Rainmaker towards whichever pedestal you need to go to. And yeah, Warm Reguards, they were on top of that. So we'll see if the pace changes here as we go into a new mode. We'll see if we see any weapon changes as well as these teams regroup and gather their thoughts on what they want to do. But you know, Squighetti Junction hoping that they can get this win to prolong the set.
And if anyone is just tuning in here, these are best of 5. So if Warm Reguards wins these next 2, then they will be the team that's moving on. If Squighetti Junction is able to win one of these next 2 games, then we would continue on to either a game 4 or 5.
Yeah, they're going to need to get that win. Of course, the winner of this game, this set, is going to be facing Squidphony that we saw beat Just a Prank Bro 3-1 prior to this set. So they're patiently waiting, getting some rest, maybe grabbing a snack or so. But we'll hop into our second game here as Squid Junction looking to get this win. We'll see if there are any weapon changes as we get ourselves set up. Taking a look at the comps, we do see, I don't think, was the Dread there before?
Yes.
Okay, the Dread was there before. Okay, so there are no weapon changes from either team. Although Amber, were they playing the vanilla wall string?
I don't remember which one, actually.
Okay, they had, I don't remember either.
You know, we're honest, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so zone here initially being so close to being taken. Thank you. They were finally able to paint the zone taken by Warm Reguards, and they're just continuing that pressure, that aggression that we saw in that first match.
Yeah, Silver was patiently waiting, saying, hey, I'm waiting for the 3 of you to drop down here so I can get a 3-for-1 shot. Now, unfortunately, that wasn't the case for them, but fortunately for their team, they're in solid control of this zone with a solid walkout as Milk is going to try and push in with the Reef Slider, taking down 1. 2 members of Warm Reguards going to be going down, but Sakura here waiting once again and trying to come in from behind, taking out some players, and here they come with the brush, taking down 1. Can they get Keith as well? No, it looks like Keith is going to be staying alive there, pincering, but no, oh no, Keith is still alive as 1 jumps out, but that is still going to be a capped zone for Warm Reguards, even though they had a player disadvantage. So Squighetti Junction looking a little bit better, but still not close enough that they can get a cap of their own.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to, that aggression, that momentum that Warm Reguards had. If you're up against that, it's like, okay, you got to just be in the right headspace, take a deep breath, not let that get to you, and just know that you can come back in. And 38 penalty points given over to Warm Reguards, so there is a little bit more time here on the board for Squighetti Junction to make something happen, but with them having a full wipe here and the Warm Reguards being able to just set up here in their base as well, it's looking a little tricky.
Yeah, this is a position where it is near impossible to break through. You really have to rely on all of your specials coming out as Dano's using that zip caster, trying to displace April, but no, April's going to take down Keith there, and still in control, still getting these picks. You know, it was nice that Squidhetti Junction, they were able to cap the zone for literally for a split second, enough to give some penalty points over to Warm Reguards, as you can see there, that they did have it for just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Warm Reguards all over that game too.
Yeah, they were really, really dominant there from the beginning. They rushed forward, they painted the zones, and then they also rushed in to Squighetti Junction's spawn. So they were just starting out with a bang.
Yeah, that was, you know, Squidhetti Junction, they had their moments where they were able to kind of cap and recounter, but like we mentioned, not able to really do anything off of that. They just kind of prolonged the inevitable, unfortunately. And that lockout from Warm Regards, I mean, it was really good. And I think what's difficult too when you're breaking in, you're facing somebody who has a zip caster, which shifts your focus from, okay, I want to get to the zone. Now I have to look in a 360 angle around me because somebody could be behind me and just trying to take me out with a special. So it causes a lot of chaos and, you know, induces a little bit of panic on how you want to break through.
And then on the, I was looking at too the side of Warm Regards. They have Sakura on that brush, and it seemed like that brush was constantly just on that bottom right area, sharking there, just kind of waiting for members of Squighetti Junction to come out from their spawn. So if there's just so much blue paint on the board, and you never know where a brush is sharking, things can just keep spiraling like we saw in that game.
Yeah, and I mean, that was difficult for a Squighetti Junction to try and break through and focus on getting one pick at a time because, I mean, there were moments they had a player advantage, but they were in no position to like keep up with that advantage and try and cap the zone. They just couldn't do it. It was when, you know, they were severely being locked out from Warm Regards, but yeah, couldn't quite make it.
Yeah, so we'll have to see heading into this third match here. Like I highlighted too, if Warm Regards wins this, then they will be moving on through the bracket. But if Squighetti Junction is able to take this game, then we would be headed to a game 4.
All right, and we'll take a look here. Blaster, Range Blaster is going to be coming out from Dano this time, so that's going to be a new weapon choice. And we are moving from the Wellstring to the Tri-Stringer from Amber, so that's going to be a change. We have the double whale on the side of Warm Regards as well. No cooler this time around. And yeah, Darnar is going to be using the Tri-Slosher Nouveau with the cooler.
Okay, let's see if that'll come into play for them. I love Tri-Slosher on this map in particular. All of the ledges for this can really, that weapon can be really, really helpful if you're either trying to push up or you're just trying to play defense. You can just kind of stand over ledges and just slosh over people. So hopefully for them, that'll be a good changing factor for them.
Yeah, this is a good slosher map, especially with the grates and all the ledges that we have. I would say it's one of the best, you know, up there with Humpback if you're playing a weapon like that on this. But two specials right now, one of the two whales coming out from the side of Warm Regards are going to be trying to push that up as April is going to be getting a nice pick. 3 players down. That is going to be the wipeout, and still on the tower is Amber taking control. We can see Silver pushing up on the left side, Sakura and April pushing on the right. Can that, oh, and the hammer does get milked. They just kind of chucked it and was like, you know what, I think there's a body over there. I'm going to throw this hammer there, and thankfully for them, they got the pick. But Warm Regards doing exactly what they were doing before as Silver's coming out once again with the Zipcaster and the Whales coming out too. So right now, Warm Regards doing exactly what they did during the first 2 games.
Yeah, they are, and you can see they're at this 3rd checkpoint, able to get through it, and that is a complete wipe. So that is going to be a KO at that from Warm Regards here. They had their momentum going there as it showed on that 3rd game. So they do win the set 3-0 over Squighetti Junction, and they will be moving on through the silver bracket.
Yeah, they will be facing Squidphony in the winners finals. Now remember, this is kind of a double elimination setup that we have here. Matches still need to happen on the loser side of things, but those will be happening. Well, we might be casting one of them. We're not really sure. We'll we'll know once it comes up on stream here. But the teams for the winner finals of silver bracket is set. So it's just a matter of when they're going to be playing. But right now, a very dominant performance by Warm Regards.
Yeah, and they did a great job there. They had a lot of synergy, it felt like. They just knew exactly how to play around each other. So getting to see them continue on to winners finals will be really fun.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it's been as we mentioned before, it's been a good day so far. We have some lovely plushies. Of course, this is all the merch that people are probably picking up at the con. We can see a lovely squid pillow here from one of the members of Warm Regards too. and just a lot of cosplay that we've seen throughout the day. I kind of feel like I stick out for not wearing anything.
Yes, that was actually me last year. I came kind of dressed normal, like just my normal clothes. I was like, oh, I'll pick out my fashionable clothes, wear them. And then I ended up walking through here and I was like, wait a minute, I feel out of place.
Yeah.
Because everyone else is cosplaying.
Yeah. Yeah, you feel like you stick out too. I totally get that. Like, I'm just wearing a T-shirt that actually our good friend Saf made for me. So, but you know, I know what you mean too. Like, there's so many creative costumes, and I'm just amazed at a lot of the things that people can like carry on to like in their luggage and bring on a plane. And get a bag checked, because you have to have your prop checked when you're here. Like, there's a prop check station just to make sure that it doesn't violate any of the rules from the venue. But there are some really creative things that we've seen.
I know. I think a lot of people have to like drive too, because even if you maybe are at the other side of the country, if you're just, a lot of people pack like huge like things, either it's props or it is their costume that's just huge. It might be just too difficult to take that on a plane too, so they just have to pack up their car and just go. Yeah,
because not even the props, but just like the different assets of a costume. I can only imagine are a puzzle to try to figure out how you're going to pack.
Yeah, totally. Actually, when we pulled up yesterday in our Uber to the hotel, there were 2 cars of people. Their cars were just packed full of props for their costumes, and I'm like, yep. They just had to drive with all their stuff, and they have like fold-out wagons. They fold them out. They're like putting it in the wagon from their car. So it's a whole process.
Yeah, you're like, you could be coming from 20 minutes or 20 hours. Like, you have no idea how far people have driven to these events. Because I know some people have driven like literally across the country. Like, they drove and did not fly for this event too. So it's people do what they have to do to get here, which I think is a lot of fun, and people make road trips out of it too. So
that's fun. You can just like take off a week of work and just make it a whole thing. Which I think is cool.
Oh yeah. So it's been a good weekend so far. But yeah, first time in Atlanta for me, just kind of exploring and.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's I've never been here downtown, but there's just so much to see.
There is.
It's been a lot of fun. There
is. I really like it here. It's just like, I'm from San Diego, and here is just like, it's a nice change from sunny, like perfect San Diego. I don't know. Being here is so cool. There's so much good food. There's a lot of cool things to see. I enjoy it.
Yeah. I've had some good barbecue today. Had some pizza yesterday. Just trying to fit in all the different little things when I can. But I'm excited for. Of course, Splatoon tomorrow. We're going to be wrapping up the tournament then. But even Sunday, we still have some events, because like we mentioned, this goes until like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, where there's like scheduled panels and things like that. So there's still a lot that is coming up. But next we will be showing Squidphony versus Warm Reguards. Warm Reguards, the team who just 3-0'd Squighetti Junction. Squidphony getting that 3-1 win over Just a Prank Bro. So yeah, we will be showing the winner finals here of the silver bracket. The winner of this will be moving on to the silver grand finals, which will happen tomorrow morning.
Yes. Okay. And as a commentator, I love when I get to like follow teams throughout a single bracket, because we've already seen Squidphony, we know how they play, and then we just saw Warm Reguards play as well, so we're familiar with them. It's the storylines. I love that as a commentator.
Yeah, it makes it more fun for us to know what's at stake, and of course for you guys as viewers, you kind of know what to expect, and this player did really well on this team, and this team had an interesting comp and they're running it back, and yeah, it's always fun to see how they're gonna face off against each other.
Absolutely. And these 2 teams were both really, really strong, so I think we're in for a good match here for winners finals, and who knows, these 2 teams could both end up in grand finals too for silver bracket.
Yeah, they could, because whoever does will have 1 round of losers, which I am assuming it's running on the stages right now, and they're getting their scores reported too, and we'll just kind of wrap up whenever they wrap up. But yeah, these teams looking to get a win now, so that way they're guaranteed themselves to play tomorrow morning, which, you get some rest, then you play bright and early at they start at noon. Never mind, not super early.
Yeah,
might be early for you if you're on West Coast time.
Yeah, that's true. Well, not luckily for me, but like, for me, I only got like 3 hours of sleep yesterday because my flight was at 6 a.m. So I kind of like needed to catch up on sleep. So it's kind of balanced out my my timing for me here. So I'm not too bad since I'm a West Coaster.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know, we were supposed to have winners finals out on Sunday at 9 a.m. and then they changed that, but I was thinking, wow, that'd be difficult for the people on the West Coast.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. It would be, what, technically 6 a.m. for me?
Yeah, your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have to change time zones for anything like that. Sometimes I think Atlanta's in Central Time, but it's not.
Yeah.
I just always associate, like, portions of the South being in Central Time when I'm like, no, they're not. Never mind, it's Eastern. Okay. I feel like I do that for quite a few things.
I do too. Sometimes when like my friends online in Splatoon, they tell me they're from a certain place, and then I just assume they're Eastern, but then all of a sudden they're like, no, I'm Mountain or Central Time or whatever. And I'm like, oh.
Oh yeah, those exist too.
Yeah,
it's
right?
not just Pacific and Eastern. Yeah. And then we have some of our lovely Canadian friends who are even in Atlantic Time.
Yes.
So that's one further east than Eastern Standard Time. But we'll get ourselves set up here as, again, you can see Ray's making sure everything's working as needed as we get ourselves ready. But yeah, this is the final few sets of tonight for the broadcast, since it's 7:45 local time.
Yes.
Our day will be done fairly shortly after these few games that will be being played. So really, it doesn't go that late into the day as far as like today and then even tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually really nice. I didn't even like stop and think about that. Typically, I feel like at a LAN event, we're waking up at like 9 a.m. for the first pools, and then it just kind of goes on till maybe like, I don't know, 9 or 10 in the night. So
yeah, and we don't even have any like side brackets or anything like that either. This just, I think too, because there's so much going on. You know, at other LANs, that's kind of the focus. Like, you're there for the LAN, but no, people are here for so many different reasons, and people are just kind of, you know, it's seeing all the things they want to see and all the panels and whatnot. So there's I don't think anybody's complaining that there's no side bracket.
I know, right? There's just so much good stuff here to see that it's like...
exactly.
I don't know. Once you get here, you're just like, whoa, I want to wander.
Yeah, you definitely do.
Yeah.
There's so many things you can see. But it's crazy because I feel like the venue, like when you walk into the building, it will take you at least 10 minutes from the start of you entering the building to get to where we are, just from all the walking. And it's not even a crowd thing, really. It's literally just the mass, the space that we're in. It's not like you have to wait in line. Maybe like a 20-second line for the escalator or something, but other than that, there's really no lines to do anything.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Yeah, it's really just the walk. From my hotel, okay, I got really lucky, and my hotel is actually the closest one. But from that point, I have to look at my phone and be like, okay, I need at least 30 minutes to get over to the Splatoon area, so I plan it out that way.
Yeah, that's what Nox did too, because they were on comms first. It's like, what time are you leaving? They're like, 30 minutes prior. I was like, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right, Squidphony versus Warm Regards, winners finals here in our silver bracket. Again, we have seen these comps come out before, and we have from Squidphony and Warm Regards. Really no surprises here, as we've seen all of these weapons before from these players. Yeah.
Very familiar with these weapons. So as we go ahead and start out here, we'll see both teams are just kind of rushing towards the zone. You could see Squidphony there. They were kind of focusing on that left flank that was happening. They grouped up together to watch that. And now, speaking of left flank, Vici there tried to flank around and get a pick. Wasn't quite able to. Was called out. And in the scramble to watch the flanks, the zone has now gone over to Warm Regards' side. And they're doing a really good job at pushing up together, making sure they're taking these team fights.
Yeah, I feel like Warm Regards, they're doing a good job pushing up, but not overextending. They kind of know their limits on how far they want to go, as Taco's going to be trying to break in with his Inkjet, getting some splats. Unfortunately for them, not going to be getting any in time, but the rest of their team able to cap the zone over there. Can Silver take down Taco? Yes, they can, so they're going to be taking them down. And 3 players down now on the side of Squidphony, so that is going to be big for Warm Regards, not allowing Squidphony to hold the zone for very long, but able to capitalize on that and push up very quickly.
Yeah, I'm really interested how Squidphony is going to try and counter this aggression that's coming out from Warm Regards, because Squidphony, we've seen them previously here, and they are a great team. They have a lot of synergy themselves. So you can see as they're trying to get out of their spawn, it looks like it's just kind of Taco there up on the top left, just trying to wait for their teammates to come back. And as the points continue to count down, we're finally seeing some orange paint here on the board. But with 3 members going down, it's just that Inkjet left alive from Squidphony, so they are not quite able to get back into the zone.
Yeah, and, you know, Taco had to use the Inkjet. There's only so much you can paint when you're using it, and you have to, you know, respawn back in your spot there as Pup Love was trying to break through using the bubble. Using that, is that going to be enough for a solo cap from their team? Yes, it is. Pup Love saving the game so far. With Warm Regards getting all the way down to 366 penalty points remaining, so that is absolutely huge for Squidphony to kind of have their first moments where they are in control. Sakura versus Ceviche there in a 1v1 on the right side is going to end up with Ceviche getting the win. 3 specials ready online now for the side of Warm Regards. One of them coming out, that is going to be the Stamper, and that is still going to be in use as April is still alive, throwing it back in control. Warm Regards hoping that this lockout will be the one that ends it for them.
Yeah, they're setting up under these ledges. It's funny, there's a Stamper and a Wiper there under that left ledge. It's like, oh my gosh, how do I approach this? You really got to think about it. And then we're seeing Sakura there pushed up in the spawn, just acting as a nuisance with that brush as well. So just the constant poking from all of these weapons is really hard to think about how you want to approach.
Yeah, there's always ways. You're always just kind of questioning, okay, how do I want to battle this, knowing you only have some limited time, especially if you're Squidphony, you're down 2 players. Penalty points now running out from Warm Regards. So this was the push that was going to give them the win. Warm Regards getting that win here for game 1, but man, that pop from Squidphony, you know, the junior was able, Pup Lava, able to use the bubble, capture the zone, extend it for just a little bit longer, making that hero play, but ultimately it's still going to go in favor of Warm Regards.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, dang, Pup Lava, just shout out to them there, because they were able to just recognize, okay, I just need to make a mad dash to the zone and use the bubble. That worked out really well for them. But besides that, you know, they're really going to have to think about how they want to counter the aggressive synergy that's coming out from Warm Regards. If I was up against that, I'm really trying to think about how I would want to counter that too.
Yeah, I think it's hard when you have players who are using like Stampers and Wipers, and you just know that they can one-shot you when you least expect it, or, you know, do a 360 shot and get you, and you don't know how to, you're like, I don't know how to position myself. I feel like that always happens when I face a Stamper player who I'm like, oh, they're not looking at me, and then they're just like, surprise, and then you're like, how did you do that?
I know.
Anytime I use a Stamper, I go like the other direction and I completely miss somebody, or it's like you aim for them and they just like don't get splatted, but some player are just built to play Stamper weapons like that and just really thrive and succeed.
Yeah, and especially paired with a Wiper, that's another weapon where you're like, if you're against it, you're like, okay, maybe I can just run up on it and just take it down that way. But if there's a Wiper that is doing kind of a similar thing where all of a sudden they turn and just smack you with it, it's like, oh, okay. But this team has not only the Wiper, but a Stamper too, so if there's 2 of those, it's just, that seems like really chaotic to play against.
It is, and you have to rely on the rest of your teammates to kind of paint and take control of all the areas that you need to control. But speaking of control, move on to tower control here for game 2. Warm Regards up 1-0. We are going to see the S-Blast from Ceviche come back out. They used that in a prior set in the same loadout here on the side of Warm Regards.
Okay, let's go ahead and see what these teams have in store. Looking at the overhead too here, you can see a lot of orange paint on the map, maybe on the side of Squidphony trying to get their specials ready early. On the other side though, Warm Regards, they really just ran up into mid. Not only did they run into mid, we're seeing Silver here rushing past mid into Squidphony's spawn area, so they are not hesitating with their aggression. They weren't necessarily thinking about specials as much. They're really just kind of letting their aggression lead the way.
Yeah, MMA Silver survived that because they were point censored. You know, typically if you're trying to flank it, then you're censored. Your immediate reaction is to just retreat and to try and just like touch base again with your team. And also there is a tri-stringer on the side of Warm Regards. I misspoke about the weapons earlier, but Warm Regards still in very solid control here as Silver still alive, getting some nice picks. That's going to be ambered on the tower, the tri-stringer, as Silver is going to be having their their Inkcaster at the ready right now. April's going to be throwing that hammer, but this is an unstoppable team that we had seen in the previous set against Squidhetti Junction. This is basically a reenactment of that, but 2 players finally going to go down on Warm Regards. Squidphony in better control, but Silver is still on the tower. Even with that player disadvantage, they're still alive, and Amber is able to get a pick too. I'm amazed at how well this Warm Regards team has been able to just jump to teammates who are alive and continue with this aggressive push.
Yeah, that type of, just like your teammates in a position to have your back and you can safely jump in instead of immediately going down. That type of team synergy is so helpful. And man, just like that, Warm Regards able to KO the tower and take that game 2 in a really fast fashion.
Yeah, that was a very quick game. I'm sure that's something they wanted to do in their game 1. And honestly, they were very close, but of course, Poplover from the other team just was able to spoil it and prolong the match a little bit longer. But that was essentially a one-push KO. There was a little bit of stalling there, trying to regroup some of the teams. But yeah, Warm Regards. This is a team that whomever they're facing. If they face a team tomorrow, they've got to be on the lookout for.
Definitely, they definitely got to be on their A game if they're going to be up against them in grand finals tomorrow. Absolutely. Okay, man. Once again, in this position for if you're Squidphony, what do you need to do against this playstyle from Warm Regards? It's not only aggression, but it's also synergy. And like I was highlighting there at the end, being able to rely on having a safe jump in from your teammates is so critical in being able to play well in a team setting, and we're really seeing that from them.
Yeah, and I think where it helped from Warm Regards is you're able to jump to somebody who's using a Zipcaster, but you jump to their respawn point. So most of the time they'll put that in a position where they're not going to get splatted because they don't want to get camped right when they land. So they're going to be strategic about where they place it. But I feel like, Warm Regards really excelled from there. Now, for Squidphony, what's hard is these games ended pretty quickly, so it's hard to figure out how you want to change your game plan because you only have a little bit of resources to go off of. But we do see the glue decos come out. That's a weapon we almost never see here. So I'm really curious to see how Savici's going to be playing this one.
Me too. Typically, it's like if it's not one of the regular dualies, it's a Tetra dualie, but hardly ever do we see a Gluga dualie. So they must be trying to cook something up with that. Squidphony here initially does have 2 members go down, and here is that push-up coming out from Warm Regards, and not only a push-up, but they also score in a power clam and a few more clams at that. Looks like 2, they're trying to make sure that they have some more clams to continue this push and hold the basket open.
Yeah, they don't seem to be letting go anytime soon. They are going to be looking for some more clams. Amber is going to be the one who's getting it and still have that 2-player advantage. April trying to get some picks as well. Sakura and April are really going on a tear, while Silver and Amber are the ones going back and forth and just trying to get all of these clams, and they're doing such a good job at just taking turns and doing this, as Amber has 6 at their disposal. We're in a position where this could be a 1-push KO, but Amber is being pushed out just a little bit more as Savici's trying to push forward. We do have a Zipcaster at the ready from Silver, so we'll see if they use it, and they might be in a position to do so, but this basket is so well prolonged as Sakura now is going to be the one throwing in clams. Just 2 more. Amber has 1. They got 1 in. Can April get 1 and throw it in? No, April's going to go down. So Amber, right now, the only player alive, not in a position to get this power clam in, but this is the closest you can possibly get to a 1-push KO.
Yeah, absolutely. They played that so well. They consistently were playing around each other. They were making sure one person at least always had clams. They just held that basket open as long as they possibly could. And now with Amber here scoring in another power clam to open up the basket once again. Let's see if they can go ahead and get those final clams to end up KOing this.
Yeah, they're going to need a few more. Amber, once again, the one holding some of the clams. A few are going to go in. Silver using that Zipcaster. Sakura's got 1. They need 1 more. That is at the ready. They're going to go around, and no, they're not going to get it in. Oh, they have some penalty points they have to get rid of at first, but they're going to kind of go in for that layup and get that pick. So again, getting pretty much as close as you possibly can to get rid of your penalty points. Not enough for Warm Regards quite yet, but again, there is no orange paint on the side of Warm Regards map.
Yeah, and I was watching too, Sakura was sharking there on the bottom right, just in a little bit of blue paint. They just consistently do that on this match. And, ooh, just like that, all of a sudden open up the basket once again. Warm Regards able to have the remaining clams to end up KOing that, take that game 3, and move on to grand finals of the silver bracket tomorrow.
Are we sure this team should be in silver bracket? They played that so well against their 2 opponents too. They did such a good job. No matter who they're going to be facing, it's got to be the other team's got to be sweating a little bit because this team just seems so unstoppable through both of the sets that we had seen on stream. But even in the games 1, game 2, and game 3, you know, game 3 that we just saw had moments where they had to break that basket 3 times in total. But every time they were able to get like the maximum number of clams you could without getting the win. So I feel like that's probably a record number of like total clams scored in a game, you know?
Yeah,
it's over 100 points worth.
Yeah, usually it's like, okay, you just kind of open up the basket here and there. And a lot of times too, when you're thinking about, okay, we need to get to the basket, but then a lot of time teams don't necessarily have the clam economy to continue that push. But Warm Regards were just constantly on it and making sure that they did have those clams ready to prolong those pushes that they got.
Yeah, and they just knew what positions they needed to be in. They knew who was going to be on the offensive side, then they knew who was going to be gathering clams. It was a very strategic push from Warm Regards as far as, okay, I'm going to go out, I'm going to score, I need you guys to keep up the aggression, keep up the scoring, and ultimately, like we mentioned, Squidphony couldn't get any paint on the side of Warm Regards at all. That mid was essentially blue the whole time, but there was no orange paint on the side of Warm Regards.
I'm curious too if this was, I mean, a lot of these teams in the silver bracket were really close and it was a lot of back and forth happening, and then Warm Regards obviously doing really, really good, having a lot of really good team play. Tomorrow when we move on to like the redemption bracket, I'm like, oh my gosh, there must be some really, tough teams on that bracket too, because a lot of these ones felt like really good teams here in the silver bracket.
Yeah, redemption is going to be a lot of fun because the only way that you make top cut is you completely go out and win your entire group. So redemption is going to have a lot of strong teams. Any team who has dropped any single set is going to be redemption.
Yeah.
So the teams that maybe they had like an offset, or they were in a team with a very strong competitive team. They're going to be trying to get that win and move on to, but it's there's just a lot more that we're going to see coming up, and it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
And okay. All right, so we're going to step away for just a second, but we do have more Splatoon coming your way. We're just going to give some time for some of the players at the other stations, but you guys don't go anywhere. We're going to be resuming with our Splatoon broadcast very shortly.
Oh, welcome back. We are back here with Splatoon at MomoCon. And if you are just tuning in more recently or you've been here kind of waiting for the rest of the stream for the day, we are finishing up towards the end of the silver bracket here on the stream.
Yeah, we have our losers finals coming up for the from the loser side here in the silver bracket, waiting on those teams to wrap up. We had a match happen off stream just because of the ones on stream just ended so quickly. We had to let them catch up, but we were waiting for our opponents to come here on stage and get themselves ready. But yeah, one more set for you tonight before the two teams who ultimately will be in the silver grand finals will face off tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon Eastern.
We're going to be watching losers finals, like we said. So with the way that these teams have been playing, I think it's going to be another one of those close. Actually, it should be two teams that we've already seen, I believe. So.
Yeah. It should be. We'll have a start GG load for us here as we take a look here. But yeah, it's going to be Squidphony versus Brown Thrasher Fanclub, who we saw earlier today. Squidphony we saw earlier in silver bracket, but Brown Thrasher Squid Club, they were the ones that Riss and I were commentating during pools earlier. So of course the winner of this match is going to be moving on to face Reguards, who we have seen to just be so dominant throughout this silver bracket.
Yeah. So whoever wins this is going to, we were talking about it before we went to the break, but they're going to have to be on their game when they head over to the grand finals. And I'm rethinking about, so we saw Brown Thrasher Fanclub earlier on the stream, and I'm trying to remember what their comp is. Since we just saw Squidphony, they're like fresh in my brain.
Yeah. I mean, we've had a long day.
Yeah, we have.
Everyone here has kind of had a long day too, so I don't blame you there. But yeah, one more to round out our night here. We mentioned the losers finals. So yeah, the teams who went 0-2 in their pools, they're facing off, and like we said, the winners will be facing off to kick off our day two of 2 for Splatoon at MomoCon here this year. But they're getting themselves situated, and like we mentioned, we've been having a lot of fun. It's always great. I feel like a lot of the commentators, when they come on, they always want like more and more, and we're very fortunate that everybody here can commentate more than one set. So it's always a lot of fun that we're able to do this, and especially as like our job while we're here at MomoCon.
Yeah, it's really nice actually coming like only as a commentator, because typically at a LAN setting like this, I'll come as a player and a commentator. So just being able to just focus on commentating solely is really nice. It's just like, okay, I'm just gonna get on and I'm just gonna start yapping, and that's my MomoCon, and I'm very happy for it.
And then we yap some more during the social hours too. Yeah.
A whole lot of yapping.
Whole lot of steps, a whole lot of yapping, a whole lot of feet ache, and everything in between. But you get the best sleep too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday I had only gotten 3 hours of sleep the night prior because my flight was at 6 a.m. And so I had to get to the airport, at like 4 a.m. And so I came back, and I was going to try and stay awake throughout the evening, but I was like, no, I'm taking a nap. And then I took a really nice 3-hour nap in the hotel with the crisp sheets and the cold room. It was perfect.
Yeah, before going out at 11 o'clock and seeing some panels and waking up, That's what you do at Orlando. That's what you have to do.
When in Rome, that's my saying.
Yeah, or Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah. When in Atlanta, Georgia. Exactly.
But yeah, we'll have one more to round out the night, as I think this is actually the only match that's going on now for Splatoon, because, since we are in the losers finals, all the other stations wrapped up for the day. The final one we have going on, and honestly, I think we're making pretty decent time at 8:23. I feel like there's always a lot of room for error for things to go wrong, and being at for the last set at this time is definitely an A+.
Yeah. We were talking about earlier. I was saying how it usually starts at 9 a.m. at a LAN, and then it can go till like 10 or 11 at night sometimes. So it's like we're doing really great on time considering.
Yeah, I would agree. Definitely agree with that. Okay, there we go. We got everybody back in. We have the junior pup leveler. They were waiting.
Yep.
The solo cap on a hammer or Hagglefish zones.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, we're starting with Rainmaker Scorch. And again, just to get you guys caught up, the winner is going to be facing Warm Reguards tomorrow morning, or tomorrow at noon Eastern, who really has been unstoppable in this losers bracket. So these two teams hoping that they can get a piece of them, as Squidphony hoping to get a run back, as they did get 3-0'd by them in this bracket. And the Thrasher fan club, you know, like we mentioned, we saw them in pools earlier. We have not yet seen them in our silver bracket, so we're going to get our first glimpse here. But now there's more on the line for this if they want to move on to day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely a lot more on the line. They are in a high-stakes setting right now for the silver bracket in particular. Losers finals. Man, just knowing, okay, whoever wins this, you still have a chance at winning the entire bracket itself, and you get to move over to grand finals. A lot at stake here.
Yep, and let's go into it here. Losers final silver bracket. Thank you, Cactus, for the clap. We appreciate that. As we get ourselves started here. Squidphony coming out with their loadout here. Okay, yeah, so that is the same loadout that we had seen before. And yes, so Tiger is coming out with the blaster, the range blaster that was coming out before. That was one of the weapons that, you know, we pointed out as one of the weapons that we don't see typically as much there. But we're going to see who's going to be making a break for Squidphony, going to be opting to pop first, as many more of the members of Thrasher fan club, they're going to be spread out just a little bit, waiting for Squidphony to make the first move and possibly slip up.
Yeah, you can see they're painting to get their cooler ready, and they're actually doing a really good job at painting for their other specials as well. So Shallow here uses that crab right as Ceviche grabs the Rainmaker. Actually, he's able to take down one member with that crab, and now they're able to drop down with their main weapon, get a pick on that Rainmaker carry, get a third pick. Are they going to get a fourth pick as well? They do, paired up with their teammate. And not only that, but they're able to help their teammate grab the Rainmaker and now start a push.
Yeah, that was really great by Shallow, basically getting that triple, almost picked up that Rainmaker, but realized they had crab ready, and why not get a double? Help with that triple. Can they take out Taco there, as Shallow is on a tear for the Brown Thrasher fan club team, as they're really making this push here. Getting past that first checkpoint, Rainmaker is going to be held by Sluggy, just trying to wait out this crab from Ceviche, as we had this little 1v1 here. Rainmaker's and crab basically the same weapon at that point, as you have moving forward, as Sluggy is going to be trying to push forward. Tiger also protecting them. PTW getting a nice pick. We are just seeing special after special being unloaded, as slowly but surely Brown Thrasher fan club is pushing forward.
Yeah, Sluggy there finally has a little path painted there for them to rush forward and get a few more points. I like that they rushed forward, got a few more points on the board, and then they backed up a little bit to just wait for their teammates to play, maybe get some more picks around them. Shallow, oh my gosh, rushing forward with this splash, getting pick after pick. That's a quad coming out from Shallow. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely huge.
They have painted the path for their teammates now to grab the Rainmaker and dunk it and get a KO.
Oh, MVP of that one was Shallow. They had so many pop-off moments for that game, and the Brown Thrasher fan club, they were able to just capitalize on everything that was presented towards them, getting that nice win. That was a really good win.
Yeah, it was. That was really, really good. And they just consistently were keeping up pressure. They were making sure that they kind of waited for each other. The other team wasn't pressuring them too much, so they had a little bit of time to just play a little bit slower once they got the lead.
Yeah, it was a really solid hold there. I think, too, it's just like they knew who was going to pick up the Rainmaker and where to position certain players with specials. Because sometimes you can, you might accidentally pick up the Rainmaker when you have your special ready, or it's like, somebody grab it, we need to go. But it's like no matter who picked it up, they were able to push forward for just a little bit and extend the lead.
Yeah, definitely. They played that out very, very nicely. All right, we're headed into game 2 here. Let's see if... for one, take a look at these weapons. Taco actually coming out with that E-leader that we've previously seen them play on this map and mode, in particular Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi. And then on the other side, no switch-ups for Brown Thrasher.
Yeah, they're going to be staying with the same weapons. You really only have 2 lethal subs on the side of Squidphony. I mean, if you count Ink Mine too, to kind of paint. But look at this once again. Brown Thrasher fan club able to make quick work here, as it is just going to be the Google player Ceviche alive who's going to become respawning. So that's going to be a delayed life, and PTW wasting no time trying to push up to splat them, but no, they're going to be taken down. Shallow's going to be getting the crab out, as Ceviche's going to be throwing the bubble to try and displace Shallow, but the zone is still uncontested right now, as 2 players down on the side of Squidphony. Brown Thrasher fan club able to hold strong for now, and really just not allowing anybody from Squidphony to break through.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job at puppy guarding this zone. Finally, some specials to help Squidphony pushed forward here. That Booyah Bomb came out, and that has now created a path for them to push forward and paint the zone. There's a bubble coming out as well. I don't know if they recognize that Tiger is sharking in this blue paint behind them. Sharif did recognize. Oh, no, they didn't. They were just painting there. They haven't recognized it yet. Tiger is just sharking over here. Now that shark pays off, able to get one pick, and now makes the whole team look over at them on the flank.
Yeah, that was really nice from Tiger, just to wait, be like, you know what, I'm going to strike at the right moment. That's exactly what happened, and like you said, Rissa, all of Squidphony had to deviate their attention to try and locate Tiger, but through all that, Brown Thrasher Fanclub able to still hold on to the zone. A few penalty points on their side, but not before Squidphony took it over for just a little bit. So Brown Thrasher Fanclub still sitting strong where they were, as Pupov was going to be trying to break through, putting themselves in a 2v1, going to be going down right now. So unfortunately for Squidphony, they're just having to try and break in one by one. This is going to be a big help, having a 2-player advantage with the Booyah Bomb. That's going to be enough for them to cap and try and diminish some of their penalty points.
Man, I'm looking at this, and it just seems like Brown Thrasher, even though they're backed up right now, it seems like they're really having sluggy focus on that E-leader, and that is just pressuring the E-leader to not really get in a position to set up. Finally, though, they're able to, now that Squidphony has the zone, get some paint on the board, but they have to be careful because the specials are ready and at the ready here for Brown Thrasher to start coming into the zone.
Yeah, and Brown Thrasher Fanclub did a great job using the specials and knowing when to try and take care of zone and get some of the paint, so they're able to take it over again. A Booyah Bomb is going to come out from Squidphony to try and displace some of the members. That's actually going to be enough, or not enough for them to cap, as that is still going to split up some of the Brown Thrasher Fanclub members, but still holding onto the zone. Tiger getting a nice direct pick there on Ceviche as they're trying to identify the last member, Taco, who's going to be trying to push forward, but they're the E-leader, so they're going to have to wait for the rest of the team. So this is looking very nice for Brown Thrasher Fanclub.
It is. They're a setup here. They're making sure they're not pushing forward too much. They're being noticing that the other team may have some specials ready. Okay. Shallow, once again, coming out just right at the end, getting a whole bunch of picks. They're right at the perfect position where the other team is going to be funneling in, and they're just able to sit back and get those picks.
Yeah, when you have 5 seconds left and you have your special, you're just going to focus your attention on anyone who's going to break through towards the zone. So Shallow did such a great job at that, and gave them the win in a pretty similar fashion to game one of, we have controlled the zone, we'll let you take over for a little bit more, but we're going to be the team at the end of the day who's going to lock you out and get the win.
Okay, so now we're at that point. If you are Squidphony, what do you need to do differently here? You can see there was some weapon switch-ups, but for this, in the previous matches where we've seen them switch over to E-leader, it worked out really well in their favor, and they were actually able to do really well with it against the other team. But here, it seemed like it didn't necessarily work out as well for them.
Yeah, and Squidphony, for their comp, again, they only had two lethal subs that they were using for a very paint-heavy mode like Splat Zones. So I am curious to see if the comp will change at this for the next map and mode that we go to, but I don't know, because Brown Thrasher Fanclub, they've just been playing really well for these last 2 games, and they're knockouts, but they're not just uncontested knockouts, but enough where Squidphony will have that chance to kind of break through or take the objective a little bit. And again, they're hoping that they can prolong this one even more and potentially prolong the set.
Okay, so we are headed into this game 3, taking a look at the comps as we do. Taco staying with that E-leader, so I think we previously saw them play E-leader on this map and mode as well, so this must just be the weapon that they play on these maps in particular that we're seeing. On the other side, no major switch-ups. They are sticking with the same weapons on the side of Brown Thrasher Fanclub.
Yeah, sticking with the same weapons, and again, they're happy with what they've been playing because they've been playing them so well, especially Shallow, who's been getting a lot of these key picks. They're going to be using the Crab right now, but a Crab is going to be coming out from Ceviche, but that's going to end from Sluggy, who's just going to say, nope, I'm going to throw my hammer, I'm going to cancel that one, we're going to get rid of our specials together. But ultimately, Brown Thrasher Fanclub, the one walking away with that as they are approaching this first checkpoint. Sharif is going to be the only one who's close, but they're going to go down from Tiger right now, too, as, again, Brown Thrasher doing exactly what they did before.
Ooh, yep, they're setting up. They have 2 specials at the ready as well. There goes the Crab coming out from Shallow. They also had Another special ready that they did utilize, and now there's 2 members down on Squidphony. So not only are they pushing the tower, they're at the checkpoint, but they are also just pushed up and playing so aggressively.
Yeah, Pablo was trying to find an opportunity to break through, but they caught themselves in a 2v1, and Elisley backed up as PTW is on the tower right now. Tiger and Shallow trying to push forward, but there's a bubble and a crab on the side of Squidphony. Will that be enough to get some picks to push this tower back just for a little bit for the time being? But Tiger is now alone, and without a lot of paint on their side, that is a hard position to be in as a blaster, but they are uncontested right now and getting a direct on Taka. So Tiger's really been knowing when to shoot their shots as a blaster player and making the most of their weapon.
Yeah, they're knowing exactly those ledge angles that they need to get in order to make things happen with that blaster. They also really did a good job there at jumping back to regroup with their teammates. They know that they have a really strong lead. They don't necessarily need to push something that they don't need to. And I think it's almost like they're letting the other team use their specials and just waste those specials in a sense, because they're just backed up and they can't reach them with the specials that they have.
Yeah, it seems like they're kind of taking their turns at the specials and saying, you know what, I'm going to let you run this out. Tiger once again doing Tiger things, getting that direct with the blaster to help prolong this push from Brown Thrasher Fanclub. Can they get some more? They're going to be taking down Sharif and then going down to a bomb by themselves. PTW on the tower now again. This is the final checkpoint they need to get through, but all bombs and all attention are being thrown on the tower. So Squidphony is doing something right here at this final checkpoint, just making sure members of Brown Thrasher Fanclub can't extend this, but they really need to turn this around and to get into mid as we have about 2.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Squidphony, they did a great job at throwing that wave breaker and then just throwing all the bombs that they possibly had at the tower. You know, that's always a good choice to do instead of rushing the tower and panicking. If you're able to just sit back and throw bombs at the tower instead, that'll really, really come into play. And now we're looking at mid too. Look at Shallow. They're sharking it. That shark actually paid off really well for them. And now they're holding a lot of space here on the side of Brown Thrasher as both teams are on each side of the tower.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, Squidphony really has to try and make something work, but they just don't have the player advantage yet because they don't seem to be winning their 1v1s. Like, Shallow's just been doing so well at getting these picks, and of course, like, with the short-range weapon they have, it's a situation where if you see Shallow, it's too late because they're going to be the ones splatting you. So minute 30 remaining now. Shallow's going to be pushing up, trying to take out Puplova, but going to be dropping down. And can they take out Savici? No, they can't. Oh, they finally do, and using the crab as well. So right now, they're not so focused on the tower. They know they can hold this out for about another minute, 15 seconds remaining, and they can just kind of camp in mid, and there's really nothing wrong with that play style.
Yeah, absolutely. They can really just let the tower sit here. The longer that they are in control of the map in terms of paint, the better they're going to just be able to hold space. And like we saw them previously do too, they kind of will keep that mid paint, but then also when they see the other team using their specials, they just go backwards into that paint that they have, and you know, those specials can't even reach them.
Yeah, they can't because they know when to back off, and they know that Squidphony is going to be the team who has to push forward. And speaking of pushing forward, now is the time you have to do that. That is going to be almost a delayed wipe as Tiger, the only one alive, taken out. That's finally the delayed wipe, so this will likely be Squidphony's one and only push. They need to take care of mid first before anything is going to happen, and it's going to be hard because Brown Thrasher Fanclub is back in mid, back in control of trying to get some of these picks. Tower still on the side of Brown Thrasher Fanclub. We have a bubble ready. A crab was going to be used, but it's going to go down. Shao coming from behind, getting one. Are they going to turn around and take out Taco? Yes, they are too. So back in control, Brown Thrasher Fanclub. They gave Squidphony a little bit of time to try and take control. Squidphony not able to really capitalize on that as Shallow doing a little victory crab ball dance there, getting the win, getting the 3-0, and moving on to the Silver Grand Finals tomorrow.
Ooh, that was really a really dominating game coming out from Brown Thrasher, and I was literally thinking too right at the end. I was like, okay, Squidphony just has to watch the flanks, just watch the flanks, and all of a sudden Shallow is just flanking around there, and I was like, oh, yep, there it is.
Yeah, and Brown Thrasher, actually, they did not drop a single game through their silver bracket run, you know, facing Just a Prank Bro 3-0, Squidhetti Junction 3-0, and then Squidphony 3-0. So both of these teams, actually, Warm Regards, when they faced Brown Thrasher Fanclub, they did face each other, and that was a 3-1 victory for Warm Regards. So this will be a rematch of one of the games that we did not see on stream, and it was actually I'll say the the one match that did not happen because of the buys. So these teams have had a long bracket that they've played through.
Oh my goodness, they really have.
Yeah.
It's not. It'll be nice for the two headed into grand finals tomorrow that they can take a break after this, get ready in the well, I say morning, but it'll be noon.
Yeah,
Still.
morning. It's going to feel like morning for a lot of people too.
Yeah, right.
But like you mentioned, both of these teams, they've been playing a lot today. You know, especially I don't know if. Well, we know Brown Thrasher was in their second group, but Warm Reguards, I think they were in the first group, so I don't think any of them were playing for like 4 hours straight.
Yeah.
You know, in the third block of today. But either way, I think that's going to be a really fun set for us to watch tomorrow morning.
I think so too.
Yeah, and again, that's going to be at 12 o'clock noon Eastern time right here on IPL. That's going to be brought to you from Nox and Zach. They're going to be kicking off the broadcast for tomorrow. So it was a lot of fun. But that's going to be it for us today here on our stream for IPL, unless somebody wants to correct me, but I don't think anyone is going to. I think they all know. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's going to be it for us too. So this has been a lot of fun, Rissa.
It has.
We are halfway done here with our stream, and we're going to crown our first champion of a tournament first thing tomorrow morning.
Yep. First thing headed right away into just a hype match for Silver Finals. So don't miss out on that. It'll be on at 12 EST. So be right back here for that. And that's going to be it from us here. That'll be it.
Yeah.
See you guys.
We'll see you later. We'll see you tomorrow, 12 o'clock Eastern for our matches.